Tony Stark saw the disapproval in Chen Mo's eyes and he was very unconvinced. He couldn't help but say it. "Let me fight it again, just test the actual performance of Mark 43. Hearing this, Chen Mo looked at Tony Stark and asked meaningfully. "Are you sure?" Tony Stark said without fear. "Of course, let's start now," Tony Stark said and stretched out his arms directly. Mark 43's battle suit, which was parked in the middle of the laboratory, immediately disintegrated and flew towards Tony Stark. It was quickly equipped. Seeing that Tony Stark had made up his mind and didn't refuse, Chen Mo nodded and immediately grabbed him and started blinking. They didn't stop off the coast of New York. Instead, they stopped when they reached the uninhabited high seas. Tony Stark looked at the empty sea and asked Chen Mo, "Where is the dragon? Let it come." Hearing this, Chen Mo turned to look at the west sky with a bad smile on his lips. "Over there, isn't this coming?" Tony Stark hears the words and looks in the direction of Chen Mo's eyes but finds nothing in the air. He is confused but suddenly remembers that the fire dragon can be invisible. Tony Stark said to Chen Mo immediately, "Dad, you can't cheat. Can't see how we can fight," Chen Mo said with a smile. "Don't worry, you see, isn't this happening?" Tony Stark looked at the meteor-like flame that suddenly appeared in the air tens of kilometers in front of him. He was relieved. Then he looked at the fast-moving figure excitedly. "Finally, we can get revenge. This time he will beat the dragon hard. It's better to take out all its sharp teeth so as to eliminate his hatred." But Tony Stark soon found something wrong. It seems that the flame dragon is not right. Tony Stark immediately fixed his eyes on the front of the fast-moving flame. After zooming in through the holographic screen on his helmet, Tony Stark's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this TM? That's not what he remembered as the flaming dragon. Tony Stark just wanted to swear when he looked at the huge body that was obviously many times bigger and the more powerful and domineering shape. The flame dragon before Ming was more like a Western dragon without wings, but the one in front of him was a dragon in the east. Tony Stark couldn't help turning his head to look at Chen Mo beside him and asked with a confused face, "Dad, when did you take in a new pet and open the space channel again?" Chen Mo hears the words and laughs, explaining to him, "This is the flame dragon before, but I also upgraded it." Tony Stark blinked, couldn't help being a little stunned. Upgrading? Can this thing be upgraded too? Looked at the dragon of fire, which was different from the previous shape. Tony Stark could not help but make complaints about it. This TM is obviously cosmetic, okay? No, plastic surgery can't achieve this effect. It's a completely new species. It took me more than a month, with the help of Dr. Banner and Ethan, as well as the help of various appearance technologies provided by Dad to cheat, to finish upgrading the iron and steel battle suit. However, Chen Mo quietly upgraded the flame dragon. From the appearance alone, I know that the upgrading range should be far away from his mark above 43. Tony Stark, who was full of self-confidence before, couldn't help getting a little bottomless at this time. His anti-flame dragon battle was aimed at the flame dragon that was only tens of meters long before, instead of the god dragon that was more than 100 meters long in front of him. It's more powerful than before. It's not sure who is fighting against it now. Seeing the fire dragon getting closer and closer, he didn't mean to slow down at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and showed his white teeth. Tony Stark's face couldn't help changing. Hurriedly turned to look at Chen Mo, but listened to Chen Mo Light said, "Don't you want to test in real combat? Let's compare the speed first to see if it can catch up with you." Tony Stark wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't let go of his face. After all, he proposed to have a competition and revenge by the way. It's a shame that he counseled before he started, and Tony Stark still has a certain confidence in his new battle suit. The all-round performance of the battle suit has been greatly improved. Even if he can't defeat the upgraded flame dragon, he shouldn't lose too badly. At that time, Tony Stark turned his body directly. The thruster started at full force and flew towards the distance. Soon, the flame dragon passed Chen Mo at a high speed and chased him. When Tony Stark started to run away, the distance between the two sides was only a few kilometers. When his speed reached the limit of Mach 12, the flame dragon was approaching less than 100 meters behind him. According to the speed of the original flame dragon, It should not catch up with him now. But before Tony Stark can relax, he is shocked to find that the flame dragon behind him is still approaching him at a very fast speed. Damn, this guy really strengthened. He's a lot faster than before. Tony Stark immediately no longer hesitated. Without waiting for the flame dragon to catch up, he directly turned on the overload mode, and the power of the propeller increased by 20%. However, to Tony Stark's despair, the distance between him and the flame dragon not only did not open, but also continued to shorten rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the flame dragon would catch up with him tightly, opening its teeth full of terror and biting at him. Tony Stark wants to continue to increase power at the risk of propeller damage, but it's too late. The bigger mouth of the dragon suddenly closes and bites him heavily in the thigh. With a loud bang, Tony Stark felt the leg shaking. Even the alpha armor, which is second only to Edelman, seems to have slight deformation. Before Tony Stark could respond, the fire dragon jerked its head, and Tony Stark was caught in his mouth and moved around. The blood in the body is flowing towards the head under the huge centrifugal force. Tony Stark's face is red, and his eyes are almost out of his eyes. The random shaking makes him feel like a whirlwind. He raises his arm to attack, but he has no way to aim. After catching Tony Stark, the fire dragon stopped flying and suspended in the air. After shaking for a while, it raised its neck up again, reached to his mouth with a forepaw and grabbed Tony Stark's body to prevent him from escaping. Then it opened its mouth and bit again. Hiss, hiss. In the sound of metal friction, sparks burst out on the dragon teeth and armor surface. The golden red coating on the surface of the war clothes was soon scratched off, revealing the silver alloy inside. The sharp and hard dragon teeth scratched the armor, leaving a scratch on the armor surface made of alpha alloy. As the flame dragon stopped shaking, Tony Stark finally recovered from the state of brain congestion. Although he was still bitten by the dragon, he finally had a chance to fight back. Tony Stark first started the two-handed arc pulse gun. While strengthening the thruster, the power of the arc pulse gun, including the cluster gun at the chest, has been greatly enhanced. However, the result of the attack is no different from that of the last time. Whether it's the electric arc pulse gun or the cluster gun with more powerful chest, it's useless to be immune to the fire and defend the powerful flame dragon. But Tony Stark is not discouraged. He had expected this situation for a long time, and he didn't expect that the energy weapons could cause too much damage to it. Since it's the anti-fire dragon armor, Tony Stark naturally prepared weapons specifically for the fire dragon. Opened by a piece of armor in front of the thigh bitten by the fire dragon, 6 grenade-sized silver bombs were shot out of the legs and fell into the mouth of the fire dragon. The opened armor was then quickly closed, and 6 bombs exploded, but there was no fire but a white mist covering the mouth of the flame dragon. A cold and piercing chill immediately spread in the dragon's mouth. The skin inside the dragon's mouth and Mark 43's armor quickly set up a layer of frost. The cold came out of the dragon's mouth and covered the sharp dragon's teeth with a layer of crystal ice. The action of the fire dragon's tearing became slow. Tony Stark was so happy that the cryobomb was working. When upgrading the battle suit and building the anti-fire dragon armor, Tony Stark considered what weapons to use to restrain the fire dragon. Since the energy weapons that generate high temperature don't work, use the freezing bombs that can control the fire. It is in order to be able to use the frozen bomb at close range that Tony Stark specially strengthened the anti-low temperature ability of the war armor to ensure that the war armor would not fail at low temperature. Now it seems that his idea is right. At the first time of the explosion, the flame dragon felt that the mouth suddenly became extremely cold, and even the action of biting became slow. It knows it must be the little thing in its mouth. While holding Tony Stark's body firmly with dragon claws to prevent him from escaping, the fire dragon mobilizes the fire power in his body. In order to eliminate the uncomfortable cold feeling in the mouth as soon as possible, the flame dragon has no time to accumulate strength and increase power, but directly opens its mouth to spray out the flame. Rao is so. The temperature of the flame gushing out of its throat is still as good as the dragon breath before transformation. The hot flame of up to 6,000 degrees Celsius swept through the dragon's mouth, and the cold ice-covered oral skin and teeth of the dragon were quickly cleaned up. The ice just congealed, didn't even melt, so it was vaporized and evaporated directly, and water vapor disappeared without trace. The cold energy is dispelled in a flash, and the flame dragon feels comfortable in his mouth. Tony Stark doesn't feel good. Although the flame dragon opened its mouth, its strong claws held it tightly. It held it up in front of his mouth. The flame from the flame dragon burned directly on his body. The ice on the armor was also vaporized by the flame instantly, and the strong heat penetrated into the armor. Although there are some heat insulation layers, the temperature inside the armor also rises rapidly to more than 40 degrees and continues to rise with the burning of the fire. As Tony Stark said, the heat of 6,000 degrees can be maintained in 3 minutes, but it can only be maintained. In 3 minutes, the temperature in the armor will rapidly rise from more than 20 degrees to more than 100 degrees. That is to say, Tony Stark has also been strengthened by super soldier serum and has self-healing ability. Otherwise, let alone 3 minutes, a minute is enough for him. Fortunately, this time he spent money to use the expensive alpha alloy. Although the performance of all aspects is not comparable to that of the Edelman alloy, but compared with the most advanced gold titanium alloy he originally used, he does not know how much better. At the high temperature of 6,000 degrees, the gold titanium alloy has been melted for a long time, but the alpha alloy can still bear it, which can maintain the integrity of the armor. Otherwise, the armor will melt, and the heat insulation will be destroyed. The flame dragon didn't spit out the flame all the time. After the cold ice was completely removed, it stopped breathing and then put the armor and its claws into its mouth again to bite. Before being shoved back into his mouth, Tony Stark tried to escape from the dragon's claws, but he soon found that although the strength of the steel battle suit tripled, it still could not shake the flame dragon. That dragon claw is like being welded to him. No matter how hard he tries, he can't open a finger. Tony Stark felt a deep sense of powerlessness as he was chewed by the dragon again and listened to the harsh scraping of his armor. Do you think it's a tooth grinder? The Iron Man has fallen into such a situation. Originally, I wanted to teach Fire Dragon a lesson by using anti-Fire Dragon armor and pull back a game to relieve his hatred. As soon as I saw him, he was completely at a disadvantage. Fly but can't escape. The attack is invalid. Specially prepared anti-fire giant dragon freezing bomb is easily resolved by a breath of dragon. Tony Stark is very depressed. Once again as a molar stick, Tony Stark's anger broke out completely. Regardless of whether the attack would hurt himself or kill Chen Mo's pet, Tony Stark launched other weapons directly, and all kinds of missiles were launched in turn. The high-explosive bomb exploded in the mouth of the fire dragon. The strong fire and shock wave swept by Tony Stark. Countless sharp shrapnel hit the armor of the battle suit violently, making a jingling sound. In order to deal with the fire dragon, Tony Stark not only made the freezing bomb, but also upgraded the original weapons. A large number of fragments were added to the high-explosive shell. When it exploded, it would be shot out like a bullet, forming a cover-type fragment to kill. Its power is no less than that of heavy machine gun bullets. Even reinforced concrete walls would be smashed. Tony Stark is ready to release it in his mouth if he is bitten by the fire dragon again. It's more powerful. Maybe he can kill it directly. Unfortunately, the flame dragon is not a Leviathan beast. Although it is the same in size, its defense is not a level at all. If this kind of high-explosive bomb explodes in Leviathan's mouth, it can directly blow up its whole head. But the flame dragon is like eating a bag of jumping sugar. It feels that something in its mouth is jumping around, but it can't pierce its tough skin at all. Just like doing an oral massage, the itchy feeling makes it comfortable to burp. The flame with a temperature of 6,000 degrees is sweeping through its mouth, melting all the shrapnel in an instant, and then it's rolled by its tongue and eaten. Flame dragon also need to add trace elements. Tony Stark, who failed to explode his head with a high explosive, didn't stop. It's hard to explode in his mouth. Then I'll poke you in the eye. Although it was bitten in its mouth by a fire dragon with a huge increase in size, it couldn't see its eyes at all, but it didn't matter. The armor at the shoulder is open. Dozens of micro-tracking and guidance missiles are launched together, bypassing the huge mouth of the flame dragon and shooting towards the eyes of the flame dragon from both sides. Boom! 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 A series of explosions happened almost at the same time. Dozens of fireballs completely covered the eyes of the fire dragon. At the same time, a tinkling sound also sounded in succession in the fire light of the explosion. When the fire disappeared, the dragon's eyelids opened slowly, but they were still intact. Dozens of micro-tracking and guidance missiles exploded at close range, which was easily resisted by the dragon's eyelids. Dozens of silvery steel nails fell into the air, but Tony Stark also added materials to the micro-tracking and guidance missile and upgraded it to a micro-armor-piercing projectile. However, the result is obvious that the steel needles that can penetrate the steel plate cannot penetrate the eye skin covered by the fire dragon. Looking at a few steel needles dropped by his side, Tony Stark knew that the eye-piercing strategy failed again. This makes Tony Stark red eyes, let the flame dragon bite like a bone, but completely give up the struggle, turn to bite teeth, raise his arm, and launch the most powerful high-explosive armor-piercing bullet. The cigar-sized high-explosive armor-piercing bullet pops out of the open arm armor, and then shoots out quickly towards the neck of the flaming dragon. Tony Stark also wants to shoot the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet into the mouth of the flame dragon, but he is now facing down, being grasped by the dragon claw, and being chewed on his thigh by the flame dragon as a tooth grinder. All he can see is the teeth and chin under the flame dragon, and there is no way to directly shoot the missile into the dragon's mouth. The high-explosive penetrator is not as flexible as the micro-tracking and guidance missile. Although it can slightly adjust the flight path and assist in aiming, its range is limited, which is not enough to turn around like the micro-tracking and guidance missile to launch an attack. He doesn't think the armor-piercing projectile can pierce the tooth of the dragon that can scratch the alpha alloy. So Tony Stark aimed his attack at the neck of the fire dragon. It is said that the scale at the neck of the dragon is the biggest weakness of the whole body. Although Tony Stark did not see the scale at the neck looked like the thinnest part of the whole body. With Tony Stark's last hope, the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet is shooting towards the center of the flame dragon's high neck. In Tony Stark's expectant eyes, the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet hit the neck of the flame dragon accurately under the correction of Jarvis. When a burst of sparks, the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet was directly shot by the seemingly thin scales. A sense of powerlessness quickly came to mind, but the next moment Tony Stark couldn't help but stare. I saw that the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet that was shot flew towards him. Although Jarvis tried to control the armor-piercing bullet to change its direction, it was too close to avoid it completely. Finally, the armor-piercing bullet rubbed his helmet dangerously and flew over, hit the dragon claw of the flame dragon, and exploded. The flames were gone, the dragon's claws were undamaged, and Tony Stark's war suit was once again blackened by the explosion. The original golden-red coating was completely burned by the dragon breath before. Under the pure flame energy, the silver armor was completely exposed. In the bite of the flame dragon, it was full of messy scratches. At this time, by the explosion of flame, a burn, but also disheartened, embarrassed. Tony Stark has made every effort to use all the weapons he can, but he still can't hurt the flame dragon. He can't help feeling powerless. The dragon scale strength of the flame dragon is actually no weaker than that of alpha alloy. Although the dragon scales at the neck are thinner than those on the back, they are not penetrated by armor-piercing bullets. Although Tony Stark has also upgraded the high-explosive armor-piercing projectile, its penetration and explosion power are much higher than before. It's enough to send the Furuitan beast to the soul, but he underestimated the fire dragon's defense. Even if he replaced the warhead with alpha alloy, It would be hard to damage the hard and tough dragon scales of the fire dragon. As for the fire power of explosion, it is completely immune to the fire dragon, and the shock wave cannot cause any damage to its huge and powerful body. Tony Stark's high explosive armor-piercing projectile is just tickling for the flame dragon. With all his strength, all the attack methods are invalid for the fire dragon. Tony Stark's anti-fire dragon armor fails completely. Tony Stark, who felt powerless, gave up the revolt and let the dragon of fire bite him like a grindstone. The fire dragon grasps Tony Stark for a long time and finds that he can't bite at all. When he finds that the prey in his mouth doesn't move, he stops. As a powerful mythical creature, its taste is very picky. It doesn't eat dead prey. The claw grasps Tony Stark, and the dragon of fire goes to Chen Murphy, who is not far away. The huge body is coiled in the air in front of Chen Mo, just like the dragon on the wall of the Imperial Palace. Holding his head high, the dragon of fire sent Tony Stark, who was holding in his claw, to Chen Mo. When one man and one dragon are chasing, Chen Mo follows them all the time. After the fire dragon stops, Chen Mo floats in the air not far away and looks at the fight between them. Of course, in fact, the scene in front of him is more like a dog gnawing a bone, a cat playing with a mouse. Our superhero Iron Man is the bone, the poor mouse who can't struggle. Tony Stark was caught in his claw by the fire dragon and he gave up his struggle. Until he was handed to Chen Mo, he slowly looked up at Chen Mo and his eyes were full of bitterness. He didn't know the strength of the flame dragon, so he didn't believe that Chen Mo, the master, would not know. "Dad, this is a hole in the sun." Chen Mo looks at Tony Stark in front of him, who is caught by the fire dragon upside down in his claws. He smiles and orders the fire dragon to release his claws. Tony Stark felt that the claws on his body were suddenly released, and his body suddenly fell to the bottom. He immediately started the engine, flew again, and came to Chen Mo's side. But he did not dare to get close to the fire dragon, but flew far to the other side of Chen Mo, looking at Chen Mo wrongly. Though he was wearing a war suit, Chen Mo's mind clearly caught Tony Stark's expression. Looking at Mark 43 full of teeth marks, a piece of messy armor, Chen Mo said with a smile, "Well, don't do it. In fact, the original strength of the flame dragon is equal to that of Soul. After transformation, compared with Soul, whose strength has been improved a lot, it still doesn't fall. Do you think you can deal with that guy?" Tony Stark can't help but recall the battle between Saul and Chen Mo at the beginning. The abnormal power of Saul's Protos is just inferior to that of his father. He's not at the same level as these Earth superheroes. Tony Stark never expected to beat Chen Mo. In his mind, Chen Mo is omnipotent and invincible. In this way, although the flame dragon was subdued by Chen Mo, its strength is almost the same level as Chen Mo and Soul. He is not an opponent, so he said it was over. Chen Moping abused him a lot. It's nothing to be trampled by the fire dragon now. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's mood couldn't help getting better. It wasn't that I was too weak, but that my opponent was too strong. Before that, he was misled by Chen Mo's easy defeat of the flame dragon. This does not mean that the flame dragon is weak, but Chen Mo is too strong. After understanding the real strength of the flame dragon, Tony Stark is not decadent. Although he failed to defeat the flame dragon did not hurt him. Although Mark 43 looked embarrassed, it did not suffer any substantial damage, and the defense force is still intact. Compared with the situation that was almost demolished last time, it has made great progress step. Mark 43's actual test is also a complete success. But the name of the anti-flame dragon armor, Tony Stark, can't be mentioned anymore. If you really want to say it, you can only fight against the ultimate creature. Still leaving the flame dragon on the sea, Chen Mo takes Tony Stark back to the Avenger League building. Now that Tony Stark's armor research has been completed, it's time to upgrade his armor. The exterior Alderman armor doesn't need to be replaced naturally. In addition to the same bone armor made of Alderman alloy, other interior parts have been replaced from the beginning to the end. After upgrading, Chen Mo's battle effectiveness of steel battle clothes soared again. It doesn't need to be said that Chen Mo is most concerned about the improvement of the power and the ultimate speed brought by the upgrading of the driving device. After upgrading the consciousness control system, the problem of slow response has been completely eliminated. The attack and movement speed of the armor itself can be fully developed, basically reaching Chen Mo's own attack speed, enabling Chen Mo to directly wear the armor to fight with the top strong, and then gain the bonus of defense and strength. However, once Chen Mo's strength is improved again, his response and attack speed will increase accordingly, and the speed of steel battle clothes will not keep up with him. Instead, it will restrict the exertion of Chen Mo's strength. At that time, he can only make a choice between strength and speed as before. Either he does not wear a war suit and uses his own strength to give full play to his speed, or he sacrifices part of his speed and retains the power bonus of the war suit. In this way, the low position of the war clothes will be more awkward. Now the driving speed has increased by 70%, which means that for quite a long time, Chen Mo doesn't have to worry that the battle clothes will not keep up with his strength improvement and restrict his speed. Chen Mo has always attached great importance to iron and steel battle clothes. In fact, the main purpose is to use him to make up for his own strength. In fact, compared with the top powers in the universe such as Sol and Mieba, the biggest gap between Chen Mo and them is power. Only by virtue of the body itself, his overall strength is only a few tons. Compared with ordinary people, he is Superman. However, the universe's powerful people who are prone to 100 tons of these forces are far from each other. Now, after the upgrading of steel battle clothes again, the gap in strength has been shortened a lot. Although the body shape hasn't changed, the upgrading of the driving device has greatly improved the strength of the iron and steel battle clothes again. The single arm strength has reached 30 tons, and the double arms combined with 60 tons. Combined with Chen Mo's master-level fighting skills and extraordinary swordsmanship, Sol, whose overall strength is less than 100 tons, is no longer Chen Mo's opponent at all. But Chen Mo knows it's not enough. Now Sol is still far from the peak of his strength. He fully awakens the power of Thor and reaches the father-level Sol. When his power comes out, it can reach 1,000 tons. There is no power gem to destroy tyrants and Hela as the existence of the sub-heavenly father. Although there is no such terror, there are also hundreds of tons of power. Now Chen Mo is still not an opponent at all. Chen Mo has a long way to go before he is truly invincible in the world. However, if the research of the extinct virus can be successful, this road will undoubtedly be a big step closer. Just want to create the spirit of Cambasol, but it's not so simple. Chen Mo's steel battle suit has been upgraded, but there is still no news from the Shendun Bureau. Chen Mo has to go to the lab again. After learning the latest research progress and the research progress predicted by Dr. Abraham Erskine, Chen Mo resolutely gave up waiting and chose to return to the real world. More than a month later, the work of gene coding and analysis of Flamingo and Sol has just completed most of the work, and a lot of research and experiments are needed in the later stage. It will take at least a few months to separate the flame energy fragment in the flame dragon gene, improve the stability of the flame energy of the extinct virus, fuse Sol's gene, and strengthen the effect of body transformation. Each of these works is a big project, and it will take at least a few months to complete all the studies, and it will take at least a year or two to completely perfect the extinct virus on the premise of success. Instead of waiting here for a year or two or even longer, Chen Mo might as well go back to the real world and cross a few more worlds. Maybe he has succeeded in his research when he comes back next time. Since he decided to leave, Chen Mo began to arrange follow-up matters. Dr. Abraham Erskine is in charge of the study of the extinct virus with the help of Howard and Tony Stark. Under the aegis of the SHIELD Bureau, there will be no problem. He doesn't need to worry anymore. Fire Dragon is a problem. It's not impossible to bring it back to the real world, but we need to build a giant freezer that can hold it. And it doesn't make much sense to bring the Flame Dragon back to the real world. It's not the same in which world to ride a dragon. In the real world, it's impossible for him to appear in front of the world with it. On the contrary, it's in the Avenger Alliance world. If he wants to, he can directly ride the flame dragon to appear in the sky of the city without the stealth device. As long as you see his figure, there will never be any panic. It will only be the warm cheers of countless people to meet him. As for the fight, with Chen Mo's current strength, most of the movie world can deal with it calmly, without the help of Fire Dragon. Even with it, it is just a mount. In the end, Chen Mo decided to leave the flame dragon to Saul's temporary age. In the absence of Chen Mo, Saul is the only one on Earth who can deal with it. As for Tony Stark, he can only be a tooth grinder. Chen Mo finds Saul and tells him to take care of the flame dragon on his behalf. Saul remembers Chen Mo's flying in the air in London, and immediately nods and agrees without hesitation. Saul couldn't refuse the flame dragon's ride. Saul, who can only fly with the hammer of Thunderbolt, has long wanted to try other more windy and comfortable flight ways. But powerful and windy mounts are not so easy to find. Asgard has a Pegasus that can fly, but compared with Odin's 8-legged Pegasus, the ordinary Pegasus is too weak, and it is not enough to see whether it is the speed or the strength, while the powerful flame dragon just meets his requirements. Although he is only a temporary caretaker, it's good to have a good time. The powerful flame dragon, no matter its shape or speed, should be far away from Odin's 8-legged heavenly horse. Its strength is extremely strong and can almost compete with him. It can not only be used as a mount, but also play a huge role in the battle. Seeing Saul's promise, Chen Mo immediately took him and Tony Stark to the sea. Holding Saul, who can't fly, in the air with his mind power, Chen Mo turns off the stealth device of the flame dragon. A dragon with a length of more than 100 meters appears in front of Saul. Looking at this huge creature completely different from the flame dragon in his memory, Saul couldn't help but look surprised. "Are you sure this is the original flame dragon?" Facing Saul's question, Chen Mo explained with a smile. "I'm not satisfied with its original shape, and it's a little small. Standing on the head, it's a little crowded. So I transformed it, optimized its shape according to the appearance of Dongfang Shenlong, increased its shape, and transplanted its ability to fly in the air. It's much better than before in power, speed, and flame ability." Saul listened to Chen Mo's introduction, his face excited. It's not only because the flame dragon has become more powerful, but also because he saw Chen Mo's strong technological strength in the transformation of the flame dragon. Even the flame dragon, whose strength is almost comparable to that of him, can be transformed and become more powerful. Chen Mo's god-making plan mentioned before is more likely to succeed in Saul's eyes. How can this make him unhappy? Chen Mo orders the flame dragon directly through spiritual connection and asks him to follow Saul's words in the future. Saul will manage it for a period of time. The flame dragon is completely controlled by Chen Mo, who will obey his orders. Chen Mo is not worried about what will happen. After the order was given, Chen Mo turned to Saul, who was looking at the fire dragon excitedly, and said to him, "I've ordered it. You can stand up and try." Upon hearing this, Saul immediately shook his hammer and flew to the top of the flame dragon. He fell on the top of the flame dragon. Saul felt as if he was standing on the top of the mountain. The scales at his feet were flat and hard. He raised his hand and grasped the dragon horn of the flame dragon. Saul stamped his feet gently, and the flame dragon flew forward slowly. These two will be partners of the same camp in the future, because of the existence of Surt standing on the opposite side. Flying in the air, Saul felt excited. Flying on the top of the fire dragon was totally different from flying with the hammer of Thor. No wonder Chen Mo would choose to accept the fire dragon for transformation, or the earth people would play. Saul, who became the guardian of the flame dragon for a while, was very excited, but Tony Stark was full of envy, jealousy, and hate. He was much closer than sour when it came to the relationship with Chen Mo. His father didn't give him the flame dragon, and he didn't regard him as a son. "Dad, in fact, I can do it." Tony Stark looks at Chen Mo with a sad face, trying to snatch the custody that should belong to Saul. Chen Mo took a look at Tony Stark and said slowly, "Are you sure? Although he listens to me, he is likely to get angry when I am away, in case his teeth itch." Chen Mo's words awakened Tony Stark's tragic memory of being treated as a tooth grinder by the fire dragon. Looking at the giant flying towards them in the distance, his eyes fell on the big mouth full of white teeth. He hesitated for a while and wisely chose to give up. Chen Mo is right. After all, this fire dragon is a beast. Although it is tamed by Chen Mo, it does not mean that it will obey their orders completely. In case its teeth are really itchy, it is customary to treat it as a tooth grinder. Then no Chen Mo will save him. Well, it's better to give Saul the monster. His bones are hard and he's carrying and biting. In fact, Chen Mo didn't worry that the fire dragon was completely out of control, just that it would mischievously run to the city and cause damage. Although Saul's strength is equal to that of the fire dragon, he has a killer mace, which is his thunderbolt hammer. The thunderbolt hammer is forged from the core of a dead planet. It's extremely heavy. Except Saul, almost no one can lift it up. Even if Saul can't beat the flame dragon and can't stop him, he can also press the thunderbolt hammer on it and make it unable to move. This is the main reason why Chen Mo gave the flame dragon to him. Looking at Tony Stark, Chen Mo, he said, "Well, I have another important task for you." "What task?" Tony Stark asked in doubt. Chen Mo immediately explained to him and took something out of the space and gave it to Tony Stark. After Tony Stark understood his mission, he could not help looking at Saul, who was still playing happily in the distance, with a lot of balance in his mind and a little bit of schadenfreude in his eyes. Chen Mo saw Saul playing hard and didn't mean to come back. He immediately called Saul back through the spiritual connection with the fire dragon. Saul, who was driving the flame dragon in the distance, suddenly felt the flame dragon's body suddenly turned and came to a 90-degree sharp turn, almost threw him down. Saul's whole body was horizontal, and he grasped the dragon's horn with both hands. However, he saw the flame dragon's body turning flexibly in the air and flying back to Chen Mo's position. Saul realized that he was playing so well that he almost forgot that Chen and Mo were still waiting for him. Allowing the fire dragon to fly back, Saul still remembered the feeling of flying just now, especially the sudden turn just now. It was so exciting. His thunderbolt hammer can't be so flexible. You must take Jane Foster to experience the dragon flying feeling with you. It must be more fun than what she said about roller coaster. Chen Mo didn't know Saul was going to use his fire dragon to take Jane Foster on a roller coaster. When he saw Saul flying near, Chen Mo immediately said to him, "Fire dragon, I will give it to you." Saul nodded quickly and said excitedly, "No problem. Usually you can turn on the stealth device to keep it on the high seas and it will hunt by itself." Saul continued to nod. Let alone stay on the high seas, even if it is necessary for him to hunt and feed it every day, he is willing to. Can have a super sports car, who also disrelishes the fuel expensive, even if his borrows the car. It has to be said that Thor is a Thor. Most people drive with their girlfriend, but he wants to ride a dragon with his girlfriend. The romantic way is not the same as ordinary people, but it's quite in line with his identity as an old god who has lived for thousands of years. When Saul imagines the romantic scene of taking Jane Foster and flying to the sunset by the fire dragon, Chen Mo says again, "One more thing." Saul stopped his imagination and looked at Chen Mo, but he listened to him. The god-making plan is still in progress. It will take at least a year or two to succeed. You and the fire dragon's blood may be needed in the middle. Saul's face changed when he heard it, and then he quietly turned to Tony Stark. Chen Mo's next words made Saul more nervous. Tony is also a member of the research team. He will be in charge of the blood collection. Saul hears this and looks at Tony Stark more unnaturally. He doesn't want to be known by Tony Stark that he's afraid of the injection. But Chen Mo is going to leave for a while, and the work of drawing blood can only be done by Tony Stark. The god-making plan is related to Jane Foster, and he can't ignore it. When Saul was nervous, he saw Tony Stark lift his upper body armor, carefully felt out an Aiden alloy throwing knife from his arms, and said to him with a smile, "Dad told me that your body strength is too high. The syringe can't pierce your skin. You have to use a magic weapon to bleed. You can rest assured that although this sword is not as good as the king's sword of my father, there is no problem in cutting your divine body. I can also move things by heart and collect the blood to ensure that no drop will be wasted." Seeing that Tony Stark didn't know that he was afraid of injection, Saul was suddenly relieved and looked at Chen-Mo gratefully. As the son of the king of the gods of Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder who controls the power of thunder, is powerful, brave, fearless, and has almost no weakness, but the only thing he is afraid of is injection. It's enough to be known by Chen-Mo, the top power who can defeat him, and Jane Foster. But if Tony Stark, the mean-mouthed guy, knows it, he will laugh at him endlessly. He can't stand it. Fortunately, Chen-Mo helped him hide it. Looking at Tony Stark's proud face, Saul despised it. Isn't it just blood? Brave soldiers never fear to bleed. Compared with injection, putting some blood is nothing. The secret hasn't been revealed. Saul, who was just worried about it, was upset when Tony Stark wanted to beat him. He couldn't help but pat the slender dragon horn of the flame dragon and said proudly, "The scales of the flaming dragon are too hard. I suggest you get into its mouth and take blood, but then you should be careful. Don't hurt it and it will be eaten by it." Tony Stark's face couldn't help changing, but then he put on a fearless, dignified look and said loudly, "What's to be afraid of? I'm familiar with it." Chen-Mo can't help turning a white eye when he hears the words. Yes, you are very familiar with it and more familiar with its teeth. Although Tony Stark said it was righteous and awe-inspiring, he had already thought about it in his mind. Then he would use the consciousness control system and remote control. He would not want to use Mark 43 as a tooth grinder again. Anyway, he didn't want to try this experience again. Chen-Mo takes out an alderman alloy throwing knife, which can easily resolve the possible conflicts between the two people. That is, to avoid the two people competing for the custody of the flame dragon, and to solve the problem of collecting the blood of Saul and the flame dragon. Both of them think that they have taken advantage of it. They are all happy, but in fact, they have not benefited much. They have found a free nanny for the flame dragon and Chen-Mo, who ensures the smooth progress of the god-making plan. In fact, they are the real winners. Tony Stark and Saul are just working for him. Tony Stark's fire dragon didn't get it. He had to bleed and collect blood. Saul also needs to bleed from time to provide experimental materials. Even the fire dragon that he was happy to get was just looking after for the time being. Although he is very happy now, when Chen-Mo comes back, he will feel sad. From thrift to extravagance, from extravagance to thrift. When he is used to the top mount of the universe, such as Fire Dragon, and then let him fly with a hammer, the psychological gap will be very huge. After solving the problems of Tony Stark, Saul, and Fire Dragon easily, Chen-Mo immediately said goodbye to them and disappeared in front of them. Tony Stark and Saul didn't know that Chen-Mo was from a different world. They just thought that Chen-Mo had left in a blink. In fact, Chen-Mo had left in a blink. He did not choose to return directly to the real world, but all the way to the sky. In suborbital space, a huge cross warship is floating quietly, but no satellite or observatory has found its existence, because it has a more advanced stealth device than Wakanda. Not only can it be optical invisible, even radar and other detection equipment cannot find its existence. When Chen-Mo left London and rode the Flame Dragon to Wakanda, he not only took several sets of stealth devices, but also handed the stealth technology of the Dark Elves to Princess Suri. I believe that the next time he returns, he can use the new stealth device. Chen-Mo appears in front of the invisible Dark Elf cross in steel. The detection device of the steel battle suit can't find the existence of the warship at all, but this doesn't mean that the cross warship can be completely invisible. Chen-Mo's mental power is released, and the huge figure of the cross warship is clearly presented in his mind. The whole warship was covered with mental power. Chen-Mo thought about it. The cross warship disappeared completely in the air and was absorbed into the space by Chen-Mo. Although the current side length of space is only 60 meters, and the height of the cross warship is more than 80 meters, but this does not mean that the space cannot accommodate the cross warship. This Dark Elf's cross warship is similar to a huge cross sword. It is long and sharp at both ends. Its width and thickness are far less than its length. It is not a square shape. Chen-Mo's storage space is a cube. Although the side length is only 60 meters, the longest length that can be accommodated in the space, that is, The length of the body diagonal is more than 100 meters. The Dark Elves' warship can earn more than enough. Because it's not convenient to carry, and it's not very effective to play the role of commander, Chenmo left it here, but Chenmo, the advanced high-tech warship of the Dark Elves, would not let it go. In front of this Dark Elf warship, his previous Vakanda ship is like a small speedboat in front of a luxury cruise ship. It's not a class at all. Put the cross into space, Chenmo chose to return to the real world. In a flash, Chenmo appears in the laboratory under the castle. When the armor was removed and the space was taken in, Chenmo quickly moved back to the castle and leaned on the wide leather sofa. Chenmo directly called out, "Eddie, give me a coffee." As soon as Chenmo's voice fell, the figure of the old housekeeper appeared in front of him. "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." Old Eddie bowed gracefully towards Chenmo and then walked aside to make coffee skillfully. As Chenmo's confidant, the strength and abilities of the old housekeeper are not under Wade and Agent Zero. As long as Chenmo calls him in the villa, he can appear in front of Chenmo at the first time no matter where he is. Smelling the familiar aroma of coffee in the air, Chenmo laid down in the sofa with a comfortable face and counted the harvest of this crossing. The experience of this crossing is not long, but there are many things to experience, and the final harvest is quite abundant. First, the Earth crisis was lifted, and Kirian's plot to rule the world by relying on the ultimate creatures was smashed. Then he left the Earth, experienced the Dark Elves' raid of Asgard, the etheric particle dispute of Wattelheim, and finally returned to the Earth to deal with the alien invasion caused by the aggregation of celestial bodies. In this process, Chenmo saw the Wei Li of Asgard and the bleakness of Wattelheim, saw the supreme leaders of the two powerful races of the cosmic overlord level, the ASAS and the Dark Elves, fought with the powerful cursed warriors, cut off the head of the Dark Elves, recapture the ether particles, and save the world again. Although his strength doesn't seem to have been greatly improved, the battle with the cursed warrior Argalim is Chenmo's highest battle so far, which brings him great gains. Although the power of Argorim, who transformed into a cursed warrior, is not as strong as the ultimate powerful man of the Heavenly Father, Odin, the God King, has barely reached the level of the sub-Heavenly Father. Even Hela cannot easily defeat him. Although Chenmo took advantage of the king's sword, he cut off one horn of Argalim as soon as he came up, and let him have some pitching devices. He failed to let go of it, so he could only rely on a short sword to fight with Chenmo. But the fight between the two is real. It's also significant for Chenmo to be able to fight with opponents of this level. This not only enabled him to have the valuable experience of fighting with the top strong, but also greatly improved his fighting skills, and let him know that although his physical quality is still a long way away from these top strong, with the help of various powerful equipment, he has the ability to fight with the enemies of the sub-Heavenly Father. This is good news for Chenmo. Chenmo has never really fought. Only by analysis, he has never been able to clearly understand the strength he has now. However, the first battle with Argalim gave him a reassurance. The seemingly invincible Hela and Mieba are not without the power of World War I. Of course, Argalim is a fake sub-Heavenly Father power created by the burning vitality of the Cursed Stone. There is still a big gap between him and Hera and Mieba, who rely on their own strength to reach the sub-Heavenly Father power. Chenmo will not be arrogant because he has gained a little upper hand in the battle with Argalim. He thinks that he can kill Hela and kill Hegemony with his sword. But at least, he's no longer the same as when he just crossed the world of Captain America. Once upon a time, the ultimate boss of the world, like a mountain in his mind, is no longer so unattainable and invincible. Chenmoyu is full of confidence in the final battle. In addition to the improvement of combat experience and mentality, as well as a clearer understanding of his own strength level, Chenmo has gained a lot. From Kilian, we got the desperate virus that can recode the gene, strengthen the physical quality, make people have the ability of self-healing and controlling the flame, and open the God-making plan, which is expected to be improved through further research, and make people have the body of Cambishore. As long as the God creation plan is successful, Chenmo will really have the power to fight against the death goddess Hela and the extermination of hegemony. During the visit of Wadalheim, Chenmo got the last Dark Elf Cross warship, and all the technology possessed by the Dark Elves from the flagship of the Dark Elf leader Malakis. Although these technologies are not very comprehensive due to the particularity of the Dark Elves, they are almost all military-related technologies, and few involve the field of people's livelihood. But its advanced level is very high, which can be shown very well from the aircraft. Compared with the Zetaries aircraft, the Blade aircraft has an overwhelming advantage. Energy, thrusters, alloy materials, operating systems, energy weapons, comprehensive stealth technology, etc. are incomparable to the Zetas. In addition to copying the nest of the Dark Elves and robbing them of their roots, Chenmo also snatched one of the 6 infinite gemstones, the etheric particle, to his hand, which is undoubtedly of great significance to prevent Mieba from collecting infinite gems. The more infinite gems Chenmo has, the less gems he can collect before he comes to the Earth, the weaker his strength is, and the higher their winning rate in the final battle. After eliminating the Dark Elves and returning to the Earth, Chenmo accidentally accepted the Flame Dragon, which was supposed to be the pet of the flame giant Surtle, when he was dealing with the appearance biological invasion caused by the aggregation of celestial bodies. With the help of the Zetari biological weapon transformation technology mastered by the Hydra, he transformed it into a divine dragon completely, and at the same time, he gained a strong appearance and strength fierce super mount. And the real biggest gain is actually the upgrading of steel battle clothes. Before this crossing, due to the delay of control, dodge and attack speed are relatively slow in the battle, so he can't give full play to his strong response and speed, which will greatly reduce his strength in the battle with top strongmen. So Chenmo always used it as defensive armor and flying tools before. In real combat, he would rather give up its not-too-strong strength bonus and fight in the armor suit of Edelman alloy with only defensive function. But this time, after several upgrades, the steel battle suit not only eliminates the problem of slow control, but also greatly increases the power output. The newly upgraded consciousness control system can make war clothes react like Chenmo's body at the first time without delay under Chenmo's consciousness control, and fully exert Chenmo's strongest reaction and speed, without any restriction on Chenmo's strength and fighting skills. The overall strength raised to 60 tons helps Chenmo make up for the weakest weakness. It shortens the gap with Sol, Hela, Mieba, and other top powers in the universe, and makes Chenmo's combat power soar. From the previous Earth-level peak, we have made a qualitative leap and reached the level of being able to compete with the sub-Heavenly Father. When the power gap is not very large, Chenmo can rely on powerful speed and response, as well as excellent fighting skills, such as the first battle with Sol. But when the other side's strength exceeds itself too much, and even reaches the level of being able to crush Sol, no skill is used. Without the newly upgraded steel battle suit, the First World War between Chenmo and Argalim would not have been a bargain at all. He will only be completely suppressed by his terrorist power and defense. Chenmo has only one way to die except for his instant escape. But in steel, Chenmo was able to fight against the false father of Asia, Argalim, without losing the game. If Chenmo was wearing a new battle suit that was upgraded and upgraded again at that time, he might be able to cut Algarith off by sword on the spot. He would not be given a chance to escape at all. The meaning of this steel battle suit to Chenmo is no less than the invincible sword of the king. Only with these two weapons in hand can Chenmo be able to fight against the powerful cosmic powers with human body. After a review, Chenmo found that the harvest of this crossing is rich, which can be said to be the biggest one since awakening the shuttle ability. Looking at the huge Dark Spirit warship and brand new steel battle clothes in the space, Chenmo's face showed a look of excitement. At this time, the two figures suddenly appeared in the living room, but ended today's filming back to Agent Zero and Wade. In Su Wan's absence, they usually choose to blink instead of walk, After all, the area of the castle is not small. It's better to walk from the garage to the living room for a while. It's not convenient to move in a blink. In fact, with the exception of Su Wan, the only ordinary person who has not been strengthened, most of the other people in the castle are shuttling through the huge castle by blinking. If Su Wan saw the scene in the castle when she was not there, he would definitely think the castle was haunted, and then advise Chen Mo to move away from the ghost castle. Agent Zero and Wade appear in the living room, and at a glance they see Chen Mo sitting on the sofa, smiling. It's rare for them to show Chen Mo such an expression. Even when Su Wan reported to him that the company had made tens of billions last month, he just nodded lightly. Last time when he saw that he was so happy, he was still the old housekeeper. Wade's curiosity broke out in an instant, and he hurriedly came forward and asked with a face full of gossip, "Boss, what's so happy?" Wade said, his eyes turned, his heart suddenly flashed with a bold guess, immediately looked at Chen Mo with a cheap smile and said excitedly, "Is it do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Mo looks at Wade's face that needs beating. He can't help but reflect on himself. Recently, he is too kind to this guy. He forgot the fear of being dominated by the Demon King and controlled his mouth again. It seems that the original intensive training should be picked up again. If he doesn't practice for such a long time, his swordsmanship will definitely regress. But Chen Mo didn't show his mind. Instead, he said with a gentle smile, "It's nothing. It's just that my battle clothes have been upgraded a little and my combat effectiveness has been improved." Wade didn't realize the chill hidden in Chen Mo's seemingly gentle eyes, let alone that the miserable life he had almost forgotten would come again. Seeing Chen Mo's amiable manner, Wade's instinct of chattering and poisonous tongue broke out. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Wade was disappointed. "I thought something good had happened. Boss, I don't mean to say that your battle clothes are also good at defense and flying speed. The reaction speed is too slow, which seriously hinders the exertion of your strength. I can't even fight if you really fight." Agent Zero just thought Chen Mo's reaction was a little strange. When he heard Wade's words, he couldn't help but say something bad in his heart. He could not help but quietly look at Chen Mo's reaction, but saw that Chen Mo was not as angry as he thought. Instead, he said to Wade with a smile, "Oh, really? Or shall we try?" Agent Zero not only didn't relax but felt cold in his heart. Deep in Chen Mo's eyes, he seems to feel a cold chill. He has a premonition that something is about to happen and someone is going to be unlucky. Although Wade didn't notice anything unusual like Agent Zero, he was instinctively uneasy to hear Chen Mo's words, boasting that he can't be more than a brain, but if he really wants to fight with Chen Mo, he's really scared. Even if he really thinks that steel battle clothes will limit Chen Mo's strength, he still dare not fight with Chen Mo. It's true that the impression Chen Mo left to him before was too strong. When he thought of fighting with Chen Mo, he could not help but feel a little scared. So Wade didn't say yes but said a little, "Well, forget it, I'm just talking about it. That suit is not very good, but your strength is too strong. I'm sure I can't beat you in armor." Chen Mo hears the words but doesn't let Wade go. It's too late to beg for mercy now. It's okay. After upgrading the war suit, you can control it remotely. I'll sit here and control it to fight with you." When Wade heard this, he couldn't help but see. If Chen Mo didn't wear the war suit himself, he would not be afraid of the strength and speed of the suit alone. After strengthening the serum and heart-shaped herbs of the enhanced super soldiers, Wade's physical quality has reached 6 times of that of ordinary people, plus the increase of venom. It has reached 8 times, plus the Aiden alloy long knife, gun fighting and variety ability. The combat power is indeed on the original steel battle clothes. As for Chen Mo saying that he is fighting with him by remote control, Wade only thinks that Chen Mo is letting him. He doesn't think that the remote control can be more effective than Chen Mo's wearing the battle clothes himself. There is a control delay in the war clothes. The remote control will only slow down the response and make it easier for him to win. Chen Mo has already said this. Wade will not recognize the advice, but some eager to try, immediately nodded his head and said excitedly, "Good. Then let's have a fight." Agent Zero stood by and watched Wade die step by step. He could see that the boss had dug a hole and waited for him to jump. It's funny that this guy really jumped in. As for reminding him, Agent Zero has no such plan. It's his own death. He offended the boss. The boss dug the hole himself. How dare he make trouble? Besides, he is also looking forward to seeing Wade cleaned up by his boss. The worse, the better. At that time, Chen Mo released the steel battle clothes and took out the headset-like consciousness controller in front of the two people and brought it to his head. Unexpectedly, he took a controller by hand, which was really useful. Agent Zero and Wade saw that Chen Mo was wearing a controller that was a little unexpected, but they just looked at it curiously and didn't think much about it. Although Chen Mo said it was a remote control, they wouldn't be stupid to think that Chen Mo would take out a remote control for a remote-controlled racing car, or simply a gamer handle to control the battle clothes. Instead, it was a high-tech headset remote control more in line with their imagination. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't do anything, Zhan Yi started to move by themselves. While they lamented the high technology, they immediately left the living room with Zhan Yi. When we arrived at the training room, Agent Number 0 stood far away, while Wade and the battle suit stood opposite each other, 5 meters apart. Wade has pulled out 2 Alderman alloy long knives in his hand, while the steel warsuit is bare-handed, and Chen Mo slowly rings on the warsuit with a cold voice. "Ready? Then let's start." As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, Wade's figure suddenly began to move. Since he wanted to fight, he naturally wanted to play his own advantages and beat this set of insensitive iron pimples with speed. When Wade rushed to him, the steel war clothes seemed to be standing there quietly without any reaction. Wade couldn't help laughing at the situation. The boss's remote control was not good. The reaction was so slow. When Wade rushed to the front of the war clothes and was ready to attack with a long knife, he stood there quietly, as if the steel war clothes were stuck, but suddenly moved. Chen Mo quickly raised his arms under the control of his battle suit. The arc pulse gun in his palm was instantly fired, and 2 dazzling white beams shot out quickly. Wade didn't expect the steel war suit that hadn't been moved. Now it moved so fast. Seeing 2 white lights coming from the front, Wade quickly stops the attack and raises the knife to block it. Edelman alloy long knife danced rapidly, but at such a short distance, it suddenly changed its moves, but it only had time to block a beam of light. Another arc pulse gun rubbed Edelman alloy long knife through, straight on his chest. Touch! Wade, who was just rushing forward, suddenly flew back and fell back to the position he was standing. But because the EMP gun was fired instantaneously and didn't accumulate much energy, Wade was not hurt even though he was shot. He fell back to the ground nimbly and stood firmly. Wade raised his 2 knives in front of him, and his smirking expression disappeared. He turned to look at the steel battle clothes that were still standing there and restored his original posture. After the attack just now, he also felt something wrong. Things didn't seem like what he imagined. This steel suit is not so dull. However, he was relieved to think that Chen Mo said the war clothes had been upgraded. After upgrading, it's normal to react faster. I just blame him for his carelessness. Cheer up, Wade rushes to the steel again. He doesn't believe he's serious enough to get hit. Soon, Wade rushed to Chen Mo again, his eyes fixed on the hands of the steel battle suit, ready to swing a knife to block the attack of EMP gun. The next moment, he found that the hands of the war clothes were raised again, faster than before. But now that he has seen his movements clearly, Wade doesn't worry. He keeps running towards Chen Mo and raises his double swords to block and attack at any time. Seeing that the palms of the iron and steel battle clothes are aimed at him, according to the calculation of gun fighting technique, Wade has mastered all possible attack directions and tracks of the EMP gun and can easily swing a knife to block it. But at the next moment, the waiting EMP gun didn't come out. Wade only felt a flower in front of his eyes and saw that the right palm of the war suit shot forward at an extremely rapid speed. When Wade's face changed, he quickly cut it with a knife, but Chen Mo's arm twisted easily to avoid it. His palm directly broke through the defense of the 2 knives and shot him on the chest. The familiar white light flashed by again. Wade felt a sudden pain in his chest, and his body floated back again, falling back to where he had stood. This time, Wade stumbled a few steps to his feet, looking at the steel battle clothes in front of him with his hands down again to recover his standing position. Wade was finally scared. Just now, Chen Mo is controlling the speed and flexibility of the battle clothes. It's not the same as before. Wade felt that he was fighting directly with Chen Mo. He was proud of the speed, reaction and flexibility of rolling steel battle clothes, but in turn he was completely crushed. Just when Wade was a little confused and didn't continue to attack, Chen Mo moved. Since Wade doesn't take the initiative to attack, let's replace him. Jingli's body suddenly rushed forward, much faster than Wade's just now. In a blink of an eye, the dark steel battle suit rushed to Wade and raised his hand to him. Wade had to raise his knife to resist, trying to pop Chen Mo's arm away. But his speed is Chen Mo's opponent. Two indestructible alderman alloy long knives are no different from the fire stick in Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo flicks one arm and then moves both long knives to one side. Wade immediately opens the door. Chen Mo's other hand took the opportunity to reach out to him, and another close-up arc burst shot Wade out. Without waiting for Wade to land and stand firm, Chen Mo immediately followed up and started work with both hands left and right. Although Wade waved a long knife and tried his best to block it, it didn't help at all. The missile prediction of gun fighting is not easy to use at all now, because Chen Mogan did not shoot at a long distance, but directly relied on a strong close combat ability, stretched his hand to him, and launched within a distance of less than 10 cm. There is no ballistic at all. Under the operation of consciousness control system, there is no delay in the action of the current iron and steel battle suit, which is completely equivalent to Chen Mo fighting with Wade himself. How could he be Chen Mo's opponent? In fact, Chen Mo can defeat Wade directly with close combat, but Chen Mo is annoyed that Wade belittles the steel battle suit, so he deliberately uses the arc pulse gun to clean him up. Under the pressure of Chen Mo's strength, Wade didn't have the strength to fight back at all. He was repeatedly hit and flew by Chen Mo's arc pulse gun. At first, Wade was able to stand grudgingly and try to hold the knife to block, but he was soon hit by Chen Mo's overwhelming attack and could only run around. His body was constantly bumping and rebounding on the ground, wall and ceiling of the training room, and he didn't know where the two alderman alloy long knives had been thrown. Although the power of the instant electric arc pulse gun is limited, it cannot cause real damage to him. In addition, it has a strong self-healing ability. Although it has been bombed for a long time, there is nothing but this process makes him extremely painful. Being hit by Chen Mo's electric arc pulse, he has no power to fight back. Like a ball, he has been bounced away again and again. He can't even stand stably. Wade's heart is extremely choked and can't help but beg for mercy. "Boss, I'm wrong. Your steel battle suit is invincible in the world." Chen Mo is not moved at all. Now I know it's too late to beg for mercy. Don't hit me in the face. I have to do a film tomorrow. I'm an actor now. I need to eat with my face. My nose. Agent Zero, who had been standing by watching Chen Mo ravage Wade, couldn't help turning his eyes. "You're a faceless double. How can you eat with your face? I want to be a leading role." Seeing Chen Mo mercilessly give him a nose shot again, Agent Zero is very happy. Want to rob my play dream. He was bombarded to the wall by Chen Mo again. Wade put his nose in pain and waved to Chen Mo. "Boss, let's stop fighting. I admit defeat." Chen Mo just shook his head and refused. "How can we do this? It's just beginning." "Get up, let's continue." Wade had no choice but to cover his nose and climb up from the corner of the wall, looking at Chen Muring's white palm, and said with some lingering fear, "Boss, can we not use palms? Shouldn't men fight with their fists?" Wade was really frightened by Chen Mo's palm bombardment. He was almost in a psychological shadow. Chen Mo nodded at his words. "No problem." When Wade heard the words, he immediately felt happy and moved away from the wall, clenched his fists and waited for Chen Mo's attack. Chen Mo clenched his fist as he said, and Wade was relieved. Then, Chen Mo stepped forward and hit Wade in the face with a fist. Wade quickly retreated under his feet and raised his arms to open Chen Mo's fist. At last, Chen Mo's fist stopped 10 centimeters in front of Wade. Wade saw that his face could not help showing a smile of excitement and finally blocked. But the next moment, Wade only met before the fist suddenly opened, showing the palm of the white light. Wade's face doesn't change much. No, boom. Wade's handsome face was again bombarded by electromagnetic pulses and his body quickly flew back and back. The whole man flew out for several meters, lay on his back and looked up at the steel war suit. Wade said with a sad face, "Boss, didn't you say that you don't have to use your hands?" Chenmo shrugged and said lightly, "You're just saying that you don't need to use your hands to attack. You need to use your fists instead. You can't say that you can't use EMP guns." Wade was shocked by the words as if it were true. It can only be said that he was too naive to think that Chenmo would not bombard him with electromagnetic pulse if he changed his fist. "I'm still too simple." Wade sighed, then got up from the ground and watched Chenmo ask again, "Boss, can we not use EMP gun? And the one on the chest is not allowed?" Chenmo asked when he heard the words, "Only fist, only fist." Wade nodded with a serious face. Just when he was afraid that Chen would not agree, he listened to Chenmo's crisp nod. "Well, as you wish." Wade suddenly has a bad feeling, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Before Wade could figure out what was wrong, he saw Chenmo rush at him again. Wade immediately put down the anxiety in his heart, and God responded. Seeing Chenmo fight again, Wade quickly retreats to block him. Seeing Chenmo's fist is blocked by him again, Wade just wants to be happy, but suddenly finds that a huge force suddenly strikes. The fist that had been blocked by him suddenly bursts through his arms, hitting him as chest with unstoppable power. The power of the sudden explosion is so powerful that he can't stop it with all his strength. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and Wade seemed to be able to hear his own broken sternum. Under this fist, which contains terrorist power, Wade's body is thrown back and quickly out of control, across most of the practice rooms and directly into the wall. After upgrading the steel battle clothes, the strength of one arm has reached a terrifying 30 tons. How powerful is Chenmo's boxing? This is still Chenmo's mercy, or even with Wade's physical quality, he will be a blow through the chest, heart. The whole man was inlaid in the wall. Wade felt pain all over his body. His chest was almost completely numb, and the hard sternum was directly broken under this punch. Thanks to Wade's strong self-healing ability, the body injury soon began to heal, but Wade did not immediately come out of the wall, and a badly injured look screamed, "Ah, my bones are all broken. No more, no more, I give in." Wade didn't expect Chenmo's steel battle suit to become so powerful after upgrading. Not only does the delay in speed disappear completely, but also the power becomes so terrible. He could not resist the power of the fist just now. He could feel that Chenmo had been merciful and didn't attack him with all his strength. When he hit him with the fist, he took most of the power. Otherwise, with the combination of Chenmo's speed and the terrible power, one fist could blow him directly. Now that he has seen the power of the steel battle suit, Wade will not continue to challenge himself. Now he just wants to end the battle that makes him extremely painful. Using the consciousness control system to control the iron and steel battle clothes, he ravaged Wade. At last, Chenmo's anger was gone. Watching Wade hanging on the wall, Chenmo said angrily, "Stop pretending. Do you come down by yourself or do I lock you down?" When Wade heard the words, he stopped shouting. He buttoned himself down from the wall and looked at Chenmo pleasantly. "Boss, your steel war clothes are so powerful." "I'm no match at all. I'll admit defeat. Let's get here." Agent number 0, who has been watching the play, looks at Wade's vile appearance. He can't help but turn his eyes. He knew that today, why at the beginning let you beg for help? It's time. Chenmo watched Wade plead for mercy and didn't attack again, but he didn't plan to let him go. "During this period, your fighting ability has not improved. It seems that you don't exercise at all at ordinary times." Wade listened to Chenmo's words, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, but he thought in his heart, "My strength is so strong, how can I practice again?" Chenmo did not care what Wade thought, said directly in a deep voice, "From today on, we will have an hour's fighting training every day. Let's go to Jarvis to control the steel battle suit as your accompaniment." Wade's face collapsed, but he didn't dare to contradict him. He was as angry as his little daughter-in-law. But then he saw Agent 0 standing on one side and gloating. He immediately pointed to him and said to Chenmo, "Boss, what about him?" Agent Zero sees Wade pointing at him. When you stare at him, you are punished. Why do you drag me on? Seeing Wade's expression that he would drag you into the water even if he died, Agent Zero quickly turned to look at Chen Mo and said in a hurry, "Boss, I—" Chen Mo takes a look at Agent Zero, interrupts him directly and says lightly, "You too." When Agent Zero heard this, his face broke down. Thinking of Wade's being abused by iron and steel battle clothes just now, Agent Zero felt a little nervous. Between his strength and Wade's, Wade is not the opponent of steel battle clothes, and he is no better. At the thought that he would be trampled by iron and steel battle clothes every day, Agent Zero's face could not help being ugly. Suddenly turn around and look at Wade. Agent Zero's eyes are full of rage. "This damned guy, he has to pull me up if he wants to die. You wait for me. I can't finish with you." After teaching Chen Mo of the two men, he proudly took off the consciousness controller on his head. He has ordered Jarvis to directly control the battle suit and train the two men. Jarvis is not as good as his fighting skills, but it is very easy to control the steel battle suit to clean up Wade and Agent Zero. But Chen Mo will not really let Jarvis continue to ravage them. His purpose is not to abuse them every day. The occasional lesson from Wade is that Chen Mo's real purpose is to help them accumulate experience in fighting with stronger enemies. After all, there are no powerful enemies on the earth, and the two of them are indeed a little loose during this period. Chen Mo is also ready to take two people to help when he encounters a world with higher power level and greater danger. One or two people can't do this now. Wade and Agent Zero were trained by Jarvis in the training room, while Chen Mo sat on the sofa and enjoyed the coffee that the old housekeeper had just cooked. Chen Mo hasn't finished his coffee, and Su Wan is back from work. Chen Mo asked her to sit down and report on the company with coffee. At present, the main work of the company is a series of projects related to holographic projection technology. 3D holographic film, cinema line, holographic smartphone, holographic projection equipment and other projects are all around the holographic projection technology, and several projects are related to each other, involving the overall layout of Shendun Group in the future. After the last attack, everything went well in 3D film shooting. It will be finished soon. The outstanding performance of Wade and Agent Zero in the attack not only made them more and more popular, but also made people full of expectations for the 3D holographic film, which was not good at first, and even boycotted under the guidance of some people. The construction of tens of thousands of movie theater lines in major cities all over the world is coming to an end. As long as the film and projection equipment are in place, they can be officially put into operation at any time. These cinemas are not only cinemas, but also experience and sales centers of Shendun Group's products. The holographic smartphone and the portable holographic projection device to be sold are naturally standard. Each cinema can experience and purchase. In addition, according to the city scale, purchasing power and other factors, more than 800 Shendun auto exhibition and sales centers will be set up in the large movie cities built in the world's first-tier cities. Although these large movie cities with Shendun auto exhibition and sales center are all located in the center of the first-tier cities in the world, they are not enough land and money. No auto enterprise will choose to open 4S shops in such a golden area. The money from selling cars is not enough to pay the rent, but Shendun Automobile is obviously different from them. The Shendun Automobile, which starts at $5 million, is definitely a top luxury. The rent is not worth mentioning compared with the profit. Needless to say, all of these studios have been bought by Shendun Group, and the rent of their own real estate does not need to be considered at all. When tens of thousands of theaters are officially put into use, Shendun Group has an independent offline experience and sales network in tens of thousands of major cities in the world, which is of great significance to the promotion and sales of Shendun Group's products. Although a lot of Shendun cars are sold to the rich people all over the world, because the sales network of Shendun Group has not been spread out, users in other countries cannot buy Shendun Group's products in their own countries except the United States. Shendun Automobile can only be imported, and holographic smartphones can only be purchased by people, which also gave birth to a number of international trading companies specialized in the purchasing business of holographic smartphones. After all, the price of holographic smartphones is high, among which there is still a large profit margin. The standard version of $10,000 needs to be increased by at least 10% in foreign countries to buy, and there is still no market. It is very troublesome for ordinary people abroad to buy Shendun Group's products. Shendun Group now accounts for the largest proportion of sales, but in fact, it is still the domestic market. However, with the development of Shendun Group, it's obviously time to step out of the United States and enter the international market. This is the first step of Chen Mo's life. When it is officially put into operation, the sales volume of Shendun Group's various products will have an explosive growth, and Chen Mo's global layout will be fully expanded. Holographic smartphone is the core of Chen Mo's global layout. In Chen Mo's plan, in the future, holographic smartphones will replace all mobile phones, computers and tablets, and become a personal smart terminal. With magical functions, powerful performance and relatively low price, it will also become the main force of Shendun Group to open the international market in the early stage. Some time ago, because of the negative public opinion on the internet, the sales volume of holographic smartphones declined or almost completely stagnated. However, Chen Mo did not reduce the production of holographic smartphones at all, and he has been desperately producing and stocking. With the release of the portable holographic projection device, the impact of negative public opinion has been broken, and the problem of stagnant sales has been completely eliminated. And after the attack on the movie set, with the popularity of Wade and Agent Zero getting higher and higher, people's attention and expectation for the 3D holographic film getting larger and larger, and the sales volume of holographic smartphones is also rising rapidly. Now it's far more than before, and the mobile phones stored in the previous period of sales decline are being digested rapidly. However, Chen Mo still urged Su Wan to increase the storage of holographic smartphones. When 3D holographic films are released nationwide, the sales volume of holographic smartphones will also have an explosive growth. If the existing production line is not enough, then new production lines will be added. Before the movie is released, the inventory of holographic smartphones must be ready. Another product closely related to the 3D holographic film is the portable holographic projection equipment matched with the holographic smartphone. Shendun Technology's portable holographic projection equipment has been put into production, but it has not been directly sold to the public, but is only in stock. Bradley also asked Chen Mo for instructions before, whether to release it now, but Chen Mo vetoed it. According to Chen Mo's plan, the portable holographic projection device will not be officially released until the 3D holographic film is released, and the effect will be the best at that time. Now the 3D holographic film has not been completed. Even if the user purchases the portable holographic projection equipment, he cannot fully experience the shock effect of 3D holographic projection without enough 3D holographic video resources. It is just equivalent to upgrading the original projection effect of the holographic smartphone. Although there will be some sales volume, but it can't stimulate the user's purchase passion all of a sudden. Instead, it will disappoint some users. It's better to wait until the 3D holographic film is released and attract users with the shock effect presented by the 3D holographic film, which will cause great repercussions at that time. Not only the users who are ready to buy will buy it, but also many people who are not planning to buy it are easily attracted to buy the portable holographic projection equipment and holographic smartphones necessary for watching 3D holographic movies. Just after Su Wan finished reporting the progress of various projects of the company, Bradley also came back. Chen Mo thought of his harvest in the movie world. He immediately picked up 3 silver steel balls the size of quail eggs from the space and gave them to him. "Boss, what is this?" If Wade is here, he will definitely ask Chen Mo why he took out the 3 steel balls, but Bradley has electromagnetic control ability. He can sense that these 3 steel balls are not as simple as they look outside. There are many sophisticated electronic devices in them. Su-wan also looked at Bradley's steel balls curiously. Although he didn't have Bradley's electromagnetic control ability, Su-wan knew that Chen Mo would not really take out 3 ordinary steel balls. "Try throwing them on the table," Chen Mo said to Bradley with a smile. Bradley immediately threw the ball on the table as Chen Mo said. The 3 steel balls rolled gently on the table and soon spread out. When the distance between them was more than 10 cm, the 3 rolling steel balls suddenly stopped. In Su-wan's and Bradley's surprised eyes, 3 dazzling beams of light cast from above the steel ball, and soon interweaved in the air to form a 3-dimensional image of the universe. This image has a wide range, almost occupying the whole living room, and the picture is very lifelike. The bright star river, like the real suspension in front of them, gives them an illusion of being in the starry sky. They could not help but reach out and touch the shining stars in front of them, only to find nothing. Bradley couldn't help looking up at Chen Mo and said happily, "Boss, this holographic projection device is much more advanced than what we produce now. Although we can achieve this degree of projection effect, the volume of the device will be much larger. If we want to project the whole living room area, at least it will have the size of LCD TV." Chen naturally knew the advantages of this micro-holographic projection device. He told Bradley immediately, "I've sent the information of this projection device to the company's server. Your permission can be viewed directly, and it can be manufactured as soon as possible. Then it will be put into the market as a high-end version together with other portable holographic projection devices." Bradley nodded. "No problem, boss. I will produce them as soon as possible. This kind of projection device has better performance, is more convenient to carry, and is also more sci-fi. I think many people are willing to pay a large price for them." Chen Mo doesn't care about sales. He just doesn't want to waste this tiny holographic projection device of AIM. Just as they are about to launch a portable holographic projection device, AIM's projection device is more advanced than the one they originally produced, which will surely greatly enhance the influence of the holographic projection device. As for the price, it will be very expensive, so the sales volume will not be too high. The main force of sales is the regular version originally produced. Just like the concept cars launched by many automobile companies, the purpose of this steel ball holographic projection device is to attract people's attention, show their technical strength, drive the sales of conventional versions, and not point to them to make money. That night, Chen Mo went to bed early. Although the time spent in the movie world is not very long and only a few months in total, Chen Mo has experienced a lot. Even if he later returned to the Earth, he has not completely relaxed. Back in the real world, Chen was completely relaxed and finally had a good sleep. The next day, until dawn, Chen Mo got up from the bed and stretched himself comfortably. Chen Mo walked to the window and opened it to look out. The dense forest extends from the castle to the bottom of the mountain, and the green leaves shake gently under the wind. At the foot of the mountain, the vast grassland is also fresh and green. Unconsciously, winter has already passed, and the withered and yellow grassland has been rejuvenated. In a word, Chen Mo has been here for more than half a year. He has experienced 10 movie worlds. His strength has also reached the peak of ordinary people from the beginning, to the extent that he can now compete with the strong in the universe, the masters of the sub-heavenly Father. The huge time difference between the movie world and the real world makes Chen Mo always think that the real world is going slowly. At this time, looking at the quiet and beautiful manor outside after early summer, autumn and winter, Chen Mo suddenly finds that the original time has passed so long. On the prairie, dozens of horses are galloping at will. Since Wade and Agent Zero entered the theater, they would release the horses every morning and return to the stable after coming back at night. Obviously by this time, the 2 men had already gone to work and film. Looking at the galloping horse below, Chen Mo suddenly remembers that he hasn't tried the upgrading speed of steel battle clothes well. Thinking about it, Chen Mo immediately released the steel battle suit directly from the space, quickly dressed, and then opened the stealth device to fly out of the window. It's daytime now. We should pay attention to concealment. It's not good to be seen. Flying out of the castle, Chen Mo looks around in the air and suddenly finds that he is not familiar with the castle. After living here for so long, he didn't really go around, and even the castle rarely came out. Chen Mo spent most of his time in the real world in the castle, except for an occasional visit to the nearby Shendon group. The colorful life and thrilling battle in the movie world make Chen Mo cherish the peace of the real world more. The noisy city has no attraction to him, so Chen Mo is like an otaku man in the real world, enjoying a quiet life in the castle every day. Now that you want to test the new upgraded Steel War clothes, you can stroll around by the way, which is also to be familiar with the surrounding environment. However, Chen Mo is not interested in the downtown area of Los Angeles. Looking around for a week, Chen Mo finally focuses on the mountains in the east. It's sparsely populated and open. It's suitable for him to test his battle clothes. Even if he flies at low altitude, he doesn't need to worry about the sound of breaking the air. At that time, Chen Mo started the thruster directly and flew towards the east. The thunder in the front of the horses on the grassland rushed quickly. When he heard the sound of the top of his head, he could not help looking up and saw nothing. He could not help shaking his horse's head doubtfully. Then he continued to strive forward. The mountains in the east seem to be not far away, but as the saying goes, it will take Chen Mo a long time to run if he is riding a thunderbolt. However, with the speed of iron and steel battle clothes, he is on the mountains in an instant. This mountain range belongs to the Nevada Mountain Range. It stretches for more than 600 kilometers from north to south along the coast, with a width of nearly 100 kilometers. Numerous mountains, large and small, are stacked one after another. It's very suitable for Chen Mo's test flight. After flying around the mountains to the east of the castle, Chen Mo felt very good when watching the mountains passing under him. Then, Chen Mo turned around and began to accelerate toward the north. He wanted to see how fast the steel battle suit could reach. With the continuous acceleration of steel battle clothes, the mountains below are passing by Chen Mo's eyes at a faster and faster speed. That is to say, Chen Mo's reaction speed is faster than that of ordinary people, and ordinary people are already dizzy. Soon, the speed of the steel battle suit reached the limit. Chen Mo took a look at the speed displayed on the holographic screen, but as Tony Stark said, it reached Mach 12. The current limit speed of the iron and steel battle suit has reached Mach 12. For the speed on Earth, there is no aircraft that can catch up with it. Even rockets can only be achieved after they fly out of the atmosphere and continue to accelerate, which is not a threat to Chen Mo at all and does not need to be considered at all. In fact, with the current performance of the steel armor, there is no problem to fly out of the atmosphere. Without the resistance of the air, the speed of the steel armor can be increased by a large part. Now the rockets on the Earth cannot be compared at all. But for Chen Mo, this is not his limit. Release the mental force and form a water drop shield outside the steel battle suit, which completely encloses the battle suit inside. The strong wind resistance in front is dispersed by the water drop shield, but the resistance is a large part lower than before. The original speed of the steel battle suit has reached the limit, and it immediately increased again, soon surpassing Mach 13, and it is still improving, finally reaching the amazing Mach 14. That's 17,000 kilometers an hour. This means that Chen Mo can arrive anywhere in the world in more than an hour. This is still the case of flying in the atmosphere. If Chen Mo, like an intercontinental missile, chooses to fly out of the atmosphere first, fly at a higher speed without air resistance, and then lower the altitude after approaching the destination, this time will be shortened by a large part. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this speed. The speed of Mach 14 has basically reached the current limit. Even if Soul uses the Thunderbolt hammer, his speed on the Earth will not reach this level. After testing the speed of the steel battle suit, Chen Mo started to return even though he turned the direction. This time, instead of flying at the highest speed, he flew slowly, at a subsonic speed hundreds of meters above the mountain range. By the way, he enjoyed the scenery of the Sierra Nevada. To tell you the truth, it's a good feeling to gallop over the mountains and leave behind the mountains. Although the flight speed just tested was very high, Chen Mo stopped soon after reaching the speed limit due to the short time. So Chen Mo actually flew only a few hundred kilometers. Even in subsonic flight, it would not take half an hour to return. Along the way, the scenery in front of Chen Mo is not monotonous. Although the whole mountain range is dominated by lush green mountains, it is also dotted with many other colors. Some of the higher mountains are covered with white snow tops, and the occasional lakes at the foot of the mountain reflect the blue sky. Snow Peak, Valley, Wasteland, Lake, different scenery dotted in this vast mountain. Chen Mo has a panoramic view. A mountain was left behind by Chen Mo. Soon he flew to the boundary of Los Angels. Not far ahead, he reached the castle. Chen Mo even saw the castle on the top of the seaside mountain. Just as Chen Mo lowered his speed and was ready to turn to fly directly back to the castle, a figure of an airplane suddenly appeared in the distant sight. As Chen Mo's eyes fell on the black figure, the helmet's holographic screen automatically locked and magnified it. Chen Mo immediately found that it was originally a black helicopter. Jarvis directly marked the model of the aircraft beside it, which was a S-76 civil helicopter. Los Angeles is the second largest city in the United States. It has a well-developed economy and rich people. It has Hollywood with numerous stars. It is more a gathering place for the top rich and famous stars than Foley Mountain Villa. There are a lot of civil helicopters, and it is normal to have one here. However, when Chen Mo is ready to ignore and return to the castle directly, the helicopter on the screen suddenly emits black smoke. The fast rotating propeller seems to have lost its power. The slower it turns, the less lift the helicopter has, and soon it falls down the mountain. Chen Mo can't help frowning, and then directly started blinking, moving quickly toward the direction of the helicopter. The distance between the two sides was not long. Chen Mo appeared in the sky shortly after the helicopter fell. Looking down at the helicopter that was falling rapidly in the valley, Chen Mo dived directly and soon followed up. At this time, the helicopter has completely lost power. The helicopter head down straight, and there are bursts of desperate cries and wails from the helicopter. Chen Murphy reached the rear of the helicopter, directly reached for the tail of the helicopter, and then quickly adjusted his body posture. His feet were down, and the thrusters at his feet increased their power. The helicopter fell suddenly. The falling speed became slower and slower, and soon stopped the falling trend. The people in the helicopter were held face down by the safety belt and hung on the seat, unable to move, but no one was in the mood to manage this at this time. The helicopter suddenly broke down, lost its power, and fell down. I thought it would die. Looking at the ground below, everyone was in despair. This kind of infinite approach to death, but helpless, can only watch death step by step approach. The feeling is suffocating. But then, the plane seemed to be pulled by something. The falling speed slowed down rapidly. The huge pull from the safety belt made them feel pain, but let them feel the hope of life again. What's the matter? Has the helicopter recovered its power? We don't have to die. A middle-aged woman in the back of the helicopter said excitedly. Her seat is back to the nose, and she can't see the following situation. The portholes on both sides can only see the sky if they don't lie near. So, although she feels that the attitude of the plane is not normal, she still thinks that the power of the helicopter has recovered. But others clearly don't think so. Not to mention that they are hanging face down in the middle of the air. They have not recovered their normal posture, and the propeller outside has not recovered their rotation at all. Now they are completely suspended in the air in a state contrary to the laws of physics. The pilot looked at the hovering plane, glanced at the dashboard again, and said with a suspicious face, "The engine of the plane has broken. It has not recovered at all. God, I don't know what's going on." In the last row of the plane, a tall and vigorous black man was supporting his legs on the back of the seat in the front row, holding his daughter firmly in his hands. He has just recovered from the despair of the plane crash, and he is still confused about the magical situation of the plane. "Dad, something seems to have caught us," the girl in his arms suddenly said. When the tall black man heard this, he looked down at the helicopter floating in the air and felt that what his daughter said seemed reasonable. They're in a situation where they're caught in wires or something. But they are now hundreds of meters high, and no wires can be erected at such a high position, so what's holding them? Just as the people in the helicopter were wondering for the rest of their lives, they suddenly felt that the plane began to fall again. Just put down a little heart cannot help but mention the voice again eyes. Despair mood once again come to the heart. Falling again. We're dead. Some people cried out, but soon they found that the helicopter didn't fall at the same speed as before, but landed at a speed not too fast. Chen Mo's steel battlesuit can reach the super high speed of Mach 12, and its power is quite powerful. The civilian S-76 helicopter weighs only 56 tons. With the propulsion of the steel battlesuit, it can move completely, and the strength of the battlesuit itself can pull an aircraft easily. After Chen Mo stopped the plane from falling, he grabbed the tail of the plane and landed slowly on the ground. Under the plane is a flat valley in the middle of the mountain. The valley is full of shrubs and weeds. As the plane continues to descend, the helicopter's nose first touches the ground. Chen Mo then grasps the tail of the helicopter and slowly moves backward, returning the plane to its normal position and safely putting it back on the ground. The collision between the fuselage and the ground, as well as the overturning of the fuselage, made the people in the plane grasp the handrails and safety belts around them, but the big stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. Looking out of the window at the scene of the valley, everyone could not help but burst into tears, and finally returned to the ground. They survived. After saving the plane, Chen Mo had a smile on his face. He has been hiding behind pulling the plane. So far no one has seen his existence, although the people in the plane will doubted how the helicopter could be somehow saved. But Chen Mo didn't care, just as a miraculous event anyway. Don't worry about exposing the existence of steel battle clothes. According to Chen Mo Nyanli's scan, although people in the plane were greatly frightened, and even some people fainted directly in the initial falling process, no one was injured, and he did not need to expose himself to continue to rescue. However, just as Chen Masong was about to take off directly from the helicopter, the engine of the plane, which was smoking heavily, suddenly exploded. Boom! A fierce fire burst out above the plane. Many deformed metal parts and broken aircraft casings burst out with the fire, one of which shot rapidly at Chen Moji. Chen Mo gently tilted his head to avoid the flying part, looked up at the helicopter in front, and saw that the shell above the aircraft had been seriously deformed. The propeller had also been broken, and the whole top of the aircraft began to burn violently. And the explosion just now also threw the seeds of fire around, ignited the shrubs and weeds on the ground, and the fire is spreading rapidly towards the surrounding under the wind. It is reasonable to say that the plane has landed on the ground. At this time, the people in the plane should escape quickly. But strangely, after the explosion, the people in the plane still did not come out. Chen Mo immediately flew to one side and looked into the helicopter. However, he saw that the people in the plane were desperately trying to open the cabin door. However, the cabin door was stuck after only one gap was opened. No matter how hard they tried, they could not open it. Chen Mo's brow was wrinkled, and his mind scanned it again. He soon found that the hatch structure of the helicopter had been deformed in the explosion just now, and it was completely stuck. He could not open it at all with the strength of ordinary people. At this time, the plane is on fire and the fuel tank may explode at any time. At that time, none of the people in it will survive. Now only Chen Mo can save them, but in that case his existence will be exposed. The stealth device is not omnipotent. Without contact, Chen Mo can always remain invisible and will not be seen. However, once Chen Mo contacts with the other party, even if he cannot see his appearance, the other party will feel his presence. And the fire around the plane has completely distorted the air, which will greatly reduce the stealth effect of the warsuit, and it is easy to see its outline. At this time, the situation is very urgent. The fire spread rapidly under the influence of the wind. In an instant, the plane was surrounded in the middle. Soon, even if the fuel tank did not explode, the plane would be completely engulfed by the fire. If he had just arrived in Los Angeles, Chen might have hesitated. After all, exposure would bring him some risks. But now, with Chen Mo's strength becoming stronger and stronger, his power in the real world is also growing. Chen Mo's mentality has been changed for a long time, and he is not so concerned about exposing the existence of steel battle clothes. As long as you don't directly reveal your identity, it's no big deal to be found the existence of steel battle clothes by others. At the most, it's just a headache for senior officials of all countries for a while, which has little impact on him. In the real world, where there is no supernatural force, it can be said that he is invincible with the terrorist power comparable to that of the sub-Heavenly Father. Even a nuclear bomb is not a threat to him. Not to mention that he can be moved out of the range of damage before the explosion. The current steel battle suit itself can directly resist the power of nuclear bomb explosion. Chen Mo immediately did not delay anymore, flew directly to the helicopter. Considering the exposure has been inevitable, Chen Mo simply shut down the stealth device. In any case, the stealth function is no longer effective in this situation, and the steel battle suit will definitely be exposed, so people should not find that it has the ability of stealth, or the high level of various countries really can't sleep. After all, although the steel battle suit is a little sci-fi, the exoskeleton armor is actually being developed in various countries, and the individual aircraft also has many achievements. Although Chen Mo's steel battle suit is a lot advanced, at least it is still within people's acceptance ability. But stealth is not the same. The iron and steel battle clothes can be seen and touched. Without knowing the real combat power of the battle clothes, they will surely think that they can win by powerful fire. After all, the indestructible alloy of Edelman does not exist on the Earth, and the stronger alloy can still be torn in front of the thermal weapons. But the threat of stealth ability is much greater. An invisible enemy can approach them at any time without knowing the ghost, which means they are at risk of being assassinated at any time. Originally, the plane landed safely and magically, which excited the people who had just experienced a breathtaking crash. However, the sudden explosion of the engine on the top of the plane caught fire, and the fire surrounding the plane quickly made them feel the threat of death again. However, when they tried to open the hatch, they found desperately that the hatch was stuck. No matter how hard they tried, even the tall, strong black man in the back failed to open the hatch with all his strength. Seeing the fire outside getting bigger and bigger, it will soon devour the plane. It's not easy to miraculously survive the crash. Are they going to die in the fire? Just as they were trapped in the plane, Xinsheng was in despair when a tall figure in black metal armor suddenly fell from the sky and appeared outside the locked cabin door. A middle-aged man in the plane looked at the steel figure outside the cabin door, which is very similar to the Iron Man in the movie except for the painting. The powerful and handsome iron figure couldn't help staring up and stuttering. "Steel, steel, Iron Man." The other people in the plane were shocked to see the black steel war clothes floating outside the cabin door. They even forgot to smash the door for a while. However, there is no need for this. Chen Murphy goes to the front of the cabin door and pulls the edge of the cabin door with one hand. The whole cabin door is pulled down by Chen Mer and thrown aside. The people in the plane were shocked by this scene. They tried their best to open the hatch, which could not be opened, but they were so easily and directly pulled off. However, as the hatch was opened, the heat of the flame that had been isolated was not blocked, and it swept in directly from the hatch. All the people in the plane felt the heat coming on their faces. They could not help but back away from the cabin door. Chen Mo, however, did not delay his time and flew directly into the cabin. Just as he was about to save people, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure in the corner of his eyes. That big black man with a little girl next to him is Kobe Bryant of NBA Los Angeles Lakers. Chen Mo didn't think there was a big star in the plane. Kobe Bryant is one of the top 10 NBA superstars in history, holding 5 championship rings. He once was the first person in the NBA, ruling the league for several years. Although he has retired now, his position in the NBA is unshakable. When Chen Mo was in college, he didn't miss watching his game. He admired the Black Mamba spirit at 4 a.m. However, he accidentally saved Kobe Bryant. It can be imagined that if he didn't come out to test fly the steel battle suit, they should have been killed at this time. In that case, the helicopter fell straight from a height of hundreds of meters, and the people in the plane could not be spared. At that time, there will be countless fans around the world. But at this time, it's obvious that Chen Mo didn't think about these things. He took a look at the girl held in his arms by Kobe Bryant and knew that it should be his daughter. There was no nonsense immediately. He went straight to pick up the two men and turned around and flew out. With his favorite stars, Chen Mo naturally starts to rescue them first, and he has isolated the fuel tank and the flame with his mind, and doesn't need to worry about the helicopter explosion when he saves people, so it's the same to save anyone first. Kobe and his daughter Janajin could not react. They just felt a pair of strong steel arms holding them. Even though they were taken out of the helicopter involuntarily, they felt the growing hot feeling. Kobe quickly opened his arms to hold his daughter firmly in his arms to avoid being burned by the fire outside. However, he obviously thought more about it. With the protection of Chen Mo's mind, although they still feel some heat, they will not be burned by the fire. In fact, Chen Mo can bring them out directly with his mind power, but it's just as good to expose the iron and steel battle clothes. There's no need to expose his mind power. And compared with the exposure of mental power, Chen is willing to expose the existence of iron and steel battle clothes. No matter how advanced the steel battle suit is, it's just a product of science and technology. People's acceptance ability is still stronger, just like Shendon Group's supercar and holographic smartphone. Although the level of science and technology is far higher than all the current similar products, it's a real black technology, but after the real distribution, people can fully accept it. But mindfulness is totally different. It's not a black technology but a superpower. It's an absolute supernatural power. Once it's discovered by people in the real world, the impact is obviously not the same level as that of iron and steel war clothes. With two people flying out of the cabin, through the surrounding fire sea, Chen Mo put the two people on the open ground tens of meters away. Because of the explosion, the fire around the helicopter was relatively strong, but the surrounding area was not affected so quickly, so it was safe in a short time. Put down the two men, Chen Mo quickly returned to the helicopter and began to rescue the rest. Kobe and his daughter are standing on the edge of the fire, looking at the steel battle clothes flying towards the helicopter, turning around flexibly in the air and flying into the fire again. It's really Iron Man. It's hard to get back to God. The father and daughter can't help looking at each other. Their faces are full of consternation. They were saved by Iron Man. Without waiting for the two to recover from the shock, Chen Mo has flown back with another mother and daughter. The rescued two are unbelievable after landing. Isn't Iron Man the character in the movie? How can it appear in reality? It's hard for them to cross. This is Marvel world already. But I didn't hear that Iron Man changed his black war clothes. Without giving people too much time to think, Chen Mo soon rescued all the people in the plane, including 9 helicopter pilots. Floating in the air, Chen Mo said directly to the 9 people, "Get out of here now. The helicopter could explode at any time." Hearing a low electronic tone from the steel battle suit in the air, 9 people took a look at the burning helicopter and immediately ran away from the helicopter according to Chen Mo's warning. When Chen Mo saw that they were all out of the safe range, he let go of the idea of isolating the helicopter fuel tank. The fire that had already burned to the fuel tank immediately detonated the fuel tank. The power of this explosion is more violent than the previous engine explosion. The helicopter's shell is completely blown up and scattered everywhere. Fortunately, several people have been evacuated to the distance and have not been affected by the explosion. However, they are still frightened by this violent explosion. At this time, the helicopter only has the skeleton inside. The flames completely engulf the helicopter. If 9 people don't come out in time, they are already in the fire. At the end of the rescue, Chen Mo was suspended in the air, looking at the people who were still in shock. Their faces were shocked, confused, or sluggish. Even if they had been rescued, most of them could not recover from the great accident just now. However, this is not something Chen Mo needs to care about. What he can do has been done. Several people have mobile phones with them, so he doesn't need to worry about the following things. Chen Mo should be ready to leave even if he is ready to. Kobe Bryant is more calm among the crowd. Seeing that Chen Magang is ready to leave immediately after he saves the man, he quickly opens his mouth and says loudly, "Thank you for saving us." Chen Mo nodded to him, without speaking, and started the propeller to fly towards the air. The rescued people look up at Chen Mo's figure and go away quickly. They still feel like they are in a dream. Their experience today is so fantastic. They first met a helicopter crash, but they were somehow saved when they thought they were going to die. Then they were trapped in the helicopter, and they were about to die in the fire, but they were saved by the Iron Man who came down from the sky. What happened in a few minutes is more exciting than the movie. Looking at the black figure that has disappeared in the clouds, Bryant's daughter, Anna, can't help grabbing his arm and looking up to him. "Dad, it should be him who pulled the plane in the air just now. Iron Man saved us." After hearing that, Bryant took back his eyes, reached out and stroked his daughter's hair, nodded approvingly. Now there is only one explanation. Otherwise, it is impossible for the fallen helicopter to stop by itself and suspend in the air. It should be that Iron Man happened to see their plane crash and fell down, so he came in time to hold the plane, and then called the stuck hatch to rescue them from the fire. If it wasn't for Iron Man, he couldn't imagine what would happen now. When he thought about it, Kobe couldn't help holding his daughter in his arms and swearing in his heart that he would never take a helicopter again. In the sky, in order to prevent exposure, Chen Mo did not fly directly in the direction of the castle, but in the direction of downtown Los Angeles. After climbing up to the clouds and getting out of people's sight, Chen Mo directly turned on his invisibility, which turned around and returned to the castle. Flying back to the bedroom from the open window, Chen Mo directly removed the war clothes and took back the space. Turning to the window, Chen Mo looks up at the distance. In the mountains, he can clearly see a thick smoke floating in the air. Even if they don't call the police, there will be firefighters passing by soon. Naturally, they will be picked up. I didn't expect to go out for a test flight, but I saved a helicopter in the way. What's more, Kobe Bryant was sitting in the helicopter. Chen Mo was also a little thankful at this time. Fortunately, he went out this time. Otherwise, Kobe Bryant really died in the air crash, and he would be very sorry. NBA stars, in addition to Chinese compatriot Yao, Chen Mo's favorite is Kobe Bryant. Chen Mo doesn't feel the impetuosity and publicity that NBA stars often see in Kobe Bryant. Instead, he gives people a sincere and humble feeling. Even after he became famous, he didn't lose himself. He still got up at 4 a.m. every day to start training. His achievements are not only because of his talent, but also because of his unremitting efforts. So he did not like some stars flash away, but step by step in the NBA to shape their own myths, full of glory retired. But people are saved, but also expose the steel war clothes. I don't think it's going to have to wait until tomorrow, and the media will be full of coverage. Chen Mo doesn't care much about this, but it's exposed when it's exposed. The world's superheroes are flying all over the world. It's no big deal to have an Iron Man in the real world. If you are bored in the future, it's good to go out and uphold justice. In the movie world, I have done some great things to save the world. I seldom do the daily work of the superhero, such as punishing the traitors and eliminating the evils and fighting against the criminals. It should be good to experience it occasionally. There is another Iron Man in the real world. It's interesting to think about it. As Chen Mo expected, he didn't even wait for dinner at noon in the evening when he saw the report about the crash on TV. When people in the US and around the world heard of Kobe's crash, they were shocked. Many fans were crying on the spot, but soon they were shocked by the following reversal. The plane crashed, but the man didn't die. And the one who saved Kobe and the whole plane was Iron Man. All the people who got the news couldn't help but be confused. They immediately thought it was April Fool's Day. These damn TV stations are too unruly, but the lie is too blah. Iron Man, why don't you say it's Superman? But more and more news, photos of the scene of the accident, the plane with a totally different burning but roughly intact skeleton, and the photos of Kobe and others found by rescue workers all seem to show that this is not a joke. It wasn't until Bryant told the story himself in an interview that people fully believed that there was a plane crash. But Kobe Bryant's Iron Man is still hard to accept. In particular, Kobe's fans are extremely entangled. Their idols seriously say that Iron Man saved him. Should they believe it or not? Do not believe it, as if not respect their idols; believe it, as if not respect their IQ. Today is not April Fool's Day. Why torture us with such a difficult question? When people were still debating whether Iron Man existed or not, the U.S. government began to investigate for a long time. When I first heard from Kobe and other people that Iron Man saved them, the police thought that they were too scared and crazy, but the descriptions of all people were surprisingly the same. It's possible that one person was scared and crazy, and 9 people can't all be crazy. And they did survive the crash, almost unscathed, plus Kobe Bryant, the big star, which is no joke. The case was quickly reported to the FBI. Knowing that Kobe Bryant was saved by Iron Man, George, the director of Los Angeles Bureau of FBI, was also stunned. However, after carefully reviewing the event and related information, he could not help but think of the 2 previous cases suspected to be the death attendants. I was a dead man before, and this time I was Iron Man. What's wrong with the world? Is this the world he is familiar with? After a flurry of confusion, George picked up the phone and called David, the head of the criminal investigation. "Come to my office. I have a new case for you." David was originally in charge of criminal cases, but because he had participated in the investigation of blood-washing mafia, library shooting, a large number of investigations on mysterious figures suspected of death attendants, he had rich experience in superhero investigation. "Since the death attendant is your investigation, then Iron Man will give it to you." A few minutes later, David knocked on the door and walked into the director's office. "Director." As soon as David came in, he found George, the Director General, sitting at his desk with a strange look on his face. Although he was very strange, David said hello and went to the desk. "You say there are new cases?" George nodded and watched David speak slowly. "Kobe's helicopter crashed." "What?" David couldn't help but lose his face when he heard the words. David, who is still single in his 30s, usually has no other hobbies. His biggest hobby is basketball. And as a native of Los Angeles, he is also a big fan of the Los Angeles Lakers. He doesn't lose every game of the Lakers. Although the FBI's work and not too high salary don't allow him to watch every game, he will find time to hide in the office even if he is busy with his work. And Kobe is his favorite NBA star. He knows that he likes flying in a helicopter. David was very sad to hear Director George say that Kobe's helicopter crashed, but soon George's words surprised him. But Kobe wasn't dead. To be exact, everyone on the plane survived. Not dead. David can't help but look at George with a puzzled face. How could he survive the crash? He just said the crash was the crash. George nodded behind his desk and said slowly, "According to Kobe, someone pulled the plane out of the air and saved them." David heard that the original doubt turned into a face of absurdity. Hold the plane in the air. Do they think it's Iron Man? George couldn't help but brighten up and look at David's face and say approvingly, "Yes, the Iron Man. It seems that I am right to give you this case. Your intuition and judgment in this respect are very sharp." Listen to George's words. David can't help but look foolish. Really, Iron Man? Is there any mistake? Although praised by his boss, David didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt confused. Just now I just casually said, "What is it about intuition and judgment?" You, a well-known FBI Los Angeles bureau chief, told me that Kobe Bryant's helicopter crashed and was saved by Iron Man. You are not kidding. George naturally saw David's puzzle and immediately picked up the information from the table and handed it to David. Relevant situations are all in it. Your task is to investigate the real process of the crash and find out whether there is the so-called Iron Man. If there is, find him. David was still a little confused when he came back from Director George. "I'm from the Criminal Investigation Office. What's the matter with you leaving the crash to me? What's more, there's an Iron Man. He doesn't have any eyes on the case of the dead man. Where can he go to find Iron Man? Can he go to Villa 10,880 at Marbury Beach to find Tony Stark? Or catch Robert Downey Jr. and ask him where he hid his Steel War suit? Kobe Bryant said he was saved by Iron Man, and Robert Downey Jr. said he was good friends with the Captain of the United States. However, the director has ordered that no matter how dissatisfied, he can only investigate. Back at the office, David slumped back in his chair, picked up the information George had given him and looked at it. There are photos of the scene of the helicopter crash and descriptions of the crash by 9 survivors, including Kobe Bryant. At first, David thought it was a bit of bullshit and didn't take it seriously. He just thought that a group of people were frightened by the air crash, and some coincidence caused misunderstanding and illusion. But as he kept looking, he soon found that it was not as simple as he thought. The helicopter lost its power and fell down at a height of hundreds of meters, but it was pulled by some force in the middle of the fall, stopped in the middle of the air, and then slowly lowered to the ground. If you don't think about reality, it's really like Iron Man pulled up the crashed plane and saved them. There seems to be no other explanation. And it's not just speculation. All 9 passengers on the plane saw Iron Man with their own eyes. According to them, after the helicopter was put back on the ground, the engine exploded, the hatch was jammed, unable to open, and everyone was trapped inside. But outside the plane, there was a big fire because of the explosion. Seeing that they are going to die in the fire, an Iron Man in a black steel battle suit comes down from the sky. He drags the jammed hatch, takes them all out of the cabin and places them in a safe place. If it's just a guess that the helicopter was pulled by Iron Man in the process of falling in front of us, then the process of escaping from the helicopter at last is what everyone saw and experienced with their own eyes. It can't be just an illusion. Although the investigation has not officially started, David's intuition tells him that the Black Iron Man suddenly appears. There is definitely a certain relationship with the former death attendants. Make sure it's not just a prank or a delusion. It's likely there's a real Iron Man, David, when he quickly launched an investigation. With a few powerful men, they rushed to the scene of the incident at the first time. By this time, Kobe and others had been sent away, and only firefighters were left at the scene. David did not rush to find Kobe and others for further confirmation, but took them to the burned helicopter wreckage. After the explosion and the burning of the flames, the helicopter has long been different. Only the skeleton is left. Even though it had been a long time, the fire had already been put out, and the burning black helicopter debris was still emitting white smoke and heat. Around the helicopter, David stopped at the back. This place is the farthest away from the helicopter explosion. Although it was also burned by fire, its structure is relatively complete. Close up, David quickly found 2 obvious depressions on the tail of the helicopter, which looked like the traces left by human hands. Here, take a picture. David pointed to his opponent in the hollow. An agent with a camera immediately came forward to take a picture. After circling around the helicopter and finding no other suspicious traces, David returned to the missing hatch. Turning around and looking around, he soon found the torn helicopter hatch in the ashes more than 10 meters away. After the fire, David walked to the door of the helicopter. Although it also experienced the burning of the fire and became pitch black, the shape of the hatch did not change and remained the same at that time. David went around the hatch again, carefully observing every part, and finally stopped at a position in the front of the hatch. Regardless of the ashes on the ground, David squatted down and watched carefully. His eyes stopped for a moment in a twisted place. David stood up and called several of his men. Lift the hatch to one side and be careful not to step under it. Several FBI agents immediately worked hard to lift the heavy hatch to one side. The weight of this hatch is about tens of kilograms. It's not too hard for several people to work together, but it's more difficult for one person. David looked at the exposed ground after the hatch was moved away. Before that, the flat ground was smashed into a deep hole by the hatch. Obviously, the force of smashing was not small. If it is the power of the explosion to blow up the hatch, it is normal. But according to Kobe and others, the hatch was not blown up by the explosion, but was pulled down and thrown out by Iron Man with one arm. As for the real situation, it is also very good to verify. Walking to the hatch that was carried aside, David said to several of his men, "Set up the hatch." However, although they didn't understand what their boss was going to do, they made a joint effort to stand the hatch on the ground, according to the original position of the hatch on the helicopter according to David's requirements. David leaned up to the front of the hatch, looked carefully, and his pupils shrank. There are only 5 obvious long strip depressions at the edge of the hatch, and the surrounding hatch is seriously twisted outwards, as if pulled outwards by Julie. This depression is much clearer than the one at the tail of the plane. David squatted down and stretched out his hand to measure it. He found that he could put all 5 fingers in. This is someone's fingerprint. However, the handprint is a circle thicker than the whole palm of his hand, like wearing some kind of gloves, which coincides with the 9 people's view. David got up again and went to the outside of the hatch. Imitating the action of opening the hatch from the outside, he reached for the edge of the hatch and held his hand on the palm print. He found that the position of 5 fingers was just right. Even the distortion of the metal at the edge of the fingerprint coincides with the direction in which the door is pulled down. All kinds of signs show that this hatch is really pulled down by life. How powerful is it to leave such a clear mark on the metal hatch, and pull the whole hatch off the plane and throw it more than 10 meters away? David can't help but think of the picture of Iron Man punching through the wall and lifting the car in the movie. It seems that Iron Man can do it. Although there is still no direct evidence to prove the existence of Iron Man, David has basically accepted this possibility. Of course, he doesn't think the Iron Man in the movie has crossed into the real world, but that someone has made the exoskeleton armor similar to the Iron War suit in the movie. In fact, countries all over the world are developing individual exoskeleton armor. There are several similar projects in the United States alone. The military, universities, enterprises, and private laboratories are all involved. Some of them have already achieved results and are in the stage of testing and improving. According to David's knowledge, the performance of these individual exoskeleton armor is far from that of Iron Man's battle suit, but who knows if there is any hiding in these institutions. It may not be possible to fully achieve the level of iron and steel battle clothes, but it should not be difficult to achieve the force of pulling down the hatch by relying on the hydraulic device. It's a good thing to say about pulling down the hatch, but it's impossible to hold the crashed plane in the air. It's not as simple as a hydraulic device. Although there are laboratories studying individual aircraft, the progress is far less than that of exoskeleton armor. It's not easy to be able to bear a person's flight. It's impossible to hold a crashed helicopter. Not to mention the immature individual aircraft. The load capacity of civil helicopter is limited. Even the same type of helicopter cannot hold a crashed helicopter at all, unless a large or military helicopter is dispatched. But it's impossible for the big guys to hold a crash helicopter in mid-air. At the scene, David found some clues and made some guesses, but there were more doubts. Kobe Bryant and other Iron Man in the population should really exist, but what is his origin? What kind of performance and how to hold a crashed helicopter in midair? They do not know these things. Except for the handprints on the tail and hatch of the plane, no other clues were found at the scene. Just like the original death attendant, it can be confirmed that it exists, but there is no trace at all and there is no way to find it. However, David obviously will not give up. Compared with the dead waiter who has no investigation direction, David still has a little investigation direction for the Iron Man. Since it's Iron Man, start with the exoskeleton armor. Back in the car, David immediately ordered his opponent. Please check all the institutions in China that are engaged in the research of exoskeleton armor. I want to know the details of their exoskeleton armor. Boss, it's okay for other organizations to say that the military's confidentiality level is very high, and it's difficult for us to get specific information. One of the agents said in some embarrassment. David took a look at him when he heard the words and snapped. Then get me everything you can get. The scolded agent shrunk his neck and quickly replied. Okay, boss, I'll check right away. Later, David arranged for other people to make more detailed inquiries about the 9 people on the plane, focusing on the information about the Iron Man. After all, the information previously obtained was very simple, not detailed, and many details were not recorded. David himself is not idle. He is in charge of Kobe's inquiry. Of course, the autograph group photo is just by the way. He absolutely does not use his position to pursue stars. After a series of investigations, the whole process and details of the crash are fully displayed in David's eyes. There is no doubt about the existence of a suit of individual exoskeleton armor similar to Iron Man. However, the investigation on the laboratory of individual exoskeleton armor is not smooth. According to the data collected by his subordinates, although the real performance of the individual exoskeleton armor developed by these laboratories is much better than that known by the outside world, there is still a big gap from the performance of the black exoskeleton armor in the crash. At least these individual exoskeleton armor do not have the ability to fly, let alone to hold the crashed helicopter in high altitude, even to hold the trapped survivors in the cabin and fly to tens of meters away. Is it the military? At present, there are only military laboratories that they haven't investigated, and they can't. And with David's knowledge of the military, the individual exoskeleton armor in their laboratory should not be much more advanced than that in other laboratories. There was no useful clue about the exoskeleton armor of individual soldiers. David had to change his mind and investigate the individual aircrafts that he didn't have much hope for. As David frowned and looked over and over at the case data, looking for the overlooked clues, while waiting for the results of his investigation, one of his agents suddenly pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Boss, the picture of the target is out. When David heard that, with the specific image of the target, it would be easier for them to investigate, and perhaps there would be new discoveries. David immediately stood up from the back of his desk, snatched the documents in his hands, and couldn't wait to open them. Looking at the picture of the target drawn according to the description of Kobe Bryant and other 9 people in front of him, David's face quickly became ugly, and then he slapped it on the table fiercely, looking at his angry shouting. You teasing me? Last time you downloaded a poster of a dead man directly from the internet. This time you got another picture of Iron Man painted black to exchange jobs. I don't think you want to do it. David asked angrily as he patted the black Iron Man on the table. Tell me, what's the mark number? Iron Man's new battle suit. Do you watch too many Marvel movies? Who are you going to choose next time something happens? Captain America or Hulk? But David is not angry. The last picture of the dead man has made him the laughingstock of the whole situation. It's not easy for them to come back. Do these bastards want to kill him? David doesn't need to know. If he dare to give this picture to the director, he will be scolded directly. He was scolded by David for a while and said in a low voice, As like as 2 peas, they have seen them out of the helicopter, and I have seen them, exactly the same as they saw, said the boss. David sniffed at the aggrieved man in front of him and tried to suppress his anger. He looked down at the black Iron Man on the table again. He could not help sitting back in the chair and covering his forehead with headache. What evil did I do? I used to be a dead man, but now I'm Iron Man. Do you want to play with him like this? Wait. David suddenly raised his head and looked at the black Iron Man again. He feels familiar with the black armor. After frowning and thinking for a long time, David suddenly thought of it and looked up at the agent in front of him. Was there a crew attack in Los Angeles some time ago, when an actor dressed in props and armor put all the attackers down? When his agent heard that, he immediately replied, That's right. It said that the world's first 3D holographic film of Shendon Group has invested hundreds of millions of dollars. The cost of that set of props and armor alone is more than $1 million. It can easily withstand bullets. That actor is relying on this set of super armor to defeat all of them under the attack of those gangs. Shendan Group, David can't help but think of the last drug theft. The stolen new anti-cancer drug is the product of Shendan Group's biological company. Now this medicine has been popularized all over the world, saving countless cancer patients, which is beneficial to all mankind. With the rapid settlement of the incident, he made a big show and reversed the adverse effects caused by the previous death service incident. So David's impression on Shendan Group was very good. But this does not affect his investigation. Is there a video? Find me. David looked up and said to the next agent. The agent nodded quickly, took out his cell phone and quickly searched out the video of the attack and handed it to David. David looked at the powerful black armor in the video and then looked down at the black steel war clothes on the table. There was some resemblance between them. If the people on the plane haven't seen this video, it's possible to mistake him for Iron Man. With subjective judgment in mind, when drawing the portrait, it will unconsciously lean on Iron Man. This kind of possibility seems very big to David, and watching Wade's fierce attack in the video, the fighting force is very strong, obviously not ordinary people, which makes David more suspicious of him. Send this video to 9 witnesses to see if they were saved by the armor. David returned his cell phone to his agent and said at the same time, "And where is the crew now? We'll be right there." Soon David brought people to the crew. On the way, he also made a further understanding of the black armor and the armor wearing Wade, as well as the whole film. In addition to marveling at the advanced technology and wealth of Shendan Group, Wade's suspicion is deeper. According to the information they got, the weight of the armor was dozens of kilograms. It was very difficult for ordinary people to move, let alone fight. Even trained and strong special soldiers can't wear such heavy armor and maintain such high flexibility. But the guy in the video can use this heavy armor to play faster and more powerful than ordinary people. He just attacked with bullets and knocked down a dozen gangsters. He looked like he was fighting as if the armor had no weight. This is not what ordinary people can do at all. There must be something wrong with it. It's probably not as simple as they say. When he came to the crew, Wade was filming in his black alloy armor suit. Watching Wade move freely and flexibly in the field, David increasingly doubted that this set of black armor might be an advanced individual exoskeleton armor. Enron had just finished filming and was about to move on to the next scene when a staff member came to her with several men in suits and a face of shrewdness. "Director, they say it's FBI's. They want to investigate a case." Enron hears speech to get up to walk past, looking at David, who takes the lead, one-faced doubts of say. "Is it because of the attack on the crew last time? Isn't it already investigated?" "Hello, I'm Detective Director of the FBI's Los Angeles branch, David," David said, took out his ID and showed it to Enron. "We are not here for the last attack, but for another special case." David saw that Enron had read the certificate, looked at him doubtfully, then he put it away and continued. "We need to know something." Although Enron was a little confused, she had to cooperate since they had identified themselves, but she said to David, "Our shooting time is very tight. I hope it doesn't take too long." David nodded at the words. "Don't worry, it won't be long." "What time did you start work today?" "Around 8. Does anyone in the middle leave?" "No, there are no idle people in our crew. Anyone who is missing will be found soon." "And he?" David asked Enron, pointing to Wade, who was chatting with a female staff member not far away. "You mean Wade? Most of today is his part. He's been there all the time." David frowned at the words. After questioning Director Enron and other staff, David found that when the helicopter crashed, Wade and Agent Zero were in the crew, and that the alloy armor combat suit had been worn on Wade's body all the time. All crew members could testify that while David frowned, he was more suspicious of the armor. Under normal circumstances, how can a person wear tens of kilograms of armor and not take it off all day? Either it is inconvenient to take off, or it will expose some problems. Or both. David can't help but think of the movie Iron Man's early armor. All need special loading platform for assembly and disassembly. If the armor used as a prop is really exoskeleton armor, It can't be disassembled and assembled in the crew. And once it's removed, it's easy for the crew to see and reveal the secrets. Although Wade has an alibi, David's doubts about him have not abated. According to Kobe and others, the steel suit has the ability to fly, and the speed is very fast and then disappeared in their eyes. The whole process is only 2 or 3 minutes from the time of rescue to the time of leaving. Plus the time of back and forth flight on the road, it should not exceed 10 minutes. If Wade is the Iron Man, he is likely to take advantage of a certain time interval to leave, save people, and then quickly return, not found by others. Kobe and others didn't see where the other party came from, but when he left, he flew straight toward downtown Los Angeles, which is very consistent with the current position of the crew. The only thing he couldn't explain was how he knew about the helicopter crash tens of kilometers away and went to rescue. David thought he had cracked Wade's alibi and decided to investigate the most important thing directly. "Can we have a look at that armor?" David said to Enron. Enron took a look at David and turned to Wade. "Wade, come here." Wade is chatting with a girl in the group. To be exact, he is pestering the busy one to talk. The members of the crew are basically students of Enron's school, and most of the girls in film school are very beautiful. Wade didn't have any other ideas, but he liked to talk to them together. But Wade is a little wordy, but the crew don't hate him, and the girls he's pestering don't mean to be bored, just have some frustration. After all, Wade was a hero in their mind when he stood up and took the bullet, knocked down the gang and saved all of them. Besides, Wade is tall and handsome, with great kung fu. He is also the bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group. Although a little nagging, but in fact the popularity of the cast is not bad, and even in a few words, a cold face on top of Agent Zero. In fact, when David and others came, Wade found out, but he didn't care. When the mafia was bloodwashed, they didn't leave any flaws and it was impossible to find them at all. So for the arrival of the FBI, Wade didn't panic at all, and he still talked to himself. It wasn't until Enron told him to go there. He also heard David's previous questions. Although David didn't explain, Wade knew that they had come for the helicopter crash in the morning. At lunch, he also learned about the crash in the morning from the rest of the crew. He learned that 9 people in the helicopter claimed to have been saved by a black Iron Man. Wade immediately determined that the boss must have done it. Last night, he was just tortured by Chen Mo's steel war suit. At this time, his memory is still fresh. He can't understand the ability of steel war suit anymore. Only Chen Mo's steel war suit can hold a crashed helicopter in the air. David and others who are unable to come here obviously have mistaken the direction and put their doubts on themselves. This is the boss's back. Looking at his alloy armor suit, Wade secretly despised the FBI. How can this junk alloy armor suit compare with the boss's steel armor, wear it to save the helicopter, thanks to their thinking? Under Enron's greeting, Wade unwillingly walked over from the beautiful staff and stood beside Enron without speaking. Wade's height and figure, coupled with his powerful black alloy armor, stand in front of him at close range, which brings a great sense of oppression to David and others. Several agents behind David could not help but move their hands to the handle of the gun quietly, which showed that Wade put great pressure on them. In fact, Wade intended to frighten them. However, Wade also knew how to measure up, didn't move seriously, and didn't let out murderous spirit. David quickly recovered from the oppression created by Wade, nodded secretly in his heart, and his height was in line. Enron didn't notice David's agent turning to Wade. "They're the FBI. They're investigating. They want to see the armor." Wade nodded at the words and said, directly standing in place, "See." Looking at Wade's alloy armor suit, David spoke to him. "You take it off and show it to me." Wade shook his head impatiently. "It's too much trouble. I'm too lazy to take off. That's how you see it. It's very troublesome to wear and take off the alloy armor combat suit. I will have to make a film later just to show them how much work I have to work on and not wait on them." When David saw Wade's reaction, he became more and more suspicious of the problem of this alloy armor combat suit. He immediately looked at Wade seriously and said in a deep voice, "Please cooperate with our investigation." Wade didn't buy it. He just stood there with his arms in his arms and didn't even bother to talk back. The agents behind David couldn't help but step forward and stare at Wade. Wade naturally won't be afraid of several FBIs and won't let him stare back. "Why do you want to rip off my war clothes? Be careful of my accusations." Although Wade is still mean, he is also confident. He didn't do anything. Even the FBI, in the absence of any evidence, could only ask him to assist in the investigation at most, and had no right to force him to take off his clothes, let alone the alloy armored combat suit, which cost more than $1 million. David and others naturally know this, so they just stare at Wade angrily and don't do anything drastic. In fact, Wade was still thinking, "Didn't you want to catch the dead man of the blood-washing mafia? I'm here, you catch me." Obviously, David didn't know that the murderer he was trying to catch, the dead man, was standing in front of him. Seeing some stalemate in the atmosphere, and Ron also worried about the real outbreak of conflict, said to Wade immediately, "Take it off and have a rest by the way. Let's take other shots first." Wade's eyes lit up when he could have a rest. Since the beginning of the film, Enron has arranged a lot of filming work every day in order to finish the film shooting as soon as possible, and even divided into several groups for shooting at the same time. In addition to shooting the gap between different scenes, he didn't have a long rest time. Even with his physical fitness, he was a little tired after such a long time. But Wade did not nod at once, but looked at Enron and held out a finger. "An hour." Enron took a bad look at Wade but nodded. "Close. Anyway, today is not only about Wade. It's not a big deal to shoot other people's scenes first, and it won't affect much." Looking at Wade, who was determined not to follow just now, after bargaining with the director safely for the rest time, he turned around and went to the dressing room beside him. With the help of several staff members, he was ready to take off his armor. David could not help doubting his previous judgment. It didn't look like he was thinking. Wade didn't seem to have a ghost in his heart, but he was too lazy to get out of trouble. But David didn't take it lightly. Instead, he took several of his agents to the dressing room and watched several of them help Wade take off his alloy armor. In the process of taking off the alloy armor battle suit, David found something wrong, and his brow was tightly wrinkled. Originally, looking at Wade's tall and strong body in the alloy armor battle suit, he thought that, like Iron Man's armor, the heavy armor would be a guy with the same size as him. The fact turned out to be the exact opposite of his guess. Only a thin layer of armor is attached to the inner tights, and the thickness is no more than 1 centimeter. However, Wade, who takes off his armor and shows his real body shape, is as tall and bulky as before. The whole body size is not too different from that of wearing the alloy armor. Is this exoskeleton armor more advanced than the Iron Man's battle suit in the movie? David could not help shaking up his doubts. After taking off the alloy armor combat suit, Wade left the dressing room directly. Without saying a word, he went on chatting with the beautiful worker. In fact, Wade's fatigue is more from the spirit. It's better to wear a fully enclosed alloy armored combat suit every day. Although it's not suffocating, it's not as comfortable as not wearing it. In addition, wearing this set of alloy armored combat suit, which completely covers his mouth, is not so convenient for him to speak, so that he cannot give full play to his eloquence. This is the biggest pain for him, who can't speak for a second. Now that he has finally taken off the burden, he can finally give full play to his strength. At this time, David had no mind to care about Wade. Looking at the core armored combat suit placed on the workbench, David took his agents and walked up. David's heart sank when he took the battle suit into his hand. After some inspection, David found that this set of steel armor is really just a set of ordinary alloy armor. Although it is said that the alloy is very powerful and can easily withstand bullets, there is no driving and propulsion device inside, and it has no driving and flying ability at all. It is just a set of cool and exquisite armor props, which is not the same as the advanced and precise steel war clothes at all. But David's doubts did not disappear completely. After checking the suit himself, David found that it was very heavy. As the data said, it weighed tens of kilograms. He had a lot of difficulty in lifting it with his hands. If you play in it, you can't be as relaxed and casual as Wade. When I saw Wade just now, Although he was wearing alloy armor, there was no difference between his actions and ordinary people, as if the armor had no weight. Since this suit of armor is not exoskeleton armor, how can it be so weightless? Even if this suit of armor is okay, this tall and burly guy who is comparable to NBA star is also suspicious. David has seen the information before. He knows that Wade is the personal bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group. He has great fighting ability. He is a real top fighting expert. It's not a problem to fight 10 times at all. But he has seen a lot of bodyguards of the top rich, and there are not a few with great skills, but none of them can reach the weight of tens of kilograms like Wade and can move freely and flexibly. It's only possible to do this with such a strong physical quality. It's only possible for those powerful men or beasts like O'Neill. Although Wade is very tall, he is not as big as those Hercules. He is also a little thinner than O'Neill. He looks more like a speed-type expert, not like he can bear tens of kilograms without anything. And Ron gave a reasonable explanation for David's doubts. Chinese Kung Fu, David said unexpectedly, and Ron nodded and said slowly, "Yes, you should know Bruce Lee." David nodded at the words. Although Bruce Lee is a Chinese, no one in the United States knows. It is through Bruce Lee that the Americans know the existence of Kung Fu. Because of Chen Mo's relationship, and Ron was obsessed with Kung Fu and knew a lot about Kung Fu masters. When David nodded, he went on at once. Bruce Lee weighs only 130 pounds, but his fist can hit 400 pounds, which is the same as that of Tyson. David was surprised and turned to one of his agents. The agent understood and immediately went to one side and checked through the FBI's internal database. Soon there was a look of surprise on the agent's face. Then he looked up at David and nodded. David can't help but marvel at the confirmation from his subordinates. It turns out that Chinese Kung Fu is so powerful. It seems that their strength can't be judged only by their body shape. With Bruce Lee's seemingly thin body can have such a powerful force, then with Wade's body size, it's nothing to bear 60 kg easily. The investigation has been interrupted here again. At present, Wade's suspicion, the biggest suspect, can be basically ruled out. The black alloy armor suit, which is similar to the Iron Man's battle suit, is only similar in appearance and does not have the function of exoskeleton armor. Without finding out what the result was, David immediately led his men back to the team and boarded the car to prepare for return. Sitting in the car, David can't help thinking about the power of Chinese Kung Fu that Enron told him just now. Will they investigate in the wrong direction at the very beginning? Although the armor on the mysterious man who saved Kobe and others has the shape of a steel battle suit, it's actually not exoskeleton armor. That man is actually a hatch that flies directly by his own strength. But then David shook his head again, which was impossible, even if the power of human beings could not reach the level they saw at the scene. The hard metal doors are all twisted and have left deep fingerprints, which is not what human power can do at all. Even Chinese Kung Fu is at best better than ordinary people, and it is impossible to reach the level beyond the limit of human beings. Compared with Superman, who has the strength beyond the limits of human beings, David thinks it's more realistic to be a steel suit. Thinking of inhuman power, David suddenly thought of the library shooting. One of the gunmen was directly kicked to the bone of his chest, leaving a horrible footprint in his chest. That kind of power is the same as the Iron Man who tore the helicopter hatch with his bare hands. David's eyes brightened. The man who killed the gunman and saved the whole library is probably the same man who rescued Kobe and other Iron Man from the helicopter. And, in his mind, he combed several special cases that he had experienced before. David's mind flashed and once again found a very important place. David had a look of excitement on his face. It's not just power, it's also very similar in their style. Although the previous two cases are homicide, the murderer is not the ordinary murderer in the ordinary sense. The powerful presence with terror killed 2 gunmen, but also saved the entire library. In the previous incident of washing up the Los Angeles Mafia, although the death attendant killed all the mafia forces in the whole city overnight, all of them were sinful and innocent mafia members. After investigation, they found that none of the people killed was wronged. The mysterious existence suspected by them to be a dead man is actually killing people. These two cases, including the mysterious man and the helicopter crash, do something similar to the superhero in the movie. Eliminate evil forces, protect people's safety, punish traitors and eliminate evils and stand up to save people. It's all superhero. What's more, all three of these cases happened in Los Angeles, with traces of super strength and superheroes. It's not just a coincidence. Let's go back. David can't wait to go back and look through the details of the two previous cases. But he didn't know that Wade, who had just been suspected of being Iron Man, who had been eliminated by him, and Agent Zero, who had been watching the activity nearby, were actually the murderer who cleaned the whole Los Angeles Mafia overnight, and Wade was the dead man himself. David, who didn't know that he had just dealt with the Deacon, rushed back to the FBI with his agents and found out the files of the previous two cases. But these two cases, Wade, Agent Zero, and Chen Mo, left few clues. David did not find any more clues from the three cases except to further confirm his conjecture that they were all the actions of superheroes and that they should be related to each other. As time went by, David tried all kinds of ways to investigate, so he looked up all the things that might be related. He looked up the information of the three cases countless times, but still didn't make any progress. Previous investigations on individual aircraft have also yielded results. There is no single aircraft with strong propulsion force that can hold a falling helicopter in midair, either in the United States or around the world. Today's most advanced individual aircraft, but also in the absence of other loads, can fly for more than 10 minutes. The distance is only a few kilometers, simply cannot reach the level described by Kobe and others. The investigation of Iron Man is once again in a standstill. David, who has no clue, can't help looking up all the previous information again. When he saw the investigation report on Wade and Alloy armor battle suit, his eyes suddenly changed. Before that, he was most suspicious of Wade, but after the investigation, Wade finally cleared the suspicion. At this time, without any clue, David could not help but pick up the data and look at it again. Looking through the information from the beginning to the end, David still didn't find any problems. However, when he scanned the data again, he found that the most common noun on it was neither Wade nor Alloy armor combat suit, but Shendon Group. That 3D holographic film was invested and shot by Shendon Group. Wade and Agent Zero are the personal bodyguards of the chairman of Shendon Group. That set of high-priced props and armor is also made by Shendon Group. So, will this matter be related to Shendon Group? David can't help but think about it. David also has a certain understanding of Shendon Group, which is a powerful high-tech group, holding many of the world's top technologies, even black technologies. The powerful Shendon car, a new anti-cancer drug that can cure all kinds of cancer, is like the holographic smartphone from science fiction movies, a supersonic private plane that can be compared with military fighter planes. And according to David, Shendon Group is even manufacturing spacecraft. For such a super technology company with all kinds of black technology, it is not impossible to make a set of steel battle clothes. David's mind suddenly flashed, and he quickly began to operate on the computer. When he looked at the coordinates marked on the satellite map, which were no more than 10 kilometers apart, he strengthened his guess. Shendon Group is not far from the place where the accident happened. It is likely that they happened to encounter a helicopter crash during the secret test flight of steel battle clothes which led to the rescue. Although David is totally blind, cat meets dead mouse's random conjecture, but must say, under the shady circumstances, really let him give the right part. Although the iron and steel battle clothes were not made by Shendon Group, they were made by Chen Mo, the boss of Shendon Group, and they happened to meet during the test flight, which saved the crashed helicopter. With new suspects, David immediately launched an in-depth investigation into the ongoing research of Shendon Group, trying to find the clues of Shendon Group's manufacturing of steel battle clothes. But the security of Shendon Group is extremely tight. Whether on the internet or in reality, the defense is a wall of iron. Without entering Shendon Group, they cannot get any other specific information except the information published on the official website. However, through the analysis of materials purchased by Shendon Group should not carry out research related to individual exoskeleton armor. But he didn't give up his doubts about the Aegis Group. Since the secret investigation is not enough, go straight to the Aegis Group to check it out. David, who had been investigating for a long time without any further delay, took his agents directly to Shendon Group. But at the gate, they were stopped by the security of Shendon Group. The security work of Shendon Group is in the charge of the retired special soldiers who are recruited and trained by Bullock Longlow himself. They are armed, powerful, and disciplined. Let alone a group of FBI agents, even the tax bureau or the army, can't enter the Shendon Group without permission. David and others looked at the group of security guards of Shendon Group who were standing in front of them with automatic rifles, with a big body and a strong look, and then looked at the pistols around their waists. They stopped honestly. Their vision is not bad. At a glance, they can see that these security personnel are retired military elites, which are not easy to provoke. Without a search warrant, it is almost impossible for them to break in. David immediately took out his papers and said in a deep voice, "I'm an agent in charge of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Los Angeles branch of the FBI. I need to see your president about a case." David's identity is clear. One of the security directors in charge just stepped forward. His sharp eyes swept over them one by one, and then he took his certificate and checked it. David noted that in the process, including the security supervisor who came forward, all the security personnel remained vigilant and did not slacken off because of his identity. Although the muzzle didn't point at them, David knew that as long as they changed a little, these elite soldiers would definitely point the muzzle at them at the first time. If they felt threatened, they would even shoot without hesitation. If someone wants to pretend to be the FBI or the police, it's almost impossible. The sharp-eyed security executive in a black combat suit carefully examined David's documents and said to him after confirming that they were correct, "Just a moment, I need to ask the company for instructions." The security supervisor said and returned to the team, then raised his hand and pressed the headset, whispering to reflect the situation. In the process, his eyes are still fixed on David and others, not because they are FBI. The situation at the door soon reported to Soo-won. Soo-won knew that he didn't turn them out but told people to take them to the reception room. Under the escort of a team of armed security personnel, David and others were able to enter the Shendon Group and came to a reception room on the upper floor of the Shendon Group building. The security supervisor who brought them knocked on the door of the guest room. After a gentle female voice sounded inside, he turned to David. "Our president is waiting for you." Security supervisor said that he took his men to the two ends of the corridor. Obviously, he would escort them out later. But David didn't think so. He had been to some other big group companies before. By comparison, Shendon Group's attitude is good, and it's not uncommon to shut up. Those high-ranking capitalists don't look like their minions. Unless there is evidence to directly arrest people, these tycoons are rarely willing to cooperate with them in matters such as assisting in investigation. So the last time the new anti-cancer drugs were stolen and the drug audit blackout happened, the top of several large pharmaceutical groups were arrested one after another, which made David so popular. David pushed the door into the reception room and saw Soo-won waiting for him. "Long time no see, Agent David." Soo-won got up from the sofa and smiled at David. "Long time no see, Miss Soo." David looked at Soo-won, who was gentle and capable in front of him, but his heart couldn't help sighing. Previously, they had contact with each other because of the new anti-cancer drug case, but Soo-won was only the assistant to the president of Shendon Group at that time. Now, in just a few months, she has become the president of the whole Shendon Group. At the age of less than 30, she is in charge of this large high-tech group company comparable to the world's top 500 enterprises. This was beyond his imagination at the beginning. Not only Soo-won, but also Shendon Group. At the beginning, Shendon Group is just a rising small company. Although it has powerful Shendon cars, its overall scale and strength are not so strong. It is still very weak in front of those large pharmaceutical groups. But now, relying on 3 supercars, new anti-cancer drugs, holographic smartphones, and supersonic private planes, Shandong Group has developed into a top-level industrial technology group with strong strength. Its overall scale, strength, and influence are not the same as before. At the beginning, there were big companies that would take the idea of Shandong Group, but now no one dare to move their minds. Today's Shandong Group is not the same now. Compared with Su Wan and Shandong Group, he has not changed much. It's just that the investigation of death attendants has become the investigation of Iron Man. In a word, the object of investigation has become more and more outrageous. However, they also know each other, which will help him in his next investigation. At the same time of David and Su Wan's greetings, several of his agents who came in behind David couldn't help but marvel at Su Wan, who was young, beautiful, and capable. Although I have read the information before and know about the CEO of Shandong Group, they can't help but marvel at her youth. Most of them are above Su Wan's age, and they are already the president of a large multinational technology group, holding tens of billions of funds and unimaginable resources. However, they are just a group of small FBI agents who are busy with various cases all day, so it's hard to meet them. If the boss had not been in touch with each other before because of the new anti-cancer drug case, he would not have been able to enter the company today. But they don't despise Su Wan because she is young and beautiful. They don't think she depends on her body. According to the information they have, Su Wan is an old member of Shandong Group who joined when Shandong Company was founded. She participates in every step of Shandong Group's development. Moreover, after she took over Shandong Group, the development of the company can be seen that she felt that it was not just a vase with a false face, but a real talented and capable elite. Shandong Group was in her hands, and the development speed did not slow down at all, but it developed more rapidly. Before the contact, David had a certain understanding of Su Wan. He knew that the other side didn't like to circle, and Su Wan was very proud to take the time to meet them, so David didn't have any nonsense and went straight to the subject. We have a case recently, which may be related to your company, so I want to ask you some questions. Su Wan nodded and said, "No problem," David asked immediately. "I don't know if your company is carrying out the research and development of individual exoskeleton armor." When David asked, his eyes were fixed on Su Wan's counter eyes, trying to judge whether she had lied or not by her reaction. Su Wan said slowly, shaking his head, "Exoskeleton armor. Our company has no research in this field. All products of Shandong Group that have been successfully developed and are being developed have announcements on the company's website and you can find them on it." David looked at Su Wan's reaction, but he could not help frowning. With his eyesight, Su Wan did not lie. Su Wan is also thinking about why David asked about her exoskeleton armor. Soon, she thought of the helicopter crash that happened the other day and the strange rescue process that Kobe and other survivors said. She immediately understood and asked David, "You're talking about the Iron Man who rescued Kobe from the helicopter the other day?" Seeing that Su Wan had guessed his purpose, David immediately nodded to admit it. "Yes, that's why we're here." Looking at Su Wan, David said solemnly, "According to our investigation, there is a single exoskeleton armor similar to Iron Man that saved them. But at the current level of technology, it should not be enough to produce such an advanced exoskeleton armor." At this point, David looked at Su Wan seriously and continued, "The Shandong Group has shown strong technological strength in many aspects, so we want to know whether Shandong Group has the ability to manufacture the exoskeleton armor with the same performance as Iron Man's steel battle suit." After listening to David's words, Su Wan's face couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. She didn't expect that there was a real Iron Man. David looked at Su Wan's surprise and confirmed that she didn't know the existence of Iron Man. Hearing David's last question, Su Wan immediately shook her head and said, "We Shandong Group do have the world's top or even advanced technologies in many aspects, but these technologies are all civil fields, and they are at most 5 to 10 years ahead of the current top level. As you know, steel war clothes are the products of science fiction movies, at least decades ahead of the current technology. Our technology is not enough to make steel iron battle suit, even if we try to develop and manufacture similar exoskeleton armor, is at most slightly better than other laboratories. After listening to Su Wan's words, David nodded softly and believed 80% in his heart. Indeed, although Shendong Group's products and technologies are indeed very advanced, they are only at the top level in the world, leading for a few years at most, far from the level of science fiction movies. Otherwise, the United States will not let Shendong Group continue to develop. Seeing that David nodded, but it didn't seem to dispel the doubt completely, Su Wan immediately continued. We are an enterprise, not a secret research institute of the military. The purpose of our research and development of a product is to create profits. The more high-tech products are, the sooner they are publicized, the greater the benefits to us. Like the spaceship we are building, the technical level is far above all the current rockets and space shuttles, and we have no secret about it. If we really develop the exoskeleton armor, it means that we have the opportunity to become a military arms supplier and a huge prospect in the civilian field. We don't need to hide it. Instead, we will hold a big press conference to let the world know our new products. Speaking of this, Su Wan looked at David and said slowly, "This is the real world and our boss is not Tony Stark." David nodded at Enron's words. Indeed, as Enron said, they have always done so. Every time Shendong Group releases its products, they are actually epoch-making advanced products. They never hide their technological strength. Even spaceships have been published on the official website for a long time. At the beginning, many people laughed at it as boasting, but now few people doubt it. Shendong Group does have this strength. If they do develop exoskeleton armor, they will publish it on the official website at the beginning. If they had made steel war clothes, they would have held a press conference. Finally, it was Su Wan's last words that convinced David that this matter had nothing to do with Shendong Group. It's a real world, not a science fiction movie. Tony Stark, who invented the steel war suit, is a technological genius and a super arms dealer. He only created the steel war suit when he was on the brink of extinction. According to their investigation, the boss of Shendong Group is just a young rich man who spends most of his time in his manor castle. Even the company rarely goes. In addition to the research and development of the company's technical personnel, all kinds of cutting-edge technologies mastered by Shendong Group are acquired through various ways. The boss of Shendong Group and Iron Man Tony Stark have nothing in common except money. The boss of Shendong Group can't make steel war clothes independently like Tony Stark, and according to Su Wangang's performance, Shendong Group should not be able to make steel war clothes. Moreover, even if Shendong Group did make steel war clothes, it would not be possible for the Iron Man like Tony Stark in the movie to be out of control, because the state power could not allow this to happen. Even the real Iron Man can't really compete with the power of the government and the army. David didn't know that the ordinary Iron Man in the movie really can't compete with the power of the country, but after many times of substantial strengthening, its performance is far beyond Mark 42, with indestructible Edelman alloy armor, nearly unlimited energy and ammunition under the material support of the storage space, and it can also move quickly. The invisible real Iron Man actually has with a strong ability to compete with the world. Although this is the real world, Chen Mo can shuttle through the movie world and bring the powerful equipment of the movie world to the real world. Although Chen Mo is not Tony Stark, he is Tony Stark's godfather. The reason why Chen Mo has been staying in the manor is that his experience in the movie world is too thrilling and exciting. After returning to the real world, he just wants to rest quietly. In the past, Chen Mo would often go to Shendong Group to deal with some company affairs, but with the growing scale and strength of Shendong Group, Chen Mo did a thorough job as a shopkeeper, leaving all matters of Shendong Group to Su Wan. After a talk with Su Wan, David has basically dispelled his doubts about Shendong Group, and with Su Wan's warning, David also began to doubt the existence of Iron Man. Now when I think about it carefully, although Kobe and others have proved that they were saved by a man wearing a flying exoskeleton armor similar to Iron Man's battle suit, they did not see the Iron Man holding the falling helicopter. Is it possible that the helicopter is actually held by another larger aircraft? In this way, the power of the Iron Man armor is enough as long as it can bear its own weight, and the weight of 2 people rescued each time. Although the propulsion force is still much larger than the known individual aircrafts, it is still within the possible range. Even the Black Iron Man may not be a man in a single exoskeleton armor, but a robot. In this way, there is enough space in the interior to install the starting device and propulsion device, so as to realize the action of pulling the helicopter hatch and flying into the helicopter to save people. In this way, many robot manufacturing companies will also enter the ranks of doubt. However, if so, this incident should not only be an accident, but may have been deliberately made by some organizations or forces. After all, an aircraft that can hold the helicopter does not happen to appear at the crash site, and it is more likely that it has been waiting there for a long time. As for their purpose, David has no idea for the time being, but choosing Kobe Bryant as the goal is likely to expand the influence of the incident and make people believe that there is a real Iron Man. There may even be foreign forces involved. David would never have thought that, after a series of investigations and speculations, he was getting closer and closer to the truth, but he missed the truth and deviated from it more and more. At last, David left Shendon Group with his team members and put into a new round of investigation again. In fact, David's investigation has been monitored by Jarvis all along. His investigation of Shendon Group, Chen Mo, was also clear, but he didn't pay attention. The steel battle suit was brought back from the movie world. No trace can be found by David. Chen Mo also planned to wear war clothes to fight against crime, punish traitors, and perform his superhero duties. However, seeing David's hard work, Chen Mo gave up the plan for the time being and let him go for the time being. Otherwise, he would be more worried. Chen Mo has a good impression of David. As the director of the Criminal Investigation Office of the Los Angeles branch of the FBI, he was responsible for the previous mafia cleanings, library shootings, theft of new anti-cancer drugs, and other cases related to Chen Mo or Shendon Group. Chen Mo paid some attention to him, and Jarvis conducted a thorough investigation on him, and found that his ability and character were not bad. This time, even without any direct clues, the suspect turned his eyes to Shendon Group for several times and connected all the cases related to Chen Mo. If it wasn't for Chen Mo, who brought the steel battle suit directly from the movie world, it would be possible for him to find out something. Chen Mo can't help but consider whether to absorb him into the Hydra. With the support of Chen Mo and Hydra, his future development can be predicted. It's not a problem for him to become the head of the Los Angeles branch of the FBI. In this way, Chen Mo's current base, the FBI of Los Angeles, will be in his hands, and he will be much more convenient in the future. Chen Mo immediately told Hill what she thought, so that she could further investigate David to see if he met the requirements of joining Hydra, and if so, start absorbing him. Of course, this will be a relatively long-term work. The conditions for Hydra to recruit members are extremely strict. David's various situations, including his character, ideals, beliefs, values, and so on, need to be investigated and evaluated in depth. Only when they meet the requirements will they send people to contact, step by step, to explore, guide, test, and absorb. Moreover, even if he joined the Hydra, David could only start from the peripheral members, and only when he was completely reliable would he formally join the Hydra. It will take a while to investigate David's affairs. During this time, David didn't know that he had been stared at by a very hidden giant, and he still focused on the investigation of Iron Man. And the crew, after a period of intense shooting, the film finally finished. In order to catch up with the time, they were divided into several groups. At the same time, with the support of sufficient human and material resources, they completed the shooting in the fastest time. Of course, Enron did not relax in the aspect of quality, and the requirements were very strict. Chen Mo was very satisfied after seeing the samples. Then there is post-production. Originally, the post-processing of the movie will take a long time, but with the help of Jarvis, the super artificial intelligence, the work progress is greatly accelerated. With the help of Jarvis, all the special effects and post-processing of the movie can be completed in less than a week, ready for release. As early as the beginning of shooting, Shendun Film Company has already started the publicity work. During the period when the shooting is completed and the post-processing is carried out, more efforts have been made to increase the publicity. TV, websites, and various offline media, billboards can be seen everywhere in the trailer of Dark Knight. 10,000 3D holographic cinemas around the world have completed all the construction preparations, and the large-scale 3D holographic projection equipment made by Shendun Technology has been installed and can be put into use at any time. The supporting experience sales centers of tens of thousands of holographic smartphones and portable holographic projection devices are also fully prepared for the supply of goods, waiting for the arrival of the film release date and opening business together with the cinema. The world's first 3D holographic film, The Dark Knight, was officially released for 7 days. Since Wade made a big splash in the last group attack, the movie's attention has soared. When the online public opinion guidance is broken, people are full of expectations for the world's first 3D holographic film. Seeing that the movie can finally be released 7 days later, people are all very excited and are looking forward to experiencing the shocking effect of 3D holographic movie in person 7 days later. However, with the release date approaching, the portable holographic projection device has not been officially released, which makes almost all holographic smartphone users anxious. Seeing the movie coming out soon, they don't have the necessary holographic projection equipment. Although elite and noble holographic smartphones have the function of 3D holographic projection, but the projection range is only 0.5 m, 0.5 m, 0.5 m. Although they can watch movies normally, the effect is bound to be far less than the previously released holographic projection equipment with a wider projection range. The standard holographic smartphone with the largest number of users has only 2D holographic projection function, so there is no problem in watching ordinary movies, and the effect is still on the ordinary LCD screen, but this upcoming 3D holographic movie cannot be watched. In fact, since this period of time, Shendun Technology has not relaxed the production of holographic smartphones and portable holographic projection devices for a moment. Even during the period when the sales of mobile phones completely stagnated, it has not stopped production. Now it has prepared sufficient product reserves. In addition to those already distributed to the theater experience centers, the company still has a large amount of inventory, which can be supplemented at any time according to the sales situation, and the production line is still in 24-hour continuous production. At least in the short term, there is no need to worry about the lack of products. No other company dares to do this. It's too risky to prepare so much inventory at the initial stage. Once the sales situation fails to meet the expectation and a large number of products are overstocked, it's easy for the company to fall into the trap of capital chain fracture and serious loss. No company will take this risk. If the products are not enough, it will continue to produce. However, although the Aegis Group is different, Chen Mo is a master, but the whole company is alone, and how to do it has the final say of him. Not to mention full confidence in this expansion plan led by 3D holographic film. Even if it fails anyway, the company's working capital is too much to spend, so the products in the warehouse are overstocked, sold slowly, not in a hurry. Although the storage of the portable holographic projection equipment is sufficient and users are eager to buy it, Chen Mo did not start selling it early, but did not officially sell it on Shendun official website until the day before the film was released. The portable holographic projection device on sale is divided into 4 versions. The standard version, which costs US $1,000, has the same effect as the Elite version and the Noble version of the holographic smartphone. The projection range is 0.5 m, 0.5 m, 0.5 m, and the size is the same as lipstick. It can be directly connected to the holographic smartphone for use, which is relatively convenient. The Elite version, priced at $10,000 US, has a projection range of 1 m, 1 m, 1 m, which is the same size as the mobile power supply. Although it is not a standard version, it is not very cumbersome to carry. The Noble version, priced at US $100,000, has a projection range of 2 m, 2 m, 2 m, the size of which is equivalent to a small home smart speaker. It is not very convenient to carry around, but the home and office are still very small. These 3 kinds of projection devices do not limit the purchase right. As long as you have a holographic smartphone, you can purchase and use any version, and the projection effect will not be different because of the different versions of the phone. Standard holographic smartphone can be equipped with Noble holographic projection equipment to enjoy the effect of home theater. The Noble holographic smartphone can also be matched with the Elite holographic projection equipment for a larger range of holographic projection. As for the standard version holographic projection device, it can also be used with the Noble version mobile phone, but it is not necessary at all, because the Elite version and the Noble version holographic smartphone can carry out 3D holographic projection, and the projection range is exactly the same as the standard version holographic projection device. And users who can spend $1 million to buy a Noble holographic smartphone will not lose tens of thousands of dollars in order to enjoy the best viewing effect. In addition to these 3 regular versions, the ball projector Chen Mo previously gave to Bradley has been produced and released for the first time. However, the volume, effect, portability, and draft of this new holographic projection device are far from being compared with those of the previous 3 models. Not only is the price more expensive, but also no one can buy it. There are strict purchase conditions. Like the Noble holographic smartphone, this holographic projection device is more sci-fi and powerful. Only the owner of Shendun has the right to buy it, and the price is up to $1 million, the same as the Noble holographic smartphone. But after seeing its amazing effect, I believe no one will doubt its value. The large projection range of 6 m, 6 m, 3 m is enough to cover a living room or conference room. Even at home, you can enjoy the experience similar to 3D holographic cinema. With the official sale of the portable holographic projection equipment, the long-awaited holographic smartphone users can't wait to place orders. Not only is the portable holographic projection equipment plundered, but the sales volume of holographic smartphones is also experiencing an explosive growth. Almost every second, thousands of orders are placed, and the number of visits to the website is increasing. If the network of Shendun Group is not stable enough, it is estimated that it would have collapsed. Many of the smartphones that were not purchased before because of the high price of the standard version of the full-line smartphone, but were unable to carry out 3D projection. This time they also bought the mobile phone with projection equipment. The standard version of $10,000 US is all smartphones, plus the standard portable projection device of $1,000 US. Although the performance and smart program of the mobile phone still can't compare with the Elite version, at least the projection function is almost the same, which makes many people who were hesitant to buy the sci-fi mobile phone for a long time. With the explosive growth of orders, Shendun Group's intelligent UAV once again launched on a large scale, delivering the equipment ordered by users to them in the shortest time, fully ensuring the timeliness, so that every user can get the holographic projection equipment before the official release of the film. Of course, as the logistics network of Shendun Group has not been fully expanded, The order and distribution on the official website are temporarily limited to the territory of the United States. Users in other countries and regions want to buy all series of smartphones and portable holographic projection devices. They can only buy them at the Shendon Group Product Experience Center next to the cinema when tomorrow's movie is officially released. Under the powerful distribution ability of the intelligent logistics network built by Shendon Group, relying on intelligent drones, on the first night of the movie, most of the users all over the United States have received the products they purchased. Whether it's the original standard holographic smartphone user or the new user who just bought the mobile phone, when they connect the portable holographic projection equipment and use the mobile phone to project the realistic 3D holographic projection, they are all excited. They are full of expectations for the upcoming 3D holographic film tomorrow. According to the few 3D pictures and video resources in mobile phones, they really feel the shock effect of 3D holographic projection. No matter how realistic the ordinary so-called 3D movies are, they are not real 3D after all. In fact, the effect is far away from the actual situation. The screen is still projected on the flat screen, which requires wearing special 3D glasses, and the viewing angle is fixed. No matter where you sit, you actually see the same screen. However, in the absence of a better and more realistic way of playing, this kind of pseudo-3D film is still the best way to present the film, which is sought after by all directors and audiences. And the 3D holographic projection technology of Shendon Technology creates the 3D image, which is the real 3D stereo image. The projected picture is no longer a specially processed plain picture, but a real three-dimensional picture, as if real things are presented in front of their eyes. From different perspectives, what they see is a different picture like the real scene, without any device, real naked eye 3D. Although the effect of holographic projection is very lifelike, everyone who has experienced it will be amazed, but even the cheapest standard version of holographic smartphone and projection equipment, combined with $11,000, is not acceptable to everyone. And for the time being, only people in the United States can buy holographic smartphones and projection devices directly. People in other countries can't buy them at the Shendon Product Experience Center in Yingcheng until the film is released at the earliest. So when many people buy holographic smartphones and portable holographic projection devices, more people start booking tickets for tomorrow's films early on the internet. And even those who have already bought mobile phones and projection devices, the vast majority have also bought movie tickets at the same time. The effect of small portable holographic projection equipment is so lifelike. In the holographic cinema of Shendon Group, how shocking the effect will be. Fortunately, there is only one movie in Shendon Cinema. All the screening halls will show this movie. There are plenty of seats. Although the tickets for the movie on the day of release are soon emptied, most people still buy the tickets for the next few days. The next morning, in the halls of tens of thousands of Shendon studios in major cities around the world, there were a large number of people waiting to watch the film. At Lowe's Angel's Shield, 4 young men and girls who came earlier sat around a table in the rest area, looking out at the entrance from time to time. "Why don't you check in? I can't wait." The real 3D holographic movie, I don't know how shocking the effect will be. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you don't let me down. One of the 4 young blondes was surprised to hear his companion's words. Disappointed? How is that possible? You haven't seen the trailer, have you? The blonde boy nodded at the sight of the boy in glasses. Yes, it's exciting, but it's not so different from other movies. The blonde boy asked with a frown. What do you see it with? Computer, what's the matter? What else would it be? Asked the bespectacled boy. The blonde boy's eyes swept over the 3 faces, and they all looked at him curiously. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into his pocket and took out a black holographic smartphone and a rectangle device the size of lipstick. The 3 teenagers sitting beside looked at the 2 things pulled out by their companions, and both of them opened their eyes in surprise. Standard version of holographic smartphone and portable holographic projection device. The young spectacle boy turned his head and looked at the Shield Product Experience Center, which was crowded and could not be squeezed in, and said excitedly, "It costs $11,000. Where do you get it?" The blonde explained immediately. "My parents promised to buy me a car when I graduated from high school with a limit of $10,000. Yesterday I got the money in advance, plus the $1,000 I saved, which was not easy to buy." The young blonde said, his face could not help showing a touch of excitement. Excited said, "The single I got on Shendong Group's official website at noon yesterday, and a smart drone delivered it to my door at night. As a result, I stayed up all night and watched the trailer with it all night. It's so exciting. I'm sure you won't doubt the brilliance of the movie after you use it to see the trailer." Another young man hurriedly urged, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a look." The other two are also looking forward to the holographic smartphone and projection device in the hands of teenagers. The blonde immediately put the portable holographic projection device in the middle of the table and said to the mobile phone, "Play the Dark Knight trailer." As soon as the voice of the blonde teenager falls, the light beam will be emitted from the portable holographic projection device the size of lipstick, and soon a 50 cm square stereo projection will be formed in the sky. Like a miniature sand table, a modern city full of high-rise buildings appears in it, and it moves rapidly, and finally frames on a tall figure wearing a black alloy armored combat suit. Then one scene and another flashed, and the three people who watched the trailer with holographic projection for the first time were all shocked and stared. The holographic projection in front of us is like a real world. Whether it's a high-rise building or a pedestrian vehicle, it's all real, but it's reduced in proportion. Their bodies move forward involuntarily. They wish they could extend their eyes directly into the projection and get into the reduced real world. A few minutes of the trailer will soon be over. The three faces are full of shock and amazement. There's more to it. At last, they know why blonde teenagers don't sleep all night and watch the same trailer repeatedly. They can't help but want to watch it again, 10 times, 100 times. The picture just now is too real. It's like a real world. It appears in front of them after shrinking. It's like reaching out and touching things inside. This feeling is totally different from the 3D movie they watched before. "Play it again, play it again." The young man couldn't help urging. The other two nodded in agreement. The blonde boy is helplessly trying to open up again and let the AI of the mobile phone play again, only to find a commotion behind him. He can't help looking back. Then he found that the entrance to the cinema had begun to check tickets. "Check-in is on, hurry up." The blonde turned quickly and said to the three companions. He found that they were still staring at the table. He grabbed the holographic projection device and stood up and said loudly to the three, "What else do you want to see? Let's see the real 3D holographic movie." Soon 4 people lined up to check in. "Hall 7 here." The young blonde looked at the ticket in his hand and urged several people behind him. When the 4 entered the screening hall together, they found that the layout inside was slightly different from that of the cinema they had been to before. The area of 3D holographic projection hall is much larger than that of ordinary projection hall. In addition to a large area used for holographic projection, the area of auditorium is also larger than that of ordinary projection hall, showing a semi-enclosed sector, surrounding the holographic projection area in the middle. In the past, the ordinary 3D projection hall was almost the same as the 2D hall, and the seats were all arranged in the position facing the curtain. Because if they were too close to the two sides, the effect of viewing would be greatly reduced, and even the distortion would occur. This is the limitation of the flat screen. When you look at a picture with a width of 20 meters from the front, it seems that it has been compressed to more than 10 meters from the side, but the height has not changed. As a result, the proportion of the picture will change a lot. Just like sitting on the side of the TV watching TV, the picture becomes narrow and distorted, and the effect of viewing is very poor. This is also the reason why people like to choose the middle area when watching movies. For 3D movies presented on the flat screen, the area facing the screen is the best area for watching movies. But holographic projection does not have this problem. If you don't need to look at the characters' expressions and other details from the front. In fact, The holographic projection hall can be built into a circular stand around the projection area. Even considering the angle of viewing characters, actions, and other details, the fan-shaped semi-surrounding stand, which is wider than the traditional projection hall, can ensure that the audience in each seat can get the best viewing experience. Even in the most marginal corner, you can still see the perfect stereo image. Compared with ordinary movies, holographic projection has the real stage performance similar to drama and can see the perfect and lifelike three-dimensional picture from all angles. However, 3D holographic film has a special way of presentation that drama cannot achieve. It can not only project realistic pictures of life size, let people feel that someone is standing on the stage, but also enlarge, shrink, move, and transform according to the needs of the plot. And it can also present exciting pictures such as fighting, gunfight, flying car, air battle, etc., which cannot be shown in the stage play. Moreover, the projection range of 3D holographic film is not limited to the conventional projection area in front. Because holographic projection has no requirement for projection area, no screen is needed. As long as it is an open place, it can be projected. So in fact, the whole projection hall, including the audience's stand, can also be projected. With curiosity, the four blondes, like other audiences, quickly found their seats and sat down, then looked around excitedly. They didn't have to wait too long, and the screening hall soon darkened. The original excited whispering people also consciously and quietly descended, their eyes fixed on the projection area in front, full of expectation. In the dark, a dazzling light curtain unfolded in front of the hall and rapidly expanded into a huge 3D stereo image. A huge golden 9-headed dragon badge appeared in the air, slowly rotating, and people at the scene recognized it as the symbol of Shendun Group. As we all know, as the only company in the world that has fully mastered the holographic projection technology, this 3D holographic film was shot by the film company under Shendun Group. With the promotion of Shendun Automobile, new anti-cancer drugs, and holographic smartphones, the influence of Shendun Group is growing day by day. The reputation of the 9-Dragon badge is not less than that of any well-known automobile company. It is a household name, not too much. Watching the huge badge floating in the air, nearly 10 meters high, the audience was excited. Although it's just an opening movie company logo, the realistic effect seems to have a huge gold badge floating in the air. A moment later, the huge gold badge turned into a little bit of bright gold light, floating around and gradually disappearing in the air. People seemed to feel light spots floating in front of them, but before they look carefully, they disappear into the air. With the official opening of the film, as if a real world presented in front of them, the bustling city, the towering buildings, and the bright lights in the night can clearly see the outline of the whole city, while they seem to stand in the clouds and overlook the familiar city. All of a sudden, a huge roar sounded in the back. It seemed that something was approaching quickly. People instinctively looked behind them, and then they were shocked to see a huge plane coming from the rear. Before they could get back to their senses, the plane roared over the heads of the people, frightening them all to flee. Just as the hearts of all the people were pounding and jumping, they were very surprised. Thinking how could there be an airplane here, they suddenly found that their perspective was following the airplane and quickly diving towards the city ahead. Although there is no high wind and acceleration, the real airliner in front of them and the rapidly approaching city make them feel a kind of dive. Fortunately, it wasn't a crash. There was a long runway on the ground in front of them. The plane aimed at the runway and landed slowly. Just when people thought they were going to land in the airport together with the plane, the picture in front of them suddenly accelerated again and soon surpassed the plane and left it behind. They were like getting on a plane again and crossing the airport towards the city ahead. Passing over the bustling city, the buildings were getting shorter and the lights were getting darker. Finally, they stopped over a dark street. The picture in front of us followed a change and became the scene in the dark street we saw just now. There is an empty street ahead. There are rows of old buildings on both sides. People can't help looking up at both sides as if they are in the dark street. While people are still immersed in the transformation of scenes and realistic pictures, a dark figure suddenly flashed over the heads of the people. They quickly looked up and saw a tall figure in dark armor, jumping over the top of the building above them. Several landing rooms came to the top of a building in front of them and stopped. Then the camera pulled in, and people clearly saw the black shadow standing on the top of the building. The dark armor covering the whole body, with two long knives behind him, the tall and powerful figure and the strong and powerful power that escaped from the whole body, made people hold their breath, even dare not to go out of the atmosphere as if afraid of startling him. But soon someone came back to me. I'm watching a movie. I'm afraid of something. It can only be said that the 3D holographic film is too realistic. The figure in black armor is just like standing in front of them. It seems that if he accidentally startles him, he will pull out a knife and kill him. Under the watchful or excited gaze of all the people, the figure with double swords turned suddenly, smashed a window directly below and rushed into the room. The broken glass splashed everywhere, and the audience in the front row could not help raising their hands to block it. Only when the glass disappeared in front of their eyes did they suddenly realize that it was just a holographic projection. The picture in front changes again. The wall in front disappears. People seem to pass through the broken window and enter the room. Now in the corner they can have a panoramic view of the whole room. The room is like a living room, but it seems a bit messy. A dozen people sit or stand, some play poker together, some sit on the sofa and try their pistols. It's easy to guess the identity of this group of people from their temperament and clothes, as well as the guns exposed on everyone. Gangs. And as the shadow came through the window, the gangsters in the room looked up one after another, and then they were stunned. People could clearly see the amazement on their faces. Anyone who suddenly saw a man dressed in black armor, like a steel warrior, breaking into the window and appearing in front of them, could not help falling into a moment of surprise. But they were stunned, but the black figure did not. The tall figure rushed to the crowd in front of him. While running, he raised his hands quickly and pulled out the double knives behind him. Two dazzling silver lights were shining in the room, and one blood light was splashing out. A fierce killing was staged in front of all the people. It's bloody, exciting. My God, that guy was cut in half. Along with the crazy killing, there were lots of nervous exclamations. In the projection picture, the gangsters in the room finally recovered from the shock and took out their guns to shoot. However, the armored figure moved too fast. Most of the bullets did not touch him. Even if a few bullets hit him, they just ignited a few sparks and were shot, causing no harm to him at all. And many empty bullets but through the room towards the audience position shot. But when they fly to the audience, the speed of these bullets is slowed down a lot. When people look up, they can clearly see that a bullet is rotating, forming a spiral wave in the air and flying back after wiping their heads. They really feel a thrill of being in it. A silver knife light flashed in the room, and soon more than a dozen gangsters were all killed. The figure in black armor stopped in the middle, and blood fell down the blade, and finally fell to the ground along the tip of the knife. He took a knife flower in his hands and threw all the blood left on the blade. Then he put the knife into the scabbard cleanly and put the two knives back on his back. One man scanned the whole field and confirmed that there were no fish missing. He rushed to the broken window again at random. They saw that the powerful existence of gangsters who had just entered a room was coming back to them. Even if they knew it was a movie, they would not be afraid by instinct and want to dodge. But before they had any action, the picture in front of them quickly opened and pushed out of the broken window. I saw the man in black leaping down from the window on the 3rd floor, and at the next moment he landed steadily on the street below. However, he did not hurry to leave, but looked up over the street. Under the dim street light, a little raindrop fell from the sky and broke to the ground. All the people who followed him back to the street felt the light on their heads, and they could not help looking up. Then it was found that a rain curtain was over them, and raindrops fell down reflecting the light of street lamps, disappearing dozens of centimeters away from their heads. They can clearly see the whereabouts of every drop of rain, as if they could reach for it. So far, the movie has only just begun a few minutes, but they have been completely absorbed. The picture is the same as the real environment. It connects with a compact and flexible perspective. It's uncertain. They have a sense of immersive experience, as if they can really participate in the movie plot when they stand up and walk out. 2 hours later, at the end of the movie, people in the audience were still sitting there, unwilling to get up for a long time. Their faces were not tired from watching the movie in the past, but excited one by one. For 2 hours they were fully involved in the film, unaware of the passage of time. Until the light in the projection hall came on, they were back to their senses. It's a great movie, isn't it? It's so lifelike. I feel that scene really happens in front of me. Is this the end? I haven't seen enough. No, I'll buy the ticket and see it again. Me too. Compared with this movie, the previous 3D is rubbish. At first, when the plane came over, it scared me. I thought it was 911, and the bullet flew over my head, and I felt like I could grab it if I reached for it. Be careful of making a hole in your hand. Cut, is that a fake? But it really feels the same. People went out of the screening hall with heated discussion. Many people directly took out their mobile phones and began to buy tickets. Only in recent days, the tickets have already been booked out. They can only watch them in a few days. Listening to their excited comments, the people waiting in the hall became more impatient and asked the staff when they would start checking tickets. At the same time, the movie Dark Knight has become a hit on the internet. Countless people who have just seen the film post on their own Twitter, Facebook, crazily pursue and praise it. Even many people call it the best movie ever, which attracts countless people's curiosity and can't help but want to see it. However, when they bought movie tickets online, they found that the tickets in 3 days had already been sold out. Even in the next few days, most of them had already been sold out. Some people had a hard time choosing the seats and seats. After a little delay, the tickets had been bought by others, and they could only return them and buy again. At the same time, with the popularity of movies, the sales volume of holographic smartphones and portable projection devices also ushered in another explosion. Thanks to Chen Mo's foresight and early preparation, although the sales volume is many times higher than the company expected, there is still sufficient inventory supply, and the full automatic production line continues to run 24 hours without interruption, with a large number of new products coming off the production line every day. But the busiest one is the Product Experience Center of Shendun Group, which is located all over the world. In addition to the United States, users in other countries can only buy holographic smartphones and portable holographic projection equipment here. So from the start of the business in the morning, it was full of people. Fortunately, enough people were prepared in advance to maintain order, otherwise it would not be able to operate normally at all. But these are only temporary. Shendun Machinery is building an intelligent UAV production line, which will be completed in a short time. At that time, the output of intelligent UAV will be greatly increased, and Chen Mo will begin to build his intelligent logistics network around the world. At that time, these experience centers will really become experience centers, and the sales of products will be the same as that of the United States. You can purchase various products of Shendun Group through the official website. It seems to be just a set of intelligent logistics network, but it is actually related to the global layout of Shendun Group. Shendun Group's current sales area is mainly limited to the territory of the United States, and if we want to promote intelligent terminals to the world, we must establish a sales network covering the world. The Product Experience Center of Shendun Group combined with Shendun Movie City is just the beginning of Chen Mo's global layout. After all, its sales capacity is limited. Even the needs of tens of thousands of cities cannot be fully met, let alone the overall needs of the whole world. The establishment of intelligent logistics network can fundamentally solve this problem. At that time, people from any country and region in the world will only place an order on the official website of Shendun Group, and it will not be long before the products they buy can be delivered directly to their hands. With the speed and endurance of Shendun Group's intelligent UAV, each logistics center can cover a very large area, covering a whole city and surrounding areas without too much problem. Even in the suburbs or in the countryside, intelligent drones can reach quickly. Of course, Chen Mo's intelligent logistics plan is unknown to outsiders at this time, and people's focus is still on the holographic film just released. With more and more people experiencing the shock effect of the holographic film, Dark Knight is completely popular, and the internet is full of wonder and admiration for the movie. Many professional film critics call it the epoch-making work in the film history, a milestone in the film industry, and countless people in the industry have shouted that Hollywood will usher in dramatic changes, and the whole film industry will change from then on. An epoch-making technology will bring great changes to the whole industry. The mobile phone, computer, tablet, and other personal intelligent terminal markets have felt this shock. Now, with the release of Dark Knight, the whole film industry will tremble at the foot of Chen Mo. A huge earthquake is coming. It is not only the transformation of the screening mode, but also the way of film release. In the past, all films were released through cinemas, and only after the cinemas were released could they be broadcast on major video websites and TV media. The Dark Knight of Shendong Group is released at the same time in cinemas and internet. In terms of data alone, although cinemas still occupy an absolute advantage, the main reason is that the price of holographic smartphones is high and the number of users is relatively limited. So far, the number of holographic smartphone users has not exceeded 10 million, accounting for less than 1% of the market, but the number of movie viewers of the new smartphone has exceeded 20 million. That is to say, almost every holographic mobile phone user has watched the movie, and more than once. It is foreseeable that this number will continue to increase over time, and whether it's the intelligent terminal market or the film industry, Chen Mo will not kill them all at once. In terms of intelligent terminals, like in the automobile field, Chen Mo will start from the high-end market and gradually spread to the middle and low-end market. When the production capacity and opportunity are ripe, Chen Mo will directly explore the middle and low-end market and realize the full coverage of personal intelligent terminals. In the film industry, Chen Mo will also step by step. Chen Mo, the large-scale 3D projector used in the cinema, does not intend to sell it to the outside world. Chen Mo, the personal mobile phone terminal and the home terminal, has been completely monopolized, and Chen Mo will not let go of the more profitable cinema. However, in a short period of time, 3D holographic films cannot be fully popularized, and the number of films is limited. Traditional 2D and pseudo-3D films still have a certain market in a period of time. Moreover, he also left away from major film companies. Although they would quit sooner or later in the cinema, Chen Mo still gave them a living space in the film production. The 3D photographic equipment used to make 3D holographic films will soon be sold to the outside world. Although the price will be very high, it will give major film companies the opportunity to enter the field of 3D holographic films, so that they will not be completely shut out and abandoned by the new rules created by Shendong Group. It's not how kind Chen Mo is. He can monopolize industry, equipment, and cinemas, but the creation of films is not. Even if he's bankrupting other movie companies by monopolizing 3D holography, it's not good for him. Shendong Film Co., Limited, can't produce enough excellent films to meet the audience's demand. If only supported by one company, the number of films released will be greatly reduced, which is likely to cause the overall depression of the film industry. According to Chen Mo's plan, it can not only make a lot of money by selling 3D photography equipment at a high price, but also enrich 3D holographic film resources, which is more conducive to the development of the whole industry. Most importantly, as long as Chen Mo controls the most terminal cinema, home and mobile intelligent terminals, he is equivalent to controlling the whole film industry, not only to be able to get the majority of the box office share, but also firmly grasp the lifeblood of the whole film industry. Moreover, 3D photography equipment can't be bought with money. If major film companies don't make corresponding compromises and concessions, they can only watch themselves being left behind by the film industry step by step. In this regard, Chen is not worried. waiting for major film companies to come to seek cooperation. On the first day of the movie, tens of thousands of Shendun studios were crowded and packed. Many people came to the cinema but couldn't buy tickets. They couldn't help itching when they watched the people coming out of the screening hall talking excitedly. Some of them looked at the long line of Shendun Product Experience Center beside them, biting their teeth or joining in. If you can't watch it in the cinema for the time being, you should buy your mobile phone and projection device first. Although the price is a little more expensive, it's worth the money. It's like upgrading your computer, mobile phone, and TV. Today is an unusual day for many people. For ordinary audiences, today they seem to have experienced an immersive and exciting adventure, which they have never experienced before. For the network platform and news media, they found for the first time that the original film can also have such a huge impact. Almost all the hot searches, hot spots, concerns, and rankings are dominated by The Dark Knight, and the rest are related topics such as Shendun Group, holographic smartphones, portable projection equipment, and Shendun cinema for many people in the film industry. Today is a surprise and a worry. The joy is that 3D holographic film, a new film mode, will undoubtedly usher in a huge leap in the development of the entire film industry. Its significance is no less than the great transformation of film from silent to sound, from black and white to color. For the film industry, this is undoubtedly an unprecedented opportunity. But opportunities also mean challenges. This is what they are worried about. The emergence of 3D holographic film undoubtedly means a great change of the whole film industry. The old pattern will be reshuffled, followed by endless changes. They don't know what kind of results they will have in this unstoppable huge wave. Take advantage of the situation, occupy a place in this brand new field, become famous, or be eliminated by the brand new market and mode, devoid of all people. But no matter what they will do in the future, they have a name that they remember deeply. Safe. The director of the world's first 3D holographic film is also the forerunner and leader of the transformation of the film industry. Before today, she was just a graduate student in the department of director, a new advertising director. And after today, she is destined to be remembered by all people and leave her name in the history of film. This made many people who were not optimistic about this all-Chinese movie and who were not even dismissive of her as a new director complicated. A new person they never put in their eyes, but they have made achievements that they are destined to never surpass in their life, knowing how their hearts are not suffering. And when the next day's box office came out, these people were even more attacked to commit suicide. The first day of The Dark Knight grossed $700 million. Before that, the highest box office record on the first day of release was only $100 million. The new director's first film directly broke the record and raised it 7 times, and that's just the box office of the cinema. The box office of the holographic smartphone is not included. If those are included, the first day box office of The Dark Knight will exceed $1 billion. It's only the first day. They can't imagine how horrible the final box office of the movie will be. When all eyes are attracted by The Dark Knight, Chen Mo's eyes are on China. Under the charge of He Han, after a period of intense preparation, Shendun Automobile Huaxia branch was officially established. With the close cooperation between Shendun Biology and the Chinese authorities in new anti-cancer drugs, the two sides have maintained a very good cooperative relationship, and the name of Shendun Group is also well known by the officials. Shendun Group's strength, boldness, sense of responsibility, and goodwill towards Huaxia in terms of new anti-cancer drugs have undoubtedly won the favor of the senior management. When we learned that Shendun Group was going to set up a large-scale automobile company in China, we immediately attracted great attention. The name of Shendun Automobile can be said to be unknown now. Once the top luxury car, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, and Bugatti were all beheaded in front of Shendun Automobile. Shendun Automobile ascended the altar with 3 supercars, namely Knight, Thunder, and Lord, and became the peak that cannot be surpassed in the automobile field. The strength of Shendun Automobile is obvious. Such a company with cutting-edge scientific and technological strength can't get into China. The only concern is the possible impact on China's local auto industry. After all, Shendun Automobile is powerful. Even the world's top automobile brands can't compete with it. Although China's automobile brands have developed vigorously in recent years, and their strength has greatly improved, they can't be compared with Shendun Automobile at all. Shendun Automobile enters China, which is likely to break into the mire again for the local automobile brands that are not easy to develop. However, after in-depth communication with He Han's team and understanding the market positioning of Shendun Huaxia branch, their only concern was completely eliminated. Shendun Auto now has 3 supercars, which undoubtedly occupy the top-level area of the auto market. It is the rich and the high-level people who can afford it. There are not many people in China who can afford these 3 cars, which has little impact on the local auto industry. Although the current Huaxia automobile brand has developed, it is mainly positioned at the middle and low end, and the price range is usually below 200,000. However, Shendun Motors branch established in China this time is located in the middle and high-end market, with a price range of more than 500,000, which is just staggered with the main market of Chinese local brands. The price of the car market is basically occupied by imported cars. Shendun's accession to the auto market has no great impact on local auto companies. The biggest concern has been eliminated. With the previous good cooperation experience, Shendun Automobile entered China smoothly. With the strong support of local departments, Shendun Automobile Huaxia branch was established soon, and Shendun Machinery Company's automobile production line also arrived smoothly, and the installation and commissioning work was completed quickly. By the time Dark Knight was released, Shendun Motor China branch had completed all preparations before production and officially started production. Chen Mo set up an automobile branch in China this time, aiming at Winfield Group. In fact, the sales volume of all models of Fengshan Group is the largest. In fact, it is the low-end family car. However, it is because of its large sales volume that Shendun cannot form enough production capacity in a short period of time. If Shendun chooses to produce low-end family cars of the same grade to compete with it, it cannot fundamentally affect it. So Chen Mo chose the high-end model with relatively small sales volume, but higher price and larger profit. There are not many high-end models under Winfield Group. In addition to bullying, there are only a few models of sub-brand Lexus, mainly high-end SUV models. So the first model produced by Shendun Huaxia branch is the large-scale city SUV. In terms of performance, compared with the off-road vehicle of Night, it is naturally far from being comparable, but compared with the same price of overbearing off-road vehicle, it has absolute advantages in terms of performance. In terms of price, it also means a lot. According to the configuration from low to high, the price of this model ranges from 500,000 to 1.5 million, just covering all the high-end SUV models owned by Fengshan Group. At the same price, the performance of this model is far beyond the model of Winfield Group, and with the prestige of Shendun Automobile in the automotive field, what choices consumers will make is obvious. A week after Dark Knight was released, when the world's attention was attracted by the 3D holographic film, the new Shendun model was quietly released in China. Even if the hot 3D holographic film, Dark Knight, attracts attention, and the Shendun Group doesn't publicize it, the new model released in China has quickly attracted the attention of the whole world. So far, Shendun has only released those 3 supercars, all of which are selling for up to $5 million, which is beyond the reach of millions of people. Almost everyone is expecting Shendun to release a lower price model, so that they can enjoy the cutting-edge technology of Shendun. Now their wish has come true. Although the 500,000 yuan car belongs to the high-end car, it is not only the top luxury that the world's richest people can afford. Many ordinary businessmen, individual bosses, company executives, and some middle-class families with better conditions can afford it. Therefore, After the release of Shendun's new model, it has attracted numerous people's attention. Although the performance of this new car has a huge gap with the off-road vehicle of night, it is only compared with the off-road vehicle of night, compared with other hundreds of thousands or even millions of luxury cars. This new model still occupies an absolute advantage in all aspects. First of all, in terms of the safety most valued by most people, this new car has no bulletproof function, but its body strength is much higher than other brands. In case of traffic accident, it can guarantee the safety of the drivers and passengers in the car to a greater extent. Other off-road performance, space, configuration, comfort, and other aspects are also much better than the models at the same price. Although this model does not have the driverless function of 3 supercars such as the night off-road vehicle, it can be assisted by the intelligent system after being connected with any version of the holographic smartphone. When there is an accident or a danger, the intelligent system can react quickly and avoid it. The probability of traffic accident is greatly reduced. Combined with high-strength body, all-round airbag and other protective measures, driving safety has a very high guarantee. Although the overall size of the body is a big circle smaller than that of the huge off-road vehicle, it still belongs to the large-scale SUV, and the external size and internal space are only higher than those of the same price model. In terms of appearance, although it maintains the strong and domineering style of some riders' off-road vehicles, it has become softer, less incisive, calm, and atmospheric. Different from the rider's off-road vehicle, although the off-road performance of this new model is also excellent, it is positioned as a city SUV, mainly focusing on safety performance. However, there is no doubt about the off-road ability of this new model when the strong performance of the off-road vehicle of night is in front, and its safety performance far exceeds that of the same price model undoubtedly makes people excited. If the price of the off-road vehicle is high but it's worth the money, then this new model is definitely worth the money with high cost performance. So as soon as the model was released in China, it was robbed. Even in many countries outside China, many people placed orders. However, at present, this model is only available in China. If other countries want to buy it, they can only choose to import it from China. Well, there are still many people who can't wait to place an order for purchase. Even if the tariff is included, the price performance of this model is still very high. Even if it costs hundreds of thousands more, it's worth it. They can't afford the $5 million Shendun supercar. They won't let go of this Shendun SUV, which only needs more than $100,000 and $200,000. Therefore, not only the domestic sales are booming, but also the international orders are pouring in. With the production capacity of Shendun Huaxia branch, the demand for orders cannot be met at all for a while. The order soon reached a month later, and it continued to be extended at a very fast speed. However, it was once again a grand occasion when the supply of off-road vehicles for riders was in short supply. With the advent of Shendun SUV, the sales volume of high-end SUV and even high-end cars under Fengshan Group has been greatly hit. People would rather wait a few months to buy Shendun SUV than the same price, but the performance of all aspects of Fengshan car is poor. However, the current situation of short supply is only temporary. In fact, Shendun Machinery started to build another production line after completing the automobile production line of Huaxia branch. When the production line is completed and put into production, the new model will be launched in the United States immediately. By then, orders from countries such as Europe, which are closer to each other and have lower tariffs, as well as those from the United States, can be fully digested. There is no problem for Huaxia branch to only supply orders from China and its surrounding areas. With Shendun Group's efficiency, the new auto production line will be available this month. At present, only one company of Shendun Automobile Huaxia branch has made Fengshan Group suffer heavy losses. The middle and high-end market of Huaxia and its surrounding areas has been completely occupied. The sales volume of hegemonic and Lexus brands has declined precipitously. A large number of cars that have been produced are overstocked in the company and cannot be sold. The company is facing an unprecedented huge crisis, not only in China, but also in Europe and America, which are far away from China. The sales volume of middle and high-end cars has been greatly affected. When the production line of the United States is completed, it can be predicted that the medium and high-end models of the Winfield Group will be completely in a desperate situation, and even the whole Winfield Group is likely to be in a situation of no return. However, Fengshan Group knew nothing about the second auto production line under construction of Shendun Machinery, and their energy was all focused on coping with the huge crisis. Fengshan Group has the highest sales volume and the largest total profit. In fact, it is the low-end models, of which China accounts for the largest market share. However, with the rapid development of local auto brands in China, the sales volume of low-end cars in Huaxia region of Fengshan Group is less than 70% of the original. On the contrary, the sales volume of medium and high-end cars has increased, which also makes Fengshan Group not decline due to the impact of local auto brands in Huaxia. But at this time, Shendun Automobile Huaxia branch launched a new model, but it gave them a heavy blow. Their mid and high-end models have no comparability with Shendun at all. In just a few days, the sales volume fell to the bottom. Fengshan Guangji, the chairman of Fengshan Group, was so angry that he had a heart attack on the spot after receiving the news and was sent to the hospital again and finally came back. Lying on the hospital bed, Mr. Feng still gnashed his teeth and resented. For Shendun Group, Feng Tian Guangji can be said to hate deeply. In Shendun Group, he has suffered more than once. At the beginning, when Shendun Automobile Company was just founded, it coveted the introduction of advanced technology of Shendun Automobile and sent commercial spies to sneak into Shendun Automobile Company to steal technical secrets. On the night of the operation, Fengshan Guangji stayed up all night, full of expectation and wild hope, expecting to get the technology of Shendun Automobile. Fengshan Group soared to the sky and stepped on all the major automobile groups in the world. However, the action that was supposed to be stable ended with the disappearance of the commercial spy. When he got the news of the failure of the action, Mr. Feng Tian fainted on the spot. Later, in the F1 competition, in order to retaliate for Shendun Group, Mr. Winfield called Yingnan Matsui, the manager of Fengshan team, and told him to blackhand Shendun team, but they could not win anyway. As a result, Matsui did as he was told, but in the end, Shendun team won the championship, but his Fengshan team lost a lot. Not only the car was damaged, the main driver and team manager were both seriously injured, but also the doping incident was found. Fengshan team fell into the public opinion, and the reputation of Fengshan Group was also greatly hit. The car sales in Europe, the United States and many other regions fell significantly, resulting in economic losses of more than $1 billion. Fengshan Guangji wanted to make a stumbling block for Shendun team secretly to prevent the further improvement of Shendun Group's influence. Unexpectedly, he not only failed to achieve the goal, but also lost his wife and lost his soldiers. Sato Suzuki, the team's strongest driver, has completely finished. He also has a lot to do with the team and the group. The loss is huge. The team manager has also been abandoned. Fengshan team, which has suffered a huge blow, can no longer participate in the next race. It is not only the huge amount of money and resources invested in this season, but also the claims of many advertising sponsors, which will undoubtedly be a very heavy blow to Fengshan Group. Hirasuke Toyota almost had a heart attack again. However, the impact of these things on Fengshan Group is limited. For the large-scale and rich Fengshan Group, these losses make the People's Congress, but not to the point of breaking their bones. But this time, it's a different story. It seems that Shendun Group is totally aiming at them. Up to now, Blade has played a more and more important role in Winfield Group's profit share. It will completely crush them with the same price and higher performance. Although Fengshan Group is large in scale and abundant in funds, Some small losses are not enough to shake the tree, but Shendon Group this time can be said to be cutting corners, directly attacking their vital points, cutting off their very important source of profit. It's not just a matter of billions, it's a matter of tens of billions of profits being completely cut off, and the crisis they are facing is not just that. The middle and high-end cars can't be sold out completely, and all of them are overstocked in the factory. Not only can't generate profits, but also the cost can't be recovered. At the same time, the operating costs such as employee salaries are still consuming a lot of money, and the company's working capital will soon reach the bottom. If we don't find a solution immediately, it won't be long before the company goes out of business. If we can't survive this crisis, Winfield Group may even fall down. However, Fengshan Group, after all, is an old large-scale automobile company. In the face of this adverse situation, it quickly made a response. Since they can't compete with Shendon's new models in the high-end market, they just quit the high-end market. On the third day of the release of Shendon SUV, all medium and high-end models of Fengshan Group have been sold at reduced prices. In fact, including hegemonic, the price of high-end models of Winfield Group in Japan is less than half of that of China. For example, the price of Japan is 3.35 million yen, or less than 210,000 yuan, while the price in China is as high as 500,000 yuan. Even if it is produced in China, the price of China is 430,000 yuan, even if there is no need to pay extra tariffs. In fact, the cost of this car is only about 100,000 yuan, plus value-added tax, consumption tax, and some hidden costs, such as advertising fees, labor costs, and various marketing expenses. The normal price should also be around 200,000 yuan. However, with the successful marketing strategy and the relatively good quality of the car itself, Fengshan Group raised the price to 4.5 million yuan. The same is true for all models under the Lexus brand. The situation of inflated price is very serious. In fact, the middle and high-end models of Lexus are very similar to the low-end cars of Fengshan. They not only share a framework platform, but also have the same electrical system and internal and external components. The core three parts of multiple models are almost the same, which can be said to be the shell-changing car. Just for a new logo, appearance, and interior decoration, the price is more than 100,000, even hundreds of thousands. While other domestic and foreign automobile brands carry out various preferential activities and sell at a reduced price, Winfield Group does the opposite. Not only does not have any price reduction, but also carries out several marketing. Many models need to be increased to buy. We can imagine how much profit space there is. Until now, under the great threat of Shendon Automobile, Winfield Group has finally reduced its price, and the range is so large that many consumers are shocked. The original 4.5 million hegemonic, the price dropped to more than 200,000. Lexus's high-end models are also all reduced by nearly half. Overnight, almost all the high-end models of Fengshan Group fell into the enemy's hands, and in an instant, they changed from high-end cars to middle-end cars. However, they did play a role in this move. Although suddenly such a large price cut caused the dissatisfaction of many old users and felt that they were slaughtered at the beginning, many users who could not afford these high-end models were attracted by the price. The price of more than 200,000 yuan can buy the original high-end car of 4.5 million yuan, which is still very valuable in the eyes of many people. As for Shendon, it's good, but the cheapest is 500,000 yuan, which is not in their consideration. It has to be said that, although the price reduction strategy of Fengshan Group is simple, it is very effective. It just staggered the price range of Shendon SUV and perfectly avoided the sniping of Shendon Automobile. But the price they pay is also very huge. The original high profits have been directly broken, and today's prices can only maintain no loss. But in any case, Winfield Group has survived the bankruptcy crisis. The sales volume that had been stagnated has risen again, even exceeded the previous trend. After all, they are in the original high-end car status, and they have entered the ranks of middle-end cars directly with price reduction, which is still very attractive to middle-end car consumers. In the past, the sales increase will definitely excite the senior management of Winfield Group. But now, the profit of these high-end cars with nearly half price has been very small. Even if the sales volume has doubled 10 times, it can't make up for their huge loss. Now, Fengshan Group is just struggling out of the situation that it was on the verge of extinction. The biggest problem is still unsolved, and it may still face the threat of bankruptcy at any time. The high-end cars, which originally accounted for a large proportion of Winfield Group's profit share, although got rid of the situation of stagnant sales and serious losses, the profit has been reduced to almost negligible. This is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Fengshan Group, equivalent to cutting off one of their arms. And although they responded in a timely manner, at least on the surface, they quickly reversed the stagnant sales momentum. But the shares of Winfield Group were greatly affected and began to fall sharply. In just a few days, the decline is more than 10%. With the market value of more than $177 billion, the evaporated wealth in these days is as high as $20 billion. And with the passage of time, the downward trend is still continuing. The future loss will be more and more big. The profits of high-end cars have been almost completely cut off, and the stock market has been declining continuously. Winfield Group has suffered a lot of losses, and the situation is very unfavorable. In this case, if it suffers another serious blow, it is likely to fall down completely. Instead of waiting for the launch of new models in the United States, the changes have come. Before the crisis, Winfield Group, in order to avoid the sharp edge of Shendan Automobile, all high-end models will be reduced. Although it has passed the bankruptcy crisis for the time being, it has caused a great impact on the mid-range car market. As a result, the mid-range car prices of other car companies have been reduced, and then the impact has been extended to the upper level of low-end cars. In the past, the price of more than 200,000 middle-end cars has been reduced to more than 100,000. Compared with other low-end cars, they have a great competitive advantage. Among them, the most impacted is the middle and low-end model with the highest sales volume and the largest profit share of Winfield Group. Compared with the price of local brands in China, mainly concentrated in areas below 100,000, the price of low-end models of Winfield Group is also more than 100,000, which is naturally the most affected by the price reduction storm caused by them. So not long after the high-end automobile brands recover their sales through price reduction, the sales volume of middle and low-end automobiles of Fengshan Group has also declined sharply, followed by the sharp reduction of profits. The original abundant working capital of Fengshan Group has decreased rapidly, and the break of capital chain is sooner or later. Chinese officials were worried about the turmoil in the auto industry caused by Shendan. They didn't expect that the sale of a new model would cause such a huge impact, but soon they found that things were not as serious as they thought. At first, affected by the impact of Shendan Automobile on high-end brands and the chain reaction caused by the price reduction of Fengshan Group, the major automobile companies in China market have been greatly affected. However, with the overall price reduction caused by this chain reaction, the overall sales volume of the Chinese auto market, which had some downturn in the market, suddenly ushered in a huge outbreak. Almost all middle and high-end models have been reduced in price, and the decline is far greater than any previous period, and consumers' desire to buy is immediately aroused. Many people had planned to buy cars, but they didn't take action because they didn't have enough money or the price of the promising models was high. Now the car price has dropped dramatically. They seize the opportunity immediately and buy one after another, fearing that the price will rise again in a period of time. There are many people who didn't plan to buy a car, but looking at the high-end cars that were not expected before, the price dropped like a dive, to a price they can fully afford, So these people who didn't plan to buy a car also joined in one after another. Originally, the price of low-end car can buy the middle-end car, but the people who intend to buy the middle-end car can buy the high-end car directly. The Chinese people are inexplicable, but welcome a car-buying feast. The common people bought cheaper and more affordable cars, and the country got more taxes. Most middle and high-end car brands also made up for part of the losses through price reduction in exchange for sales volume. However, Huaxia automobile brand, which is dominated by the low-end market, suffered the least impact. In this whole incident, the biggest loss is precisely Fengshan Group. Many people soon found that this incident was not just a coincidence, but a well-planned and highly targeted commercial war. In fact, it is the same. Chen Mo is not the kind of character who can bear to be beaten to the door. On the contrary, his character can be called a vengeance. If you want to calculate me, I will kill you. In fact, Chen Mo can also directly send Wade and Agent Zero to kill Fengshan Guangji and all related people. But he thought it was too cheap for them. Since you want to step on my Shendun group to grow your company, I will completely destroy your company. After Jarvis' calculation in advance, Chen Mo has already predicted the possible response and a series of subsequent changes of Fengshan Group for the strike action against Fengshan Group. As for the final result, he has already known it. Therefore, Chen did not wait for the completion of the second automobile production line, and the Chinese and American markets were on sale at the same time, but he started early. Only the attack of Chinese market and a series of chain reactions will be enough to kill Fengshan Group. 2 weeks after the sale of Shendun SUV, all the high, middle, and low-end automobile products of Fengshan Group are in trouble, with stagnant sales, low profits, and rapid decrease of working capital. At the same time, the shares of the company also plummeted. Fengshan Group is in a desperate situation. Bankruptcy is only a matter of time. Fengshan Guangji is lying on the hospital bed, still trying to save Fengshan Group, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. Loans, mortgages, rescues, and saves the stock price are of no avail at all. The senior management of Fengshan Group is panic-stricken, and despair spreads wildly in the whole company. All of us don't understand how the world's largest auto group, which was on the verge of bankruptcy in such a short period of time, is just a new model released by Shendun. The launch of a new model has led to the demise of a huge car group. It's hard to believe that, but it's true. When Chen Mo was about to cross again, Fengshan Group couldn't hold on to it. The capital chain was completely broken, and the situation that it was trying to maintain couldn't hold on any longer. Once the world's largest automobile manufacturing group, with an annual turnover of more than 200 billion US dollars, Fengshan Group finally collapsed. But in this process, Chen Mo made a lot of money. As early as when Shendun SUV was released, Chen Mo ordered Jarvis to start shorting the shares of Fengshan Group. Relying on Shendun Group, Chen Mo had an amazing amount of money in his hand, which was enough to eat most of the shares of Fengshan Group. Moreover, no one could think that Fengshan Group, with a huge scale and strong strength, would collapse in such a short time when short-wind field group stocks are not many. More people still believe that the wind field group can survive the crisis, and the stock price will return to normal sooner or later, with the Japanese people as the main part. Fengshan Group has always been the pride of the Japanese people, and its strength ranks among the best in the whole country. Moreover, this event has little impact on the Japanese mainland. No one believes that Fengshan Group will fall so easily. So when the stock price of Fengshan Group plummeted and Chen Mo made a big short, there were still many financial institutions and individuals trying to take the opportunity to copy the bottom, of course. Their final result was self-evident. Chen Mo's harvest is not only that, but also that the market value of Winfield Group is almost drained in the stock market, and he has seized hundreds of billions of dollars, which is only the edge of his attack on Winfield Group. The Shendun SUV itself has brought huge profits to Chen Mo. Although the price of Shendun SUV is only 1/10 of that of the 3 supercars, because its price is relatively lower, it faces a larger user group, and its sales volume is more than 100 times that of the three supercars. Although the price of middle and high-end cars in China's market has been greatly reduced, which has a great impact on most of the auto brands, Shenzhen Automobile Institute has not been affected in the slightest, but its sales volume is far ahead of any other brands. Many people will choose to buy because of the price reduction of middle and high-end models, but there are also many people who are completely unaffected by the price reduction and firmly choose Shenzhen SUV. Even if the original 500,000 high-end car has become 250,000, but for those who originally had a car purchase budget of more than 500,000, what they have to do is to select the car with the best performance according to their own budget. Obviously, Shenzhen SUV, which has absolute advantages in safety, performance and other aspects, is more attractive, and the influence of Shenzhen's three supercars is too great. In the ongoing Formula One competition, Shenzhen team won the championship one after another, further proving the strength of Shenzhen. Shenzhen Auto relies on its own strong technical strength and has numerous strong fans. They have been expecting Shenzhen Auto to release a car they can afford. $5 million supercar can afford is limited, but there are still many people can afford $70,000 or $200,000 car. Now it's not easy for Shenzhen Automobile to finally produce a Shenzhen SUV they dream of. In this case, even if the price of other brands is lower, many people still choose Shenzhen SUV without hesitation. During the period when Fengshan Group fell into a desperate situation and the car sales were declining, the sales volume of Shenzhen SUV grew rapidly, and the daily sales volume even exceeded the sum of the three supercars. Other people's revenge is to pay a certain price, and Chen Mo brought down Fengshan Group, not only made a fortune in the stock market, but also made Shenzhen Automobile further develop and grow, with a huge increase in scale, profit, and influence. At the same time, the box office of 3D holographic films is also rising. In more than half a month, the box office has exceeded $10 billion. The sales of holographic smartphones and portable holographic projection devices are also rising. In the rapid development and prosperity of Shenzhen Group, Fengshan Group is gloomy and desperate. The company's shares held by the top management of Winfield Group account for most of their families, and the collapse of the share price makes them lose a lot. Chen Mo didn't intend to let the top executives who had participated in the Shenzhen Group event leave them alone. Under the special care of Jarvis, their shares couldn't even be sold. Finally, with the collapse of Fengshan Group, they were completely reduced to a pile of waste paper. The Winfield Group is gone, the stock is gone, and the power status once was gone. Most of their life struggle is lost, and that's the price they provoke Shenzhen Group. Compared with Fengshan, their ending is good. On the hospital bed, Hirosuk Winfield stared angrily at his eyes, and his heart was aching like a knife. In any case, he could not imagine that his greed and ambition had brought such a disaster to Fengshan Group. In such a short period of time, Shenzhen Group, which was not in his eyes, has developed into a more powerful industrial technology group than Fengshan Group. And if they don't, they'll be in a situation where they'll never be able to recover. In just 10 days, his commercial empire collapsed in the hands of Shenzhen Group. Feng Tian is unwilling and resentful, but unable to return to heaven, and finally died in the hospital bed with endless regret. From Jarvis's mouth, Chen Mo's face was not troubled by the news of Winfield's death. If it wasn't for Chen Mo's powerful power, Shenzhen Automobile would have been swallowed by Fengshan Group. Even the dregs would not be left. After all, the world is still respected by the strong, and losers always pay for their mistakes. In fact, Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to the affairs of Fengshan Group. He didn't even angrily send Dead Man to kill Fengshan Guangji, because from the beginning to the end, Fengshan Group was not in his eyes. Chen Mo was very clear. With the development of Shenzhen Group, Fengshan Group would be trampled by him sooner or later. An enemy destined to be crushed by him was not qualified to make him angry at all. And destroying what the enemy values most is more painful than killing them directly. After all, it's a happy thing to solve an eyesore. Chen Mo, in a good mood, drinks up the coffee in his cup and comes to the underground laboratory in a blink. It's time to cross again. I don't know what kind of world it will be this time. Chen Mo looks forward to it. When consciousness enters the space, the original chaotic space barrier becomes transparent again. Outside the space, countless bright spots are scattered around like stars, weaving a bright sky around the space, and the nearest place, 3 bright spheres are quietly emitting mysterious brilliance. Chen Mo cast his consciousness directly into one of the spheres of light, and a world projection appeared in his mind. Only see a shape similar to human, but sharp edges and corners, painted with the police logo, robot hand-held weapons appear in the street. There are 2 flat antennas like rabbits' ears standing on their heads. A large number of parts on their bodies are exposed directly, which is a little crude. However, their movements are very flexible, not much different from that of human beings, and their strength is very strong. They can jump onto the container easily and kick the door directly. Seeing this, Chen Mo already knows which movie it is. The main reason is that the characteristics of the robots are very obvious. The 2 long antennas on the head directly expose their identities. And then a robot with messy letters and patterns on its body and several big gold chains around its neck appeared in the projection picture, which confirmed this point. This is a movie called Superpower Zappai, and the robot with the gold chain is the protagonist of this movie, Zappai. A large arms company has created the world's first robot police to replace the human police. The engineer who invented the robot police created a kind of intelligent program with emotion and thinking, but the arms company didn't value his research results, so he secretly used the discarded robot police debris to assemble a robot, and implanted the intelligent program, and the protagonist's search was born. The newly created Zappai is like a new-born child, ignorant, but has strong learning ability. However, he fell into the hands of a couple of gangsters and was trained as a robot gangster by them. The most valuable part of this movie is the robot manufacturing technology, but with the technology Chen Mo has mastered now, the robot technology in the movie is actually quite backward. Needless to say, just a little modification of the technology of steel war clothes can produce a mass-production robot that is far more advanced and powerful than the robot police in the movie. In fact, in the film Avengers 2, Tony Stark created a steel army composed of robots, whose combat power is equal to that of steel battle clothes, and they can also fly, and whose combat power is complete. But there is another special technology in this movie, which can transfer human consciousness to the robot body and realize immortality in disguise. It's through this technology that Chappai's engineer and the female gangster who thinks of it as her son are created in the movie and resurrected in the robot body after death. But according to Chen Mo's understanding of human spirit and consciousness, this technology is not so magical. Their resurrection is not really alive, but more like the clone of the 6th day. They just copy their consciousness, implant the robot, and they think they are alive. In fact, at the same time of their death, the only conscious body, or soul, has dissipated. The resurrected robot just has the memory and thinking mode they originally copied. If engineers are prone to think that it's a transfer of consciousness when they implant robots and die of serious injuries, then the resurrection process of female gangsters just proves that this is actually just a copy of consciousness. She didn't carry out the so-called consciousness transmission when she was dying, but after she died, she was copied by the investigators when she was alive, and the consciousness data stored in the USB flash disk was implanted into the robot to revive her. If she is alive, she can directly use the USB stick to implant the robot, which can also replicate a robot with the sense of female gangster. There is only one human soul, which can't exist in the brain and robot at the same time. What is stored in the USB flash disk is only her memory and thinking mode. But what is revived in the robot body is actually a piece of intelligent program with her memory and thinking mode. This kind of consciousness replication technology cannot really revive and immortalize people, and although it can create the same intelligent program with human thoughts, but precisely because of this intelligent program retains human emotions, thoughts, and desires, has great uncontrollability, and is easy to evolve into the existence of Skynet. So this technology is not very useful, but there are huge risks. Even if he went to the world, Chen Mo did not intend to bring this dangerous technology back to the real world. In addition, Chen Mo saw a familiar figure in the projection of the world, Logan. Of course, in this world, he is not a powerful mutant Wolverine Logan, but a big villain, an engineer of a weapons company. He thinks that the emergence of robots with thoughts and feelings represents the collapse of order and belief for human beings. So he uses the large-scale battle robots he made to hunt down and kill factions and others. Although he is violent and murderous in the movie, his judgment of emotional robot coincides with Chen Mo's. Chen Mo soon saw the projection of the first world, drew his consciousness out of it, and put it into the second photosphere again. The first picture put into Chen Mo's mind is Logan. However, as the picture continues to change, Chen Mo soon understands that this is still not the world of X-Men, because there are many pictures of robots fighting in the arena in the projection picture. Among them, the most common one is a silver robot that is slightly taller than ordinary people, but much smaller than other robots. It looks like a boxer wearing a full set of protective equipment. It's covered with a large amount of armor all over the body, including the head, but these armor is pitted and full of scars, which looks very stiff and old. Knowing that he is going through all kinds of sci-fi movie world, Chen Mo has seen almost all sci-fi movies. Through this dilapidated robot and the reappearance of Logan, Chen Mo has determined the origin of the movie world again. Iron Fist. The man who looks like Logan is Charlie. He used to be the second best boxer in the world. However, with the development of science and technology, boxing has been replaced by high-tech robot interaction. Humans can't play in person. Instead, robots are operated by humans to fight on the field. Charlie, who couldn't step on the ring anymore, turned to robot fighting. However, robot fighting is obviously different from his original boxing. Compared with his own fighting skills, it is obvious that the strength of the robot itself and its control ability are more important. Robot fighting is obviously different from his original boxing. Compared with his own fighting skills, it is obvious that the strength of the robot itself and its control ability are more important. So although, as the world's #2 fighter, Charlie's robot fighting career is not smooth, it's poor. But that changed when he and his son picked up an old abandoned training robot from the dump. The robot, called Adam's sparring robot, can imitate the master's movements in real time, which makes Charlie's boxing ability useful. They defeated each other step by step, and finally defeated Zeus, the most powerful king in robot fighting. The background of this movie is that the world's technology is more advanced, and the robot's technology and combat ability are also higher than the robot police in the previous movie. But that's all. According to the situation shown in the movies and projections, the level of science and technology in this world is much higher than that in the last world. In many aspects, there is not much difference from the real world, and there is a huge gap compared with the technology in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo soon drew out his consciousness and threw himself into the third light ball again. This time, there is no Rogan's figure, but the same as the previous 2 worlds, there is a robot's figure. But when he saw the robot, Chen's eyes couldn't help brightening. The blue robot in the projection picture is standing in a square, but its height is equivalent to that of many buildings around it, which is 70–80 meters, huge and incomparable. A device like a turbine engine is slowly rotating at the chest, emitting a dazzling orange-yellow light, obviously with extremely high temperature. The number of robot movies is not large, and the images of robots have their own characteristics, so Chen Mo recognized the identity of this distinctive giant robot at a glance. Revenge Ranger. And this movie world is the Pacific Rim. The thunder is back. Determined the world connected by this photosphere, Chen Mo did not continue to see the world projection, but directly chose to cross. Compared with the previous 2 worlds, This world is obviously more attractive to Chen Mo. Before the robot police and fighting robot in front of the Pacific Ocean hunter robot, there is no force to fight back. One foot can trample a large area. Even in the Avenger Alliance world, these giant machine armors are quite powerful. It's not a problem to fight Leviathan. Even the Hulk can't fight against the terrorist power brought by the huge size. Chen Mo also has a great interest in the giant mecha. Before, he saw EVA and Gotha. His wish to ride a dragon was achieved. He became a mecha warrior and controlled the giant mecha to fight against the monster Chen Mo has not tried. With a strong expectation, Chen Mo directly chose to cross. There is a planet called Antiverse in the distant galaxy, where there are dense clouds. The Earth is barren. There are no rivers but rock layers. From the space, the whole atmosphere is full of strong yellow, which seems to be full of poison gas. There is no trace of life on the surface of the planet, but in the underground rock strata, there is an alien, Pioneer. This is a kind of colonial creature, which lives and thrives by invading other planets. Pioneers with advanced biochemical technology and hyperspace technology can bridge other planets with local areas by building wormholes to infiltrate and attack from within the enemy. They created a huge biological weapon as a force to invade other planets. The Earth. In 2013, there was a space crack connecting the outer planets in the deep sea of the Circum-Pacific region. Then, a giant monster invaded the Earth and launched an attack on human beings. The giant beast landed on the west coast of the United States, destroying San Francisco and all the coastal cities around it. Most of the human attempts to stop the giant beast's military operations ended in failure. Tanks, airplanes, and missiles bombed for 6 days in a row. 3 cities were destroyed. Eventually, nuclear bombs had to be used to wipe out the monsters. But San Francisco has become a desolate place for hundreds of miles, and thousands of lives have been lost in this attack. Originally, humans thought the attack was just an accident, but just when they thought it was over, new monster attacks appeared in cities around the Pacific Ocean one after another. Just 6 months later, a second wave of attacks rushed to Manila. Then the third wave of attacks took place in Cape Verde, followed by the fourth. People finally understand that the monster attacks will never stop, and the war is just beginning. Although nuclear bombs can eliminate monsters, the cost of human beings is too high. They need a new weapon. Under this space crisis, the whole world united, gathered all resources, abandoned the hatred of the past, and fought against monsters for the common purpose. Finally, human beings created their own monsters, the Mecha Hunters. They used giant mecha-like monsters to fight against the monster army, and the Hunter plan was born. Because the robot hunter's neural interface load is too heavy, the single driver can't bear it at all, so a dual driving system is born, which is controlled by the left half brain and the right half brain separately. 2 drivers connected by brain neural network operate the hunter's mecha to fight at the same time. Finally, human beings have the power to fight against monsters. After the successful development of Hunter's mecha, the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, PPDC, was officially established. At the same time, a shelter was established, and 8 bases for making mecha were established in Hong Kong, Tokyo, Sydney, Vladivostok, Alaska, etc. Since the beginning of the second wave of monster invasion, human beings have entered the era of robot and monster PK. Robot hunters have blocked monsters everywhere and even turned monster attacks into propaganda activities and rituals. However, human beings do not know that a more terrorist threat is coming, and the monster campaign has started. On February 28, 2020, the third-level monster code named Sickle Head appeared in the waters of Alaska. The Beckett brothers Raleigh Beckett and Josh Beckett drove the dangerous Rangers to fight against the monster. In the battle, their brother Josh died, and Raleigh drove the nearly abandoned dangerous Rangers back alone. Human panic found that monsters can learn their defense tactics. In constant adaptation and evolution, more powerful level 4 monsters began to appear. Moreover, As more and more monsters swarm into the Earth from wormholes and attack more and more frequently, mecha hunters lose more than they build. By the end of 2024, there were 46 monster attacks, 14 in 2024 alone, which not only caused huge damage and casualties, but also brought irreparable financial loopholes to the hunter program. In the face of huge losses, human beings were forced to close all machine armor bases except Hong Kong and began to build a solid anti-monster wall to simply defend. In 2025, the fourth-level monster Virus landed in Sydney Bay, and it took less than an hour to break the anti-monster wall. Although it was finally broken by the Australian helicopter, Moriko was wearing a dark blue Union Army defense uniform. White and long legs under the short skirt were put together in front of him, and looked down at the UAV on the tablet computer in his hand feasibility report. 10 years later, the original pure and moving sun pockmarked has become a lot more mature. Sharp short hair appears calm and capable. 10 years ago, she and Raleigh drove the dangerous tramp into the wormhole, arrived at the planet where the alien pioneer was, used the dangerous tramp's own nuclear reactor to self-explode, destroyed the wormhole, and successfully escaped through the escape capsule before the explosion. Destroying the wormhole on the sea floor and cutting off the passage for monsters to invade the Earth, Moriko, who escaped from death, became the hero of saving the world. Today, she has grown from a mecha pilot to the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, and plays an important role in the whole Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. This time, Shaw Company has developed a kind of unmanned aerial vehicle which can be controlled remotely. This kind of robot can be controlled only by a single person, and the requirements for drivers are very low. In fact, the biggest problem that has restricted the number of mecha hunters is not the construction cost and speed, but the number of mecha drivers. The robot hunter adopts a two-person driving system. The two drivers need to carry out brain-nerve docking, which has extremely strict requirements for the driver's talent, tacit understanding, matching degree, etc. at the same time. Due to the direct control of the robot battle in the robot, it needs to bear the strong acceleration and impact during the battle, and the requirements for physical quality are also very high. Every robot hunter driver needs to be strictly screened and trained, which is very difficult to train. It is very difficult to train the robot hunter's pilots, so the number has been very limited. Because of this, the number of the hunter's robot armor that can be put into combat can never meet the defense needs. The Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force can only deploy 4 to 7 mecha hunters in the 8 bases around the Pacific. When there is a monster attack within the base, the large transport helicopter lifts the mecha to participate in the war, which takes a long time. If the city attacked by monsters is too far away from the base, by the time the hunter's mecha arrives, the city has already suffered great damage. However, this kind of UAV has no driver's restriction. It can be deployed in many cities around the Pacific Ocean. When fighting, the UAV can be directly controlled by the driver remotely and put into the battle quickly, which solves the problem that the deployment time of the UAV hunter is too long. However, Moriko is not optimistic about this kind of unmanned aerial vehicle. Although this remote control system can reduce the requirements for drivers, it also has great disadvantages and hidden dangers. Since the driver is not directly controlling the UAV, the remote control system is likely to be intruded or interfered by hackers. Once the UAV is controlled by some people, it is likely to bring devastating consequences. The Ridgeback turtle, which attacked Hong Kong 10 years ago, has the ability to send electromagnetic pulses. It can also cut off remote control and make the drone armor lose its combat effectiveness. Although almost half of the members of the committee support UAV armor, Sen Mazi, as the Secretary General of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force, has 1 vote of veto, and the final decision is still in her hands. After repeatedly studying the feasibility of UAV, Moriko decided to veto the deployment plan of UAV. Please note that it will arrive at the destination in 2 minutes. When the radio rang in the cabin, Maury couldn't help looking up to look out of the window. Through the porthole, Sen Mazi saw the tall and powerful Hunter machine armor standing on the square of the headquarters of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force in the distance, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Her only relative now, brother Jack Pantcoster, is driving this Revenge Ranger robot. Jack is not her brother but her adopted father's son. Moriko's parents died in a monster attack when she was a child, and she was adopted by General Steek Pantcoster, then commander of the Pacific Rim Coalition Defense Force, and trained as an excellent mecha hunter pilot. In the battle to blow up the wormhole 10 years ago, General Pantcoster drove the Eureka Raider to explode himself and died with the monster. Jack was the only relative left by Sen Pockmark. Since childhood, Sen Pockmark took good care of his brother, but Jack didn't worry. Jack used to be a student of Hunter College, and he was as talented as his father, with excellent achievements in all aspects. He could have become an excellent robot hunter driver, but because of his rebellious character, he finally left Hunter College and fooled in society. With his familiarity with mecha hunters, Jack often sneaks into the scrap factory of retired mecha and steals parts for sale. Many people want to own their own machine armor, so the price of machine armor parts is not cheap on the black market, but private ownership of machine armor is illegal. Stealing and selling machine armor parts is also a crime. Jack has been caught in recent years. Every time he is caught, he is fished out by Moriko. Not long ago, Jack was caught again in a theft of machine parts, and was caught on the spot in an illegal machine made by a little girl. The situation is more serious than the previous simple theft of machine parts. This time, Moriko didn't take Jack out as he used to, but took the opportunity to force Jack to join the army again, join the Hunter College, and help train the robot hunter students. Amara, the talented girl who was caught together with Jack and made a flexible small mecha by herself, joined the Hunter College with Jack and became his student. At this meeting of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force Committee, Sen Mazi specifically asked Revenge Rangers to serve as the honorary guard of the venue. One of the original drivers of Revenge Ranger was poached by Xiao's company, while the rest of the drivers, Knight and Jack, were partners just before. They can connect well and control Revenge Ranger perfectly. So, there is now this scene. After 10 years of rebellion and depravity, Jack finally got back on track again and became a robot hunter pilot. For Jack, Sen Pockmark can be said to have worked hard. Watching Jack's Revenge Ranger stand on the square of the headquarters of the United Forces around the Pacific Ocean, his face shows a trace of relief. Her adoptive father, General Stoke Pantcoster, died to save all mankind. She did not want to see his only son go down like this. In the past 10 years, she did not worry about Jack and tried all kinds of ways, but they did not help. This time, it was a success. However, when Maury was relieved, he suddenly found something different in the sky outside the helicopter. Countless white seagulls came from the coast, sounding as if they were avoiding something. Looking at the sudden appearance, Sen pockmarked his brow and felt a bad feeling in his heart. On the ground, Xiao Liwen, the boss of Xiao's company who just came down from the car under the escort of the bodyguard, also found the abnormality in the air. She could not help looking in the direction of the seagull. There was the direction of Sydney's landmark building, Sydney Opera House. In the Revenge Rangers cab, Knight couldn't help but say, "Revenge Rangers call the command center. What's the matter?" Without waiting for the command center to answer, the coast has changed. In the bay in front of Sydney Opera House, a huge dark shadow is moving rapidly towards the shore under the water, and soon comes to the Opera House. Then, the dark shadow directly broke through the water, like a bomb detonating under the sea. A large amount of sea water was lifted into the air by its huge body, throwing around, forming a white water curtain. And the huge black figure stood up directly from the water curtain, revealing its true appearance, but it turned out to be a pure black hunter machine armor. It's very large, nearly 90 meters in size, which is a little higher than the highest Hunter machine armor and Revenge Ranger in the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force. The countless seagulls that had just fled in a panic should have been scared away by the huge thing that came from the sea. This tall black mecha stands up from the bay and can sail large cruise ships. It is nearly 20 meters deep in the sea, but it has not even reached its knees. Black mecha strides straight to the sea and towards the shore. The resistance of the sea water cannot slow down its action at all. Between steps, a huge wave of more than 10 meters high is created directly. The large cruise ship moored on the bank also sways violently under the wave shaking. Each step of the heavy body makes a huge roar, and the surrounding ground vibrates violently as the earthquake. The Sydney Opera House, which covers an area of nearly 100,000 square meters and has a maximum height of 60 meters, looks like a small tent in front of it and seems to be able to step on one foot. The tourists in Sydney Opera House run out in panic in this huge sound and vibration. The people around saw the strange mecha suddenly appeared from the sea and even screamed and fled. As the mecha appeared, the detector soon found it and confirmed its identity. In the Revenge Ranger cockpit, there was a quick warning. "Ranger, this is the command center. Unidentified mecha appears suddenly." Jack and Nate couldn't help looking at each other when they heard the words, and there was a dignified flash in their eyes. They used to serve as honor guards here this time, which is equivalent to the honor guard. The specific defense and security work is naturally in the charge of PPDC soldiers and police. The real opponent of Hunter Mecha is the monster. They thought it would be a statue, standing in the square until the end of the meeting, but there was an accident. The Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force Committee Summit is about to be held. At this time, an unidentified machine armor appears here. Obviously, it's not good for the coming. They immediately raised their vigilance and looked at the bay in the distance. They soon found the unidentified black machine armor in the gap between the tall buildings. At this time, it has come to the shore. A large-scale cruise ship berthed by its swinging arm gently touched, then deeply concave into a large piece. The people on the shore saw the huge thing coming straight towards them, and they all ran frantically towards both sides, fearing that they would be trampled to death by the big guy if they ran slowly. In fact, it is true that stepping on the land from the sea, the black mecha never stops walking along the road towards the direction of the headquarters of the United Forces around the Pacific, still running in a panic on the road. There is no time to avoid pedestrians, even if there are many who are directly trampled into meat cakes by it. In the Revenge Ranger cockpit, Knight immediately uses the external loudspeaker to shout the command. "Unregistered, turn off the power immediately and leave the cockpit." But the black mecha ignored his warning and strode forward. Knight could not help frowning and warning again. "Repeat, turn off the power and get out of the cockpit." This time, the black armor stopped, but at the same time, its shoulder front armor suddenly opened, revealing the two 6-missile launchers below. A missile was launched rapidly from the shoulder of the armor towards the avenging Ranger standing in front of the headquarters building of the United Forces around the Pacific. However, Moriko's helicopter just flew between the black armor and the Revenge Ranger, just didn't know who it was going to attack. General Quan, commander of China's Moyulan base, command center and base, looks at the missile suddenly fired from the shoulder of black machine armor in the picture. His face suddenly changes and he shouts, "Watch out for missiles." When the helicopter pilot heard General Quan's warning, he had no time to observe where the missile was. He quickly pulled the control lever and controlled the helicopter to fly to one side, just avoiding the two missiles successively fired. Several missiles continued to fly forward. In a blink of an eye, they came to the Revenge Wanderer. They instinctively dodged, but they could pass by a missile. Then they heard several explosions on the headquarters building of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force behind them. The two quickly turned around and saw that the tall PPDC headquarters building behind them had been hit by 3 missiles one after the other, and the last one hit the helipad at the top of the building directly. The supporting structure at the bottom of the apron was damaged, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, reinforced concrete structure, and a circular apron weighing dozens of tons fell from the top of the building more than 100 meters high. At this time, the building is full of people and summit personnel who fled in panic. If it is smashed down, it will cause great casualties. The two men immediately controlled the Revenge Ranger to lean forward to pick it up. At last, they caught it at the place where the apron was only 10 meters away from the ground. When the heavy tarmac and the steel palms of the Avengers hit with a loud roar. However, the tarmac is very heavy. With the acceleration of the free fall of 100 meters, the kinetic energy contained is very strong. Although the Avenger managed to catch it in a hurry, but under the impact of its huge kinetic energy, his arm couldn't help but sink down. On the ground below the tarmac, Xiao Luan, the boss of Xiao's industry, is running towards the car not far away, surrounded by a group of black bodyguards. Seeing the huge tarmac on the top of their head pressing heavily on them, they have no time to run out of the tarmac, so they can only bend down to protect Xiao Luan in the middle. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Xiao Luan, though a little alarmed, did not collapse and scream like ordinary people. Fortunately, the power of Revenge Rangers is very strong, and they have sunk down more than 10 meters holding the arm of the apron. At last, they completely offset the power of the apron falling and make it stop. At this time, the apron is only more than 2 meters from the ground, almost meeting Xiao Luan and others below. Seeing the tarmac above her head being caught, the bodyguards escorted Xiao Luan to get on the car and leave the dangerous battlefield quickly. At this time, the Revenge Ranger squatted on the ground, bent over and held the heavy apron with one hand, and saw that the people below were out of danger and were ready to stand up, but suddenly was attacked again by the missile. A missile hit its back and exploded. Although it didn't break through the armor, it caused too much damage to it, but it made it stand up suddenly. In the cockpit, Jack and Nate felt only a violent vibration, and then they heard the system alarm. Alarm, insufficient power. Jack exclaimed as he felt more and more inductive feedback from his hand-operating device. We're losing momentum. Obviously, the missile just now failed the power system, and the Revenge Ranger froze there for a while. Black Mecha is preparing to continue the attack, but it is hit by 2 dual shore defense guns several hundred meters behind. The armor of the Black Machine armor is very strong. Although it was hit continuously by the shore defense gun, it just stumbled forward and was not damaged. Feeling the attack behind, the black armor quickly turned around. The missile launchers on both shoulders fired 2 missiles at the same time, crossed 2 white lines in the air, and accurately hit the 2 shore defense guns in the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 groups of intense firelights exploded almost at the same time, and 2 huge shore defense guns were directly damaged in the violent explosion. However, the black armor did not stop, and the missile launchers at the shoulders continued to send out waves of missiles, destroying several coastal anti-aircraft guns around. When the black armor destroys the anti-aircraft guns, Moriko is using his tablet computer to analyze the situation of the unknown armor in the helicopter that just escaped the missile attack and flew to the side. Just when the black armor destroyed all the shore defense guns, Moriko finally analyzed its dynamic characteristics. Looking at the dynamic parameters displayed on the screen, Moriko was shocked and immediately picked up the communicator and shouted a warning. Jack, the power parameters of unidentified mecha are the same as yours. In the Revenge Ranger cockpit, Jack hears the voice of pockmarked Sen listening attentively, but suddenly there is a noise. Before he can hear pockmarked Sen's words, the communication is cut off. In the helicopter, a sharp electric current suddenly sounded, making Moriko and the pilot's eardrum tingle. The pilot immediately found that the communication between the helicopter and the outside world was completely cut off. Then he looked at the black armor below and saw that the armor on both sides of the spine behind it was all standing up, flapping like wings, and the spine position was shining bright orange-yellow light and flashing fast, as if it was emitting some kind of signal. The helicopter pilot shouted, "It's interfering with our communication." At the same time, the black armor also looked up at the helicopter in the air. In the Revenge Ranger cockpit, Jack saw the black armor staring at Moriko's helicopter. His face immediately changed and he cried anxiously, "Nate!" Knight looked quickly at the control panel and said aloud, "Power is back." Jack's face was very solemn when he heard the words. The two men who had been squatting all the time stood up at the same time. The Revenge Wanderer suddenly stood up with the two men's movements and threw the apron in his hand towards the black armor in the distance. The black armor looked up at the helicopter in the air and raised its right arm. The armor in the front of the arm quickly bounced up, revealing a muzzle with orange light. The muzzle of the gun pointed straight at the helicopter. The light quickly became dazzling, and the hemp's face in the helicopter could not help changing. However, just before the shell was fired, the apron thrown by Revenge Rangers hit its back heavily. The reinforced concrete structure of the apron was directly split. The body shape of the black armor could not help but staggering, and the shell fired from the muzzle of the arm also deviated from the direction, flying under the helicopter. The black mecha stands firm and turns to look behind him. At the same time as throwing out the tarmac, vengeful Rangers rushed to the black armor at full speed and soon came to it. Annoyed that he almost killed Moriko twice, Jack hit him hard on the head with an angry fist. It's the cockpit, so it's not good for the pilot to be attacked directly. But the Revenge Ranger's fist was just half full, and he was quickly raised by the black machine armor to hold his left hand. They had no time to be surprised that the black mecha responded so quickly that they were hit in the head with a heavy blow. When the violent collision between steel and steel made a huge noise, and the huge steel fist pulled a spark from the armor on the head of the Avenger tramp. The two people in the cockpit felt a huge force coming. Their bodies fell back involuntarily, and the whole cockpit shook violently. The Revenge Ranger was hit by the black machine armor and retreated directly. He didn't stop until he hit a building in the back. Before the two men could get back on their feet in the cockpit, the black armor rushed up and punched the Revenge Ranger heavily. The Revengers fly up against the building directly. The glass and wall structure on the outer wall of the building are broken one after another. Countless pieces of glass mixed with the building pieces fall down, and the gray smoke slowly drifts towards the surrounding area. The Revenge Ranger flew up to more than 30 meters against the building, and then fell down again. As soon as he landed, he quickly punched the black machine armor but was easily blocked by the other side's raising arms. But the black machine armor's punch hits heavily again on its face. After a punch, the armor on the outside of the black mecha's arm suddenly opened, and 2 rows of sharp barbs popped out of it. The backhand crossed the Avenger's face, leaving deep scratches. 2 successive attacks on the whole tribe in the head of Revenge Rangers, even with multiple shock absorbers. Jack and Knight in the cockpit are still very uncomfortable. Black Mecha didn't give them time to recover. They went straight to hold Revenge Ranger and fell to a building on the other side. The strong building was directly smashed in half by the heavy body of the Revenge Ranger, while the black armor did not stop at all, pulling the completely defenseless Revenge Ranger towards a nearby building. One building was destroyed, and the viaduct on the ground was directly kicked off by the legs of 2 giant mecha. Under a series of violent attacks by the black mecha, a small area around it has been completely destroyed. The original high-rise buildings are all severely damaged, and the ground is even worse. Finally, as like as 2 peas, the black armor took the vengeance off the building, and the armor on the chest suddenly opened up, revealing a similar turbine engine to Vengeance. A dazzling orange column of light from the turbine engine, the Revenge Ranger directly flew back tens of meters, hit a building heavily before stopping. The 2 men, who had been beaten wildly, stood up quickly from the destroyed building while keeping their distance. Looking at the black machine armor on the opposite side, which is higher than their machine armor and has a very fast reaction speed, the 2 faces are extremely dignified. From the beginning of the fight, they were beaten by each other under pressure. They had no power to fight back at all, which made the 2 men who had been the best among the mecha hunters angry. However, as a trump card machine driver, the 2 remain rational. Since unarmed combat is not the opponent of the other side, They immediately decided to change their tactics and use unique moves. The two men, whose brains are connected, extend their left arm in unison. Revenge Ranger also, along with two people's movement, left arm suddenly flicks outwards. A chain sword which emits the blue plasma light suddenly pops out from the arm. Just as they were fighting for power, they saw the black machine armor on the opposite side, throwing their left arm outwards. Sonorous. The shape of a chain sword is very similar to the Revenge Rangers, but it requires the whole large chainsaw to pop out of the arm of the black machine armor. With the rotation of the chainsaw, a hot orange flame burns on the chainsaw. Jack's face changed when they saw it, but it was not over. The right arm of the black mecha followed and swung out violently, but a flame chainsaw popped up again. Jack could not help bursting out his rough mouth when he saw it. Damn it! With no extra time for them to think about countermeasures, Black Mecha quickly attacked with a flame chainsaw, waving both arms. Just now, barehanded is not the opponent of black machine armor. Now a chain sword is facing two chainsaws. The Revenge Wanderer is still under pressure. Under the fierce attack of two chainsaws of black machine armor, the Avenger only has the power of parry. Although he tries to resist it, he is soon cut across his chest by the other side's sword. The high-speed rotating flame chainsaw directly tore the heavy armor and cut a long wound. The armor at the damaged place was red, but it was melted directly by the high temperature of the chainsaw. The chainsaw seems to be wrapped with ordinary flame, but in fact, it is a plasma flame with extremely high temperature, which can instantly melt steel. Revenge Ranger takes advantage of the space of Black Mecha attack, wields a chain sword, and cuts it across the head of the opponent, but is easily evaded by Black Mecha. Jack and Knight are already top-notch hunters. They have strong reaction, control, and fighting skills. Their Revenge Rangers are also highly agile melee fighters. Their speed and flexibility can be in the forefront of all hunters. Even Athena, the most nimble and fast saber in the 6th generation of machine armor, is not necessarily their opponent, let alone completely suppress them like this black machine armor. And they can see that the speed and flexibility of this black unidentified machine armor is not much better than them. It can even be said that it is basically the same as Revenge Rangers. Under normal circumstances, even if it is also a trump driver, it can play a flag drum with them at most, but in fact, it has been pressing them to play. There must be something unusual in this. However, as the battle went on, Jack finally found the clue. He was acutely aware that the reaction speed of black armor seemed to be a little faster than them. Although the gap was not too large, it was enough to decide the result in the battle. It's like two people's speed, strength, and fighting skills are all the same, but one of them has a faster reaction speed than the other. As a result, the person who has a faster reaction speed will surely win the battle and even completely suppress the opponent. It seems that the control system of this black armor is more advanced than their 6th generation armor. But although we found the reason why the black machine armor can press them to fight, but under the fierce attack and suppression of the other side, they can only fight hard. There is no way to fight back. They can only play 12 points. They should be careful to attack the black armor and look for the opportunity to fight back. The flame chainsaw of the black machine armor once again beheaded, and the two quickly dodged to avoid. The chainsaw wiped off the shoulder of the Revenge Wanderer, leaving a deep wound on it. Then the power was not reduced, and they cut down a building behind the Revenge Wanderer. The rotating chainsaw directly cut the upper part of the building into two parts. People in the building who haven't escaped in time only feel the building shake violently. Then a huge chainsaw burning with fire came down from the sky, directly breaking the ceiling and walls in front of them. All the things in front of it were torn to pieces by the rapidly rotating serrations. The horrible high temperature radiated to the surrounding area. Even if they were 10 meters away, they still felt the heat wave was pressing, and their hair and eyebrows dried up and curled rapidly under the high temperature. The chainsaw of the black mecha fell deeply into the building. Taking advantage of its pulling out the chainsaw, Jack and Knight finally saw the opportunity. They immediately raised their fists, and the rocket thruster loaded on their elbows started in a flash. Driven by the powerful driving force of the mecha itself and the double force of the elbow rocket, the iron fist of avenging rangers thundered towards the black mecha just pulled out the flame chainsaw. The reaction of black machine armor is only a little faster than Revenge Ranger. It just pulled out the chainsaw at this time, and faced with Revenge Ranger's speed far faster than the previous thunderclap, it didn't have time to avoid at all, so it was heavily hit on the chest by Iron Fist. When the sound of the huge steel impact resounded, and the black mecha was hit by the Revenge Ranger, which made it fly back directly. However, the advantage of the reaction speed of the black mecha is shown again. After being hit and flying, the black mecha quickly stooped to maintain its balance. Instead of falling to the ground, it steadfastly stood on the ground and slid backward. At the same time, it suddenly spread its arms and inserted two chainsaws directly into the buildings on both sides. Buildings are cut by chainsaws. Where the flame chainsaws pass, two lines of fire are left on both sides of the buildings. Broken glass and walls are scattered from the air, and the road is also plowed out two deep gullies by the feet of black mecha, which becomes broken. However, in the building and the ground under the obstruction, the black mecha backed to the speed of more and more slow, and finally stopped after exiting half the street. Without waiting for his arms to be retracted, the black mecha directly opened the missile launcher of his shoulders again, and a missile flew out at a high speed towards the Revenge Ranger on the opposite side. Revenge Ranger quickly raised his arms to resist. Two missiles hit it one after another but was blocked by heavy armor. But the buildings on both sides were not so strong. The missile hit the building. The powerful power directly blew the building down. The two men who bowed their heads to resist the missile didn't notice that there were two missiles directly over them, shooting towards the rear, and Moriko's helicopter was just there. If you think about it carefully, it's the third time Black Armor has launched an attack on a helicopter. Compared with the headquarters of the joint forces around the Pacific and the Avenger Rangers, this Black Machine Armor seems to be more interested in the helicopter, or that the helicopter is its real target. Two missiles went over the Avenging Ranger and towards the helicopter in which pockmarked Fang was riding. As the helicopter was flying towards the rear, the first missile hit a building behind the helicopter and exploded, but failed to cause damage to the helicopter. However, the second missile that followed did not hit the helicopter, but it hit the building next to the helicopter. The fierce fire broke out from the building, just covered the helicopter. At this time, Jack hears the explosion behind him in the Revenge Ranger. He quickly turns his head and looks at it, even when he sees the helicopter shrouded in the fire. Jack's face immediately changed and he shouted in alarm. Pockmarks are hit. The fire quickly dissipated, and the helicopter was still in the air, but black smoke came from the top engine, and the flight height began to decline. Although the missile exploded in the building failed to destroy the helicopter directly, the aftereffect of the explosion was to destroy the engine of the helicopter. There was a harsh alarm in the helicopter cabin. Although the helicopter pilot tried to control the helicopter, the lift of the aircraft continued to drop, and the helicopter began to fall uncontrollably. Jack looked at the falling helicopter and said anxiously to Knight, "She's falling. We have to save her." Compared with Jack, who was a little flustered because of pockmarked Sen's accident, Knight kept calm and looked at the black armor that was coming towards them after launching the missile in the distance. Start the gravitational catapult. When the brain is in docking state, the two people immediately lift up their right hand in the same action, and the right hand of the Revenge Wanderer begins to deform rapidly. In a twinkling of an eye, it becomes a plasma gun, with a dazzling blue light flashing in the middle. Revenge Ranger quickly turned around, put the plasma gun in his hand to the ground behind him, a dazzling blue beam from the muzzle, but did not explode, but quickly split into a long arc after approaching the ground. Dozens of cars covered by electric arc on the ground are attracted by a huge force, leaving the ground quickly, flying towards the front of the beam, gathering into a group, being compressed into an iron ball by a powerful force. The Revenge Ranger then swung his arm, the blue light into the same whip, and threw the iron ball pressed by the end of the car towards the black armor that had rushed not far in front of it. The weight of the iron ball of dozens of car groups is enough to have dozens of tons, which is heavily hit on the head of the running black machine armor and directly hit it to the ground. The vengeful wanderer immediately turned and strode towards the falling helicopter in the distance. On the helicopter, the pilot tried hard to control the helicopter falling out of control and shouted desperately at the communicator. "Help! Cry for help! Cry for help! I'm MMC 052, we got shot, about to crash, about to crash." Moriko, who was behind the helicopter, knew that she was in a bad situation and could not help but feel a sense of despair in the face of death, but she did not collapse. In the helicopter shaking and spinning violently, Senmazai tried to stabilize his body and quickly operated his hands on the tablet computer, trying to send out the data about the black armor analyzed before the crash. On the ground, vengeful rangers are almost out of control in the air, and the falling helicopter is spinning to catch up with them. The distance between the two is getting closer, but the helicopter is falling faster. Seeing that the helicopter is only 20 or 30 meters away from the ground, it will crash soon, but the Revenge Ranger is still a long way away from the helicopter. Jack immediately recklessly controls the Revenge Ranger to jump forward, and at the same time, he tries to extend his right hand to the helicopter. Pockmarks. In the helicopter, Moriko, who clicked the send button, turned to look at the Revenge Wanderer who rushed to save her. He could not help but lift his hand and stick it on the porthole. It's not easy for Jack to get back on the right path and become a robot hunter-driver. When he saw his Revenge Ranger standing in front of the headquarters building of the United Forces around the Pacific Ocean, Sen felt very proud. Just did not expect that now she is going to die. Looking out of the window near the Revenge of the Vagrant, Sen's pockmarked face cannot help but show a thick reluctance. In the Revenge Ranger cockpit, Jack can clearly see the hemp sitting in the helicopter through the glass, and also see her outstretched hand. He desperately stretched his arms to catch the helicopter, but the fingers of the Revenge Ranger could only touch the edge of the helicopter and make a flash on the hatch. Watching the helicopter carrying pockmarked Sen flying in front of him, Jack's face was full of despair. As the helicopter spun away, it flew out of Jack's sight and the Revenge Wanderer fell to the ground. In the cockpit, Jack also fell to the ground. His face was unbelievable. He didn't catch the helicopter. Pockmarked dead. No, pockmarks. Jack screams in pain, gets up directly from the cockpit, takes off his helmet recklessly and rushes toward the hatch, regardless of the threat of the black armor behind him. Since his father died, Moriko has been his last relative. From childhood, Moriko has always looked after and cared for him like his sister. Jack, who has no mother since he was a child, once again felt the warmth of his mother. For Jack, Moriko is not only his sister, but also the most important person in the world. Despite the hindrance of night, Jack directly opened the hatch and jumped out. He stepped on the arm of the armor and jumped to the ground. He ran recklessly in the direction of the helicopter falling. As he ran, Jack's eyes turned red and 2 lines of tears ran down his cheeks. The grieving Jack ran out of the shelter of the Revenge Wanderer at the fastest speed and looked at the place where the helicopter crashed. However, at the next moment, Jack was stunned. The scene in front of him is beyond his recognition. Without the wreckage of the helicopter that exploded and burned in his imagination, the fallen helicopter was still intact, but it did not fly in the air or land on the ground. Instead, it was slowly lowered to the ground by a black humanoid armor that was only slightly larger than the ordinary people holding the tail. The helicopter's nose landed first, and then the black humanoid took hold of the tail and slowly fell back to the ground, making the helicopter stop on the ground stably. In the helicopter, Moriko still feels like a dream. Just now, the Revenge Ranger didn't catch the crashed plane. Sen Mazi thought he would die. He didn't expect to see the ground getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the helicopter was pulled by a powerful force and stopped in the air. Although his body was suspended in the air and strangled by the safety belt due to the sudden change of the helicopter's posture, after his surprise, a joy of rebirth rose in Moriko's heart. The helicopter pilot, who was already desperate, felt that the fall suddenly stopped, and he was also shocked. Although he had been calling for help, he was just an instinctive response. In fact, he didn't report much hope. At this time, the helicopter was really pulled and he was surprised. But soon he responded, shouting excitedly. The helicopter was pulled. That is great. God, we are saved. Moriko was not as excited as he was. As a former ace hunter, she thought much more than a pilot. It's reasonable to say that only Revenge Rangers can save them now. But Revenge Rangers didn't catch the helicopter and fell to the ground just now. She knows that with the speed of Revenge Rangers, it's impossible to get up and catch the helicopter in such a short time. Is it the support mecha coming? The Hemp Son, whose body is down and suspended in the helicopter cabin by the safety belt, cannot help but raise his head and look out through the porthole, trying to find the figure that caught the helicopter and saved her. However, apart from the Revenge Wanderer who fell motionless in the distance, Moriko did not see the shadow of other hunter mecha. No other mecha. Mori-san can't help puckering up her eyebrows. Who will save her? In Moriko's doubt, the helicopter landed quickly in the vibration, and then the tail was put down slowly. Moriko finally changed the state of being suspended in the engine room and sat back in his seat. The rescued son couldn't help looking out of the window. She wanted to know who saved her. With her eyes looking out of the window, a dark figure immediately came into her eyes. In Moriko's surprised eyes, a 2-meter-tall black armor flew from the rear of the plane, suspended outside the side window, and looked at her through the glass. How could Moriko not have thought that what she had just pulled the helicopter to save her was such a small armor in front of her? As the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, Morimazi knows all kinds of machine armor around the world at present, including all kinds of small machine armor made by herself, but she has never seen the same machine armor as the one in front of her. The purpose of making hunters' machine armor is to eliminate monsters, so all the machine armors are huge and incomparable in size. Even the illegal machine armors made by individuals are all over 10 meters in size, and most of them are rough in shape, which is absolutely not as beautiful and handsome as the small machine armor in front of us. The black armor covers every part of the machine armor. Even the joints are covered by cleverly designed armor. The defense is very comprehensive. There are almost no weak parts. The whole machine armor looks precise and smooth without losing its power. Compared with the illegal machine armor, it's just a pile of rags. Even the latest 6th-generation hunter machine armor is a bit rough in appearance. And judging from its ability to rescue the helicopter, this cool-looking small armor is not a fake. Obviously, it was Chen Mo in a steel warsuit who appeared at the critical moment and saved Moriko, who died in the helicopter crash. In fact, he came to this world a few days ago and appeared in Santa Monica, Los Angeles, where Jack is the hero. Chen Mo found that he was very close to this city, often crossing the real world, and then appeared in Los Angeles, another world. However, Chen Mo did not rush into action or contact with the protagonist in advance after he made clear the current time and situation through Jarvis. When Jack sneaks into the scrap yard of retired machine armor and steals parts, and escapes with Amara, the talented young girl who makes a small machine armor boxer with a height of more than 10 meters by himself, and finally gets caught by Ajax in the winter of hunter machine armor, Chen Mo is always watching. It was Chen Mo's first time to see the protagonist of the world, the mecha hunter. It's more than 80 meters high, and the huge body made of steel is magnificent, which makes Chen Mo, who is used to the big scene, marvel. The concept of 80 meters is equivalent to a 30-story building, with a weight of more than 2,000 tons, and the whole ground vibrates violently. In front of Ajax in winter, any Igor and anti-Hawk armor is extremely small. Even giant Optimus Prime and Megatron and Transformers have less than their knees. Only Leviathan beasts and fire dragons with a body length of more than 100 meters can be compared with mecha hunters in terms of body size. However, their flesh and blood bodies are obviously more impressive than those of steel bodies without mecha hunters. And according to Chen Mo's understanding of Leviathan and Flame Dragon, Leviathan Beast should not be the opponent of Mechatron hunters at all. If Flame Dragon doesn't use flame, it can't compete with Mechatron hunters only by physical force. In winter, Ajax let Chen-Mo see the greatness and power of the mecha hunters, but his performance in catching boxers disappointed Chen-Mo very much. In addition to the huge body shape of more than 80 meters, powerful strength and handsome appearance, Ajax's performance in winter was quite clumsy. He was driven by Amala to play the boxer, and even let the boxer climb on the top of his head. The system of ion exchange battery power thrown by Jack was powered off and restarted, and they were seized only after a great deal of energy was wasted. However, considering that one of his opponents is a talented girl who can make a machine armor out of discarded parts by himself, and the other is the best student of the Hunter College. In addition to the attribute comparison of the two machine armors given by Jarvis, Chen-Mo is relieved. In winter, the base of November Ajax is Lowe's Angels base in the United States model, 6th generation aircraft height, 80 m weight, 2035T weapons and equipment, Guard Core 114X, lithium-ion 4-limb accelerator, finger joint electric shock gun speed, 5 strength, 7 defense, 7 BR performance preferences, and the winter Ajax is clearly not the speed agile machine armor. In addition, although Ajax belongs to the 6th generation of mecha in winter, it belongs to the early model of the 6th generation. Its comprehensive strength is not strong, and the overall data is relatively mediocre. But its opponent, although the overall strength is far less than it, but it has outstanding advantages. Scripper Builder, Amara Namani height, 11.9 meters weight, 278 tons speed, 8 strength, 2 defense. 1 in strength and defense, the small boxer is not the opponent of Ajax in winter with huge size and heavy armor, but its speed is very outstanding, plus its small size the advantages of single control, flexibility and response speed are also far above the heavy winter Ajax, so we can use the complex terrain and winter Ajax around. Although Chen-Mo was disappointed at the first sight of the hunter's mecha, the small mecha boxer made by Amara was a bright spot for Chen-Mo. Although the boxer is a small machine armor, it is only compared with the hunter machine armor with a height of more than 80 meters. In fact, it is bigger than Optimus Prime, and its speed and flexibility are not inferior, but its strength and defense are relatively weak. But don't forget that this is only a piece of Amala's own work. If she is given enough resources and equipment, Chen-Mo has no doubt that she can make a machine armor that can match the Transformer in performance. This is still a small machine armor. What about the 6th generation of the most powerful machine armor in the world? Chen-Mo doesn't think Ajax can represent the strongest fighting power of hunter machine armor in winter. It can only be regarded as the role of playing soy sauce in the movie. In the whole Pacific Rim movie, the most powerful one should be the Revenge Ranger driven by the protagonist Jack and the villain machine armor, Obsidian. The former is the upgraded version of the dangerous tramp driven by Sen Mazzy in the first movie, that is, 10 years ago. It is the main character of the whole Pacific Rim world. Its performance is far above that of the 6th generation Ajax in winter. The performance of the latter is equal to that of the Revenge Ranger, but the equipment and overall strength are higher than that of the Revenge Ranger. However, the mecha hunters usually park in the hangar. They seldom go out except to perform tasks. It's not easy for Chen-Mo to see them. But Chen-Mo, who is familiar with the plot, knows that the two strongest robots will appear at the same time soon, and there will be a war. So after Jarvis found out the time of the Pacific Rim Joint Army Defense Force Committee Summit, Chen-Mo came to Sydney early and waited for the opening of the war. From Revenge Rangers landing in PPDC Headquarters Square, to the appearance of Black Armor Rage Obsidian, and then to the battle between the two armor, Chen-Mo hides all the way to watch. Chen-Mo is excited by the fierce battle between the two machine armors. This is the real machine armor. This is the fight between the real machine armors. It's nice to see a movie, but it's a totally different feeling to see it on the spot. Watching two machine armors fight in the middle of the city, their fists collide with their armor and make a deafening noise. A building like a toy is destroyed by the aftereffect of the fight between two machine armors. Chen Mo can't help but feel a sense of blood boiling. Machine armor is a man's romance. In the past, Chen Mo thought he was romantic enough. After all, he had a strong steel battle suit, but now Chen Mo thought he was far from enough. In fact, there is not much difference between wearing steel and alloy armor. It's just that the strength, flight, and defense buffer capabilities have been improved. But the hunter's machine armor is not the same as the steel battle suit. Although it's true that hunter armor is not necessarily the opponent of steel armor. After all, hunter armor is designed for giant monsters and is not good at dealing with small and fast targets such as steel armor. However, when it comes to destructive power and combat experience, they are totally different. The battle between Revenge Wanderer and Rage Obsidian makes Chen Mo feel the real power of Hunter's machine armor. It's no wonder that in the winter, Ajax became a role of playing soy sauce in the movie. Except for being played by boxers at the beginning, he didn't show up at all. He was quietly damaged in the following battles. If Ajax is allowed to be angry with Obsidian in winter, Chen Mo estimates that the furious Obsidian doesn't need to use a chainsaw and can be removed by hand directly. Even the vengeful vagrant who has been suppressed by Obsidian can easily kill Ajax in winter. The gap between them is not a little bit, which can be directly felt from the performance of Revenge Rangers and Obsidian. At the same time, Jarvis gave their detailed data. Gypsy Avgar driver, Jack Pantcoster Knight Lambert base, China's Mo Yulan base start date, January 12, 2034 model, 6th generation aircraft height, 81.8 m weight, 2,004 tons weapons and equipment, dual turbine nuclear power gravitational slingshot elbow rocket 2 plasma chain sword 2 plasma cannon 2 speed, 8 power 9 defense, 8 Obsidian Fury model, drone armor height, 88 m weight, 1998 T weapon and equipment, plasma double chain saw, AKM missile launcher, Obsidian chrome barrier signal jammer primary technical armor speed, 8 power, 9 defense, 8 compared with the performance of these two machine armors. Ajax has the attributes of speed 5, strength 7, defense 7, and a large part of weapons and equipment that are obviously weak in winter, and they are only crushed. Chen Mo seriously doubted whether Ajax was the first 6th generation of machine armor testing machine produced in winter, and it was a defective product. Its performance in all aspects did not meet expectations, so he was sent to guard the waste yard of retired machine armor and carry out patrol tasks. It was not so much a machine armor hunter as a machine armor policeman. As for the performance of Revenge Rangers and Rage Obsidian, but Revenge Rangers are hit by Rage Obsidian all the way, Chen Mo is not surprised. As Jack realized, the biggest advantage of Obsidian Rage is reaction speed. The Revenge Ranger is driven by Jack and Knight. Although the two people have a brain interaction, consciousness is connected to each other to a certain extent. After all, this is not a 100% fusion of consciousness. Even if the two people cooperate with each other and have a higher level of interaction, there is still a certain gap in response speed compared with one person's control. Coupled with the subtle differences in size and weapons, it's normal for Revenge Rangers to fall. Of course, Chen Mo didn't come here just to watch the battle between the two armors. He also had a more important purpose, which was to save Moriko, who was hit by a missile of Obsidian Rage and died in the crash. In addition to his preference for the introverted and strong character, Chen Mo also has other considerations. The goal of Chen Mo's crossing this time is very clear. It's the Hunter machine armor. As the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, Sen Mazi is the most senior person in the whole PPDC. Saving her will be very helpful for Chen Mo's next operation. But Chen Mo found out that he seemed to be on the wrong side of the helicopter recently. Not long ago, I saved a crashed helicopter in the real world. I accidentally saved Kobe Bryant. Now I have saved another helicopter in the movie world. Is he related to the helicopter that crashed, or is he born to conquer the helicopter? All of a sudden, Chen Mo's heart moved and suddenly remembered that when he first crossed, it was not because of the air crash, but that time it was an airliner. In the Captain America world, the last nine-headed snake used to destroy the world's super bomber, the Valkyrie, was also driven by him to crash on the ice. And the spaceship with symbionts in Venom, Alice's plane in Biochemical Crisis. To sum up, there seemed to be a lot of planes crashing in front of him. Can't he really beat the plane? But Chen Mo quickly rejected the absurd idea. In other words, it's a common practice to crash in science fiction movies. Whether it's an airliner, a helicopter, a combat power, or an alien fighter plane, you can't crash more than one in any movie. That's all the aircraft of his iron and steel battle. He didn't know how many of the Zettari aircraft and Leviathan monsters were destroyed in his hands. Even their old Nest Zettari mothership was bombed by Chen Mo. It's a real success to say that he's an aircraft killer. When Chen Mo saves pockmarked Sen and looks at the helicopter in front of him with emotion. In the helicopter, Moriko, who had just escaped from death, looked out of the window at the black armor floating in the air and was trying to say something. But then her face suddenly changed. Her eyes looked at Chen Mo's back and her face was startled. Only in the distant street, the furious Obsidian, who had been knocked down to the ground by the gravitational slingshot of Revenge Rangers, had stood up again. Its mission this time is to get rid of Moriko, clear up the obstacles for their follow-up plans. See the helicopter landing safely, it immediately launched another attack. The armor on both shoulders was instantly turned on, and the missile launcher below was exposed. A missile was quickly launched and flew towards the helicopter. Senmazi saw the missiles flying fast in the air, just wanted to remind him, but he saw that the black armor outside also seemed to find the missiles coming from behind, and quickly turned around. Moriko was lying on the porthole nervously, and saw two pieces of armor on both sides of his shoulder were also quickly thrown away. A small missile, only the size of an ordinary bullet, flew out of his shoulder and shot at the missile coming from the opposite side. See this scene? Sen's pockmarked heart cannot help but rise a touch of strange feeling. The same black armor, the same shoulder missile, but the body size is countless times worse. The missile launched is not an order of magnitude, even if it is clear that the black armor in front of her is standing on her side. Senmazi cannot help but produce a sense of absurdity in his mind. Looking at the missiles getting closer and closer in the air, I saw their powerful pockmarks, and I couldn't help being shrouded in the feeling of death again. Can't escape after all. On the other side of the helicopter, Jack was still running wildly, and his face changed again when he saw the raging Obsidian on his feet and the missiles coming towards the helicopter. But he is still far away from the helicopter now, and he has no time to do anything at all. He can only shout desperately with a desperate face. No, pockmarked, leave now. Jack feels God playing with him. Just now he didn't catch the helicopter in the armor. He thought that Moriko would die. Unexpectedly, the helicopter was saved by a strange small armor. However, before he was happy for a long time, Mori was once again trapped in a desperate situation, and he could only watch it helplessly. Seeing the missile getting closer to the helicopter, Jack's eyes are splitting. But then he saw a few tiny flames flying out of the helicopter, making an arc in the air and shooting at the incoming missile. Before he knew what it was, at the next moment, the tiny flames collided with the fast-moving missile. Boom! A 2-meter fire burst in front of the missile. Then a more violent explosion broke out. The first missile flying in the front was intercepted successfully and exploded directly in the air. After that, several other missiles were intercepted and detonated. Boom! Boom, boom! A large and small fire burst out above the street, and the huge shock wave blew up a large area of glass in the buildings on both sides, which splashed down. Under the light of the explosion, it reflected a thin light. The running Jack was stunned, and the hemp in the helicopter was also stunned. Stopped. On the basis of a few bullet-sized micro-missiles just fired from his shoulder, he actually intercepted the AKM missile fired by the unidentified armor. And look at the firelight just before the explosion. Although the power of those micro-missiles is far less than the AKM missiles equipped by Hunter's machine armor, they are totally inconsistent with their body size. Looking at the power of its explosion, it is comparable to a howitzer. Sen Mazi really can't connect it with the bullet-sized micro-missile he saw before. Mori had no hope for Chen Mo's interception, not only because of the doubt about the power of the micro-missile, but also because of the difficulty of intercepting the missile. In that case, it is estimated that only the dense barrage formed by the dense array artillery system with extremely high firing speed can intercept the incoming missiles with extremely high speed and very close distance. If you want to rely on the missile to launch is entirely a chance. It is impossible to succeed at all. However, the maneuverability of those humble micro-missiles was totally beyond her expectation. Senmazi witnessed the whole process of intercepting those micro-missiles. They didn't fly straight out, but after launching, they quickly changed their direction, crossed an arc and flew towards the missiles coming from the front. The flying speed was extremely fast, not under the incoming missiles at all. And after approaching the missile, it is extremely flexible to adjust the direction and hit every missile accurately without any omission. This kind of flexibility and speed is better than that of ordinary interceptor missiles. But this kind of powerful performance appears on several small missiles only the size of bullets. This kind of technology is beyond Moriko's cognition, just like pulling the crashed helicopter and saving her super small armor, which is only 2 meters high. Several missiles launched by Obsidian Rage were intercepted by Chen Mo, and Senmazi was not killed in the long-range attack. Obsidian Rage was ready to destroy the helicopter directly when the missile launcher was put away. But just a few steps forward, it suddenly stopped, then suddenly turned around and looked into the air. In the sky not far away, a dozen large transport helicopters were flying towards this side with 3 armored hunters, and they would arrive soon. Although its strength is above the Revenge Rangers, it will only be destroyed in the face of the siege of 3 mecha hunters. Although the task of killing Senmazi is not completed, it has basically achieved its goal. Seeing that 3 machine armors are about to arrive, Obsidian is furious and doesn't stop immediately. He doesn't hesitate to turn around and stride towards the sea. Chen Mo has long noticed the helicopters and machine armor flying in the distance. Make complaints about the backward deployment of the machine hunter. Such a powerful mecha hunter, the way to enter the arena is really too low. Chen Mo did not stop the escape of Obsidian. He let it step by step into the sea. The huge body was quickly submerged by the sea water and disappeared before the arrival of the 3 supporting mecha. Chen Mo knows the origin and secret of this machine armor. If he kills it now, he will expose the secret inside it. But now is not the time to expose it. It's not a rush to solve this armor. In a short time, Chen will kill it by himself. The Rage Obsidian left and the crisis was relieved immediately. Behind Chen Mo, there was the sound of the helicopter hatch opening. Chen Mo turns around and sees Sen pockmarked stooping out of the helicopter. At this time, Jack, who came all the way from afar, finally bypassed the helicopter and came to Moriko. Seeing Moriko coming out of the plane safe and sound, Jack's face with tears still dry showed a big smile which looked a little ugly, but it could make people feel his deep joy. He rushed forward and hugged Moriko. Jack said excitedly. "Great, you're okay, I thought." Jack said. He was afraid for a while. He couldn't imagine if pockmarked Sen really died. Good luck, good luck. Moriko raised his hand and patted Jack on the back. He was helpless and moved. Jack has never expressed his concern for her so directly before. Maybe it's the boy's self-esteem. Jack always pretends to be very strong in front of her. In addition to being caught stealing the parts of machine armor and having to rely on her to get people, he seldom contacts her at ordinary times, as if he doesn't care. But his present performance let Mori pockmarked feel his deep affection for himself. This has been quietly concerned about him, for his heart cannot help but feel gratified. Not only does she think of Jack as her brother, but Jack has always thought of her as his sister. He clapped Jack on the back again, and pockmarked Sen came out of his arms and looked at Chen Mo standing in front of him. He said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me." Hearing Senmazi's words, Jack was so shocked that he turned around and looked at the black mecha standing by. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that this super small black armor pulled the helicopter to the ground. The missiles that just exploded in the air should have been intercepted by him. Thinking of this, Jack can't help but walk to Chen Mo and say excitedly, "Thank you for saving Pockmarked. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would regret it all my life." Jack naturally said that he just failed to catch the helicopter and watched Moriko fall with it. We can imagine that without Chen Mo, he would live in pain and self-reproach for quite a long time in the future. In the face of their thanks, Chen Mo just nodded and didn't speak. Jack thought of the picture of Chen Mo holding the helicopter just now and asked curiously, "Is this your own machine armor? How can such a small armor hold the helicopter? It's incredible." Jack, as a top hunter pilot, knows much more about mecha than ordinary people. With the current thruster power, it is impossible for Jack to hold Moriko's helicopter. When Moriko heard this, he couldn't help but take a look at Jack. Although she was also curious, is this the time to ask these questions? It's against the law to make private machine armor. Chen Mo's machine armor is obviously an unregistered illegal machine armor made by a private person. Is it really good to ask this question in front of the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force? Moriko will not arrest Chen Mo because of this. Even if he drives an illegal armor, he saves her after all. Moriko has considered enrolling Chen Mo into the Hunter College, just like Amara, so that he can avoid being arrested for driving a private armor. But Jack didn't think about it. He made a living by stealing the parts of the machine armor. He didn't care about what the private machine armor violated. He only asked about it because of curiosity. Chen Mo doesn't care about those who don't break the law, but he doesn't answer Jack's question. "I'll talk about that later." Chen Mo slowly glanced at them and said solemnly, "Have you ever thought about where this drone armor came from and why it was attacked? What is its purpose?" They could not help but frown at the same time. Today's things are really abnormal. It seems to have a taste of conspiracy. Mori-san looked up at Chen Mo and said solemnly, "I have some guesses about the origin of the mecha. As for the purpose, I don't know for the time being." Jack can't help but look at Sen Mazzy in surprise. He didn't expect that Sen Mazzy had already wired the origin of this powerful, unidentified mecha. But he had no clue about Chen Mo's problem, so he didn't open his mouth. When Chen Mo saw that neither of them had thought of it, he immediately reminded him, "If you die, what will happen to the summit today?" Jack smelled the doubt on his face and thought, "What else can I do? Of course, I can't drive." But Sen Mazai frowned when hearing the words. As the Secretary General of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, what Sen Mazai thought was not as simple as Jack. She knew that even if she died, the summit would not be cancelled. Instead, she would directly hold an emergency meeting and make a decision quickly. And the main topic of their committee summit is frowning and thinking for a moment. Sen Mazai suddenly looked up at the 3 machine armor hunters who were landing slowly in the air ahead. At that moment, he turned his head to look at Chen Mo and said in a serious voice, "Half of the members of the committee support UAV. This attack once again exposed the problem of slow deployment of robot hunters. If I am killed by this unknown robot, then the committee will definitely pass the UAV project." Looking at Chen Mo, Sen Mazzy said with some uncertainty, "You mean that unknown machine armor belongs to Shao Industry? They are able to pass the UAV project, so they sent out the UAV to kill me." When Jack heard this, he responded with rage. "Yes. After landing from the sea, this armor seems to be attacking the headquarters building of the United Forces around the Pacific. But now I think every missile launched is actually attacking the pockmarked helicopter." When Jack said that, he suddenly turned to Chen Mo and said angrily, "Shao's Industry." Chen Mo glanced at them but shook his head and said slowly, "Yes, not at all." Jack asked at the smell, "What do you mean?" "Unmanned aerial vehicle UAV is Shao Liwen's lifelong effort. She really wants the committee to approve the use of UAV, but she will not take such measures. She has enough confidence in her UAV and does not disdain to take such measures." After a pause, Chen Mo looks back at Jack and continues, "And at the time of the attack, she was under the PPDC headquarters building. If you didn't catch the falling apron, she would have been killed." Jack also remembered the scene when the attack just happened. As Chen Mo said, after catching the apron, he saw Xiao Luan running out from below under the escort. If he slowed down, Xiao Luan would surely die. Even if it's acting, she doesn't have to take such a big risk. Jack has believed Chen Mo's words. Xiao Luan shouldn't have done it. But who would she be? When Sen Mazi saw Jack's reaction, he knew that the situation at that time was exactly what Chen Mo said. Xiao Luan almost died in the attack. Combined with her own understanding of Xiao Luan, it was not like her means. In her opinion, Xiao Luan is more like a proud and persistent talented scientist than a businessman who does everything to achieve his goal. Since Xiao Luan didn't do it, combined with what Chen Moging just said, Sen Mazi suddenly turned around to look at Chen Mo and said seriously, "The rest of Xiao's industry, but Xiao's industry was founded by Xiao Luan alone. There are no other shareholders. Everyone else just works for Xiao Luan. They have no need to do so. What if they were monsters?" Chen Mo looks at Sen Mazi and says slowly, "Many tissues of monsters killed by mecha hunters have been well preserved. On the black market, people have been buying the brains of living monsters at a high price. Mecha drivers can communicate with each other's brains, and humans can also communicate with the brains of monsters. These monsters have a nest consciousness, and their brains connect with the pioneers." Both Moriko and Jack can't help but change their faces. Moriko hurriedly raised his head and looked at Chen Mo with an unbelievable face. "You mean that those people are not only unilateral actions, but also the forerunners behind them? Do you think that just a group of ordinary monster worshippers will secretly make that robot armor and attack you just so that the robot armor can pass?" Chen Mo raised his finger to the direction of the headquarters of the United Forces around the Pacific, said in a deep voice, "The most vocal opponents of drone armor are the ordinary monster worshippers, who are eager to be denied drone armor." As Chen Mo said, since the unmanned aerial vehicle UAV plan was put forward, it has been strongly resisted by many monster worshippers, and today there is a violent conflict. Xiao Luan, the only one who has a stake, is excluded from suspicion. Normal people on Earth can't do it, nor can ordinary monster worshippers. That's the only possibility, Chen Mo said, the monster worshippers controlled by the pioneers. Jack's brain is not stupid. After listening to Chen Mo's analysis and considering the whole thing carefully, he soon understood it and said excitedly, "It's a conspiracy. We have to stop them." Mori Mazi also wants to know the relationship between them and agrees with Chen Mo's analysis very much. She knows that people and monsters can really feel each other. The reason why they were able to pass through the wormhole and blow it up at the beginning is that they got the method of passing through the wormhole detection through the interaction between Newt and Herman and the monster's brain. Hearing Jack's words, Mori nodded immediately and said firmly with a face, "Don't worry, I will stop the deployment of drones." Chen Mo hears the words but shakes his head gently. He slowly opens his mouth in the puzzled eyes of Moriko and Jack. "No, I want you to vote for it." "What? Are you crazy?" Moriko and Jack look at Chen Mo in bewilderment. Of course, they can only see Chen Mo's helmet and the two lights on it. Chen Mo's steady and cold voice sounded in their ears. "Do you think the pioneers will give up invading the Earth? If they could open the wormhole once, they could open it again. Sooner or later, monsters would come back." Senmazi and Jack did not contradict. Now some people on Earth think that monsters have become the past style. The Earth's crisis has ended with the explosion of the undersea space channel 10 years ago. But there are only a few people who are so blind and optimistic, and the people of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force are all convinced that monsters will come again one day. This event is probably planned by the pioneer. I guess its purpose is to open the wormhole in advance. Instead of passively waiting for the inevitable monster to attack again, it's better to take this opportunity to attack actively. A plot that has been discovered is no longer a plot. Since the attackers are hidden in the Xiao industry and act in secret with its power, they will inevitably leave traces in the Xiao industry. We can directly tell Xiao Luan that she can find out their real purpose and plan, and then find a way to fight back. His eyes were fixed on Sen pockmarked, and there were two cold white lights on the steel battle dress mask. If there is the participation of pioneers behind this event, then we may take this opportunity to completely eliminate the pioneers and solve the Earth's crisis from the root.